hello, hello, my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading. And this is the reading, I guess, where we're going to dive into where your current path is leading you, where it's taking you, and all those awesome, amazing things. I know that we always like to have a little bit of a sense of control, right, in our lives especially when it comes to things that are pretty important to us. And it's always nice to kind of get a little bit of a heads up before we're about to put all of our energy into something, you know what I mean? So I really feel called to do this reading just so we can all remember that there is choice in everything. We have agency in everything, and nothing that is on your path is fixed or fated to happen. We always have control on our actions, on how we show up, our reactions, the energy we choose to put out into things, you know what I mean? So we're going to be diving into all of this. And with that being said, this is the card that is meant for pile number 1. This one's for pile number 2, and this one is for pile number 3. Now the breakdown or the game plan, the way that we're going to be diving into this topic of interest today, we're going to be diving into a couple of different avenues here with multiple different tarot and oracle decks that you cannot see as the camera is not catching them. They're on my sides. And with the first thing we're going to be exploring being the direction. Obviously, we're going to look at that first. I don't want you guys to stay waiting. The direction your current path is taking you. What's shaping this direction right now? So we're going to be looking at maybe some beliefs, some narratives. What is making you stuck on this direction right now? Why are you going there? Like, what led to it? You know what I mean? Thirdly, where this path goes if nothing changes. So what is going to unfold organically or naturally if you were to stay on this path? And then lastly, where you still have the power to shift this path if you really wanted to. If you wanted to change things in reference to where you are going, we're going to be looking at that at the very end. And then we're going to finish up your reading, my beautiful souls, with any final messages from source or your higher self, whichever wants to come through during that moment, during that time. Okay, with that being said, if you happen to not have chosen a pile yet, I do highly, highly, highly recommend that you make sure that to prepare yourself before you start jumping into any readings of any kind, or prepare yourself to select a pile of any kind. I do always recommend that you have something to take notes with. My readings do tend to come out pretty lengthy, because I really try to do everything in my power to make sure that I deliver every single thing, every little drop of information that source wants me to deliver to you guys. I really want you to listen to your intuition, your inner knowing, your inner compass as you listen to your reading, regardless of the pile you end up going towards, just because remember, this is, I guess, not a general reading, but it is a reading in the sense where whichever pile you go to, there's going to be more than just a handful of people that are going to go to that same pile. So, just keep that in mind. You're going to know which things and what comes up is going to resonate with you and which things won't. But I always do recommend that you do write everything you can down with the pile that you go towards, just so you can always look back to it, reference it, because this is going to be about where your trajectory in life is going. You know what I mean? So that's always something good to keep in mind. With that being said as well, make sure, like I said, that you have enough time to center and ground yourself before you end up going ahead to choose a pile. And I always recommend to take a couple of deep inhalations through the nose, filling that belly with air. And exhaling, allowing that exhale to wash down your body with an HA sound out the mouth. Trying to see if you can lengthen your exhale and let it be a little bit longer than that inhale. And doing that breathing style for a couple of rounds, whichever length or duration that feels most comfortable or right for you in this moment, to ground and center yourself. And if you haven't already, I do invite you to close your eyes and just continue to do that breathing. And whenever you feel ready, when your inner world feels ready to settle enough, you can ask yourself, where is my current path taking me? Where is my current path leading me? And continue to ask that question in your mind's eye for however long you feel called to, until or whenever you feel ready to open your eyes. Take a moment to gaze over the cards here, the imagery here, to allow you to select your pile. There is no right or wrong answer here. You can choose more than one, my loves, and just allow your inner knowing to guide you here, okay? Now, I am going to move into the next part of this video, but you stay here for however long you need until you feel ready to move forward, okay, my loves? So I will meet you at your part of the video. See you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls, pile number 1. Welcome to the prior preparation portion of your reading. Fun fact, if you guys don't recognize this cloth, it's because I recorded your entire reading. That was weeks ago. I batch create things. I'm going through a personal tower moment in my life right now, I guess you can say. So I guess I rushed while I was uploading all the videos on my laptop and I accidentally deleted your pile one reading. So here I am, back at it again. We're going to be re-recording this reading. I forgot to take this off for your energy. So you guys are going to have your own personal decks, I guess you can say, for this reading topic of today, which is where your current path is leading you. No one else in this video is going to have these decks. And what I find really interesting here, well, we're not at the reading part, but I did want to just say that there is a lot of chaotic energy with you guys, a lot of it. The fact that all of this happened at the time it did, everything happens for a reason, and I am a firm believer in that. Like, there's got to be some chaos stirring up in your life right now, and I just felt called to share that. So, let's get everything nice and ready for your reading together. There are decks here that are brand new that I just recently purchased. And in a way, I do feel called to share, whoever is at this part of the pile preparation portion for your reading, my loves, this is completely raw and unedited. But secondly, I am feeling like you guys are like one step ahead than you realize on your journey. Just because of the fact that I have to end up re-recording all of this, it just feels kind of like there's a meaning to it. You guys are one step ahead than you realize, even though it feels super chaotic right now. It's like the chaos is happening for you, not to you. So that's just something to keep in mind. But okay, my loves, let us just dive into this. We're going to shuffle cards, get all the cards out for each of the 4 questions we're going to be exploring. But that also doesn't include your final messages from source as well as your higher self at the end. So let's see. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Where is pile number 1's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them? Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Okay, beautiful. We got 1 card out. Let's keep going. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Okay, we got 2 rune cards coming through. Let's keep going. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Allow the cards to fall out, source, if they're meant for pile number 1. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Okay, beautiful. Back of the deck energy does want to come through. We have risky. Okay, we can't look at this word. We can't look at this. Unprotected. The things. STDs. Partner to partner. Unsafe decisions. Okay, so there's this energy of riskiness here that we want to keep in mind. You don't have to take it literal. This is technically like a love reading. Oh, and then right here with your significator card, we got locked, missing pieces, detached, lock away hard, can't move forward. I actually feel really called to like leave this here because it might have to do with like your significator card energy as a whole. But let's keep going. We still have 2 more decks to get into. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? Regardless of when this reading finds them, it will find them whenever it's meant to find them. Where is pile number 1's current path taking them? All right, beautiful. Oh, we got a card that fell. Oops. Ooh. All right, back of the deck wants to come through with this half of my tea leaves, and it's cup. You should accept valid criticism. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, for pile number one, my loves, where is pile number one's current path leading them, taking them? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where is pile number one's current path leading them slash taking them? Where is pile number one's current path leading them slash taking them? Where is pile number one's? Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't drop anything, because I feel like something slipped. I have my eyes closed the whole time, but I guess not. Okay. Back of the deck energy here also wants to come through. We have pin, new job slash career. Okay. We have unicorn peeping out. There's like uniqueness here to the situation. Different. Something that your circle, whether it's like your family circle, your current, like your immediate circle of people, it's new, it's different, it's intense. There's a risk to it. I don't know. Okay, last deck we're shuffling here, my Malefic Lenormand deck. Where is pile number one's current path taking them slash leading them? Where is pile number one's current path slash taking them slash leading them? Regardless of when this reading finds them. Okay, beautiful. All right. Okay, so we got the cards set up for the first set of questions, or the first question we're gonna be exploring. And there is something here about risk coming through. Okay. I want to leave this here because I feel like it's like important with your significator card. We're going to leave it there to record your reading. All right. So we got these next set of cards for the second question, which is what's shaping this direction that you're going down in terms of where your current path is taking you. All right. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one, regardless of when this reading finds them, in reference to where their current path is taking them slash leading them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one? All right. Back of the deck energy with the Prism Oracle deck wants to come through. We have love. Okay. This is my Mindscapes Tarot deck. It's like landscapes for each of the cards. It's really, really cool. And I thought it would add a lot of depth and insight into your reading. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one in reference to where their current path is leading them slash taking them whenever this reading finds them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one? What's shaping this direction right now for pile number one? Okay, so we got two tarot cards coming through. Back of the deck energy here is the Fool. Again, taking a risk, taking a chance, a leap of faith. Underneath it is the Chariot. They're going after something because they know that they can. They do have the resources to do it. I want to cut the deck though. What is this card right here? King of Swords. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Gonna leave that here. All right, let's keep shuffling, my loves. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number one? Whenever they come across this timeless reading? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? One more shuffle, Source. Okay, back of the deck wants to come through again. We have blessings. All right. Keep going. Citadel deck. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? For pile number 1. In reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? Okay. Is this reverse? I'm hearing yes, so we're going to honor it. Back of the deck again, we got the forgotten, missed opportunities, fear of failure. Okay. The forgotten. All right. And lastly, my loves, for this section, we're shuffling the final deck. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading, as it is a timeless reading, in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 1? Okay. Beautiful. Back of the deck here is Libra. I balance. And I'm hearing karma with this card. Interesting. Okay. So we got the card for the second section, my loves. Now we're going to go into the third one. And we have, again, like I said, some new decks that I never brought into my channel. Here, well, when this video is released, these are decks. This is a sacred altar cloth. There's a lot of things that are different, I know. If you guys have been subscribed to me for a while, and especially if you were like for the intro part of this reading, I'm sorry if it's like kind of confusing or disorienting in any way, shape, or form, but like, you know, you're one step ahead. What can I say? I guess this is where you're meant to get this reading from and at this time, you know? Okay, so now we're going to be seeing what continues for you if nothing changes. Like if you change absolutely nothing about how you're doing things in reference to where your current path is leading you, pile number 1, we're going to be seeing like what continues, okay? So we have 2 tarot decks we're going to be using, but let's see. What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is taking them whenever this reading finds them? What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes? What continues for pile number 1 if nothing changes? Okay, so back of the deck energy here is the 6 of Cups. Underneath it, we got the Ace of Swords and the 3 of Cups. It really does feel like there's so much excitement in the air, but it is like really mixed with anxiety. But at the same time, it's like, oh my God, like I'm doing this, like I'm taking something that I wanted this whole time, and now it's finally like happening, you know? These 2 cards are upright, or they got revealed while I shuffled. So to me, that gives me the idea that those are like significator cards for this section. All right. All right, so we got the tarot. We're going to shuffle that one last because we take reversals for that. And I'm sorry for the wrinkles. Like I'm still trying to set up. This is going to be a temporary thing for now, just because of the tower moment. Like I said, I'm experiencing, we might end up moving. So this is temporary. It's probably going to get fixed. Like it's not going to be as messy, this setup, like when I move and stuff, but that's going to take a couple months, you know? So that's just something I feel like sharing. Okay, so what continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is leading them, whenever this reading finds them, as it's a timeless reading, what continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them? What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them? Okay, so nothing else wanted to come through. Back of the deck energy does, though, and we have my boo, official status, exclusive relationship, seeing each other openly. You don't take this literal, but it can if it does have to do with love life, okay? You choose that with your discernment and intuition. There's this energy here, though, of like, it's settled. Like, this is it. Making something exclusive is like, this is my, like when you hit the gavel and the court's adjourned, you know? It's that sort of energy. So that's something interesting. All right, now, what continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What continues for pile number 1 if absolutely nothing changes in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them in this timeless reading? All right, so back of the deck energy here is the 3 of Cups. Time to celebrate social gatherings, friendship, parties, good times, reunion, collaborative, artistic pursuits. The energy of Mercury and Cancer is here with the 3 of Cups upright. So there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of closeness. There's some emotional gathering energy and emotional intimacy of some kind here. It's an intimate moment because you're making memories, you know, and you're exchanging like ideas, or there's expression, there's communication of some kind. So, you know, gatherings, you know, social gatherings, that's kind of what it is. All right. And we did have the 3 of Cups earlier in the other tarot deck, so that's interesting. All right. I'm just trying to uncrinkle this as best as I can. All right. We have the 5 of Coins in reverse. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on. I don't know, I feel like these go with that, but let's just keep them here. And then this, and then these 2. Beautiful. All right, so we got everything set up for this part. And then now we're on the 4th section before we go into your final messages from Source as well as your higher self, my love. We're using all these decks. All right, so, and we're going to be seeing where you still have the power to shift this path if you wanted to. Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path? Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path? One more shuffle. Where does pile number 1 still have the power, I guess, one more, to shift this path? All right, back of the deck here is 1 step ahead is all you need. Oh, yeah, 1 step. Oh, you're already 1 step ahead. I was saying that this entire time. That's so interesting. That's your back of the deck energy. That's your current frequency. And we have 4 and 1 on that card adding to 5, which is chaos, change. You know, it's something that is kind of like a tarot moment. So maybe we have that in common right now. You know, I'm just trying to see. I think we dropped some cards on the floor. All right. Okay, so we got 4 Sacred Creator cards. Let's see. Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path? Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path? One more shuffle. All right, beautiful. Last deck. Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path of theirs? Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path of theirs? One more shuffle. Where does pile number 1 still have the power to shift this path? All right, back of the deck here is Clear Quartz with Clarity, number 44. So there was a lot of protection. And there's this idea here of like you have a lot more options than you realize, like if you wanted to take them. Okay. Now that we got all that set up, we're gonna now get your final messages from Source. There's 3 different decks I feel called to use for this part for you guys. Okay. What are the final messages meant for pile number 1? What final messages are meant for pile number 1? What final messages are meant for pile number 1? One more shuffle. What final messages are meant for pile number 1? What final messages are meant for pile number 1? All right. We have 1 card. What final messages are meant for pile number 1? What final messages are meant for pile number 1? What final messages are meant for pile number 1? All right, so we didn't get any cards coming out, but back of the deck energy wants to come through. And it is practice, non-judgment, acceptance, compassion, understanding, and love. Underneath that, we have trust in the universe, faith, surrender, divine timing. Okay, interesting. That's very important. I don't really want to keep that in mind. And then this is going to be your animal medicine card. If you have an animal medicine that wants to come through, and we're going to read from the booklet from this deck that comes with this deck at the end of your reading. Okay, my loves. Which animal medicine is meant for pile number 1? Which animal medicine is meant for pile number 1? Which animal medicine is meant for pile number 1? All right, beautiful. Okay, my loves, so we got everything nice and set up for your reading. So very intrigued the fact that we had this card land here and why I feel so flipping called to keep it there. We're definitely going to just kind of dive right into this when I meet you at the next part, okay? Which is going to be your reading in itself. So I will meet you there, okay? Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Wise Leader card with the words, "You are a beacon for others," then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to where your current path is taking you / leading you, okay? Now, just want to get everything out of the way. Before I share and we just dive right into this, I wanted to let you know, I already recorded your reading weeks ago because I batch create my readings and they come whenever they're meant to come, and that's what I do. So I did already create it. I had the pile preparation created. I had the whole entire reading created. And you know how lengthy my readings are, guys. So if you are subscribed, like you would know, sometimes these readings can take up to an hour and a half, an hour and 40, for each of the piles. I have to do it all over again. And that's absolutely fine because I personally believe that everything does happen for a reason. So you are going to be getting decks, cards that we're going to be pulling the oracles that I chose for this particular group. No other pile in this video is going to have them. As you can also notice, I have a tablecloth. I have an altar cloth now. I believe that when I recorded this reading, where your current path is taking you, I didn't have this yet. I have him now. So there's this idea here of like quantum leaping, quantum jumping in a way, like you're changing your reality because of what you're doing now. Like there's something here about a shapeshift of some kind where you're gonna feel like you're a little bit disoriented. You're jumping into a different like timeline. Does that make sense? That's something I felt called to share. I'm just trying to take a sip of my water. And on top of that, while I'm recording this, I am going through so much chaos in my life right now. It is a heavy, heavy tower moment. But the thing about tower moments, they collapse the things that don't serve you so that you can build up the way you're meant to, right? And I'm just embracing it. Even though I have so much fear, it's also this idea of like security at the same time because I know I'm gonna figure it out because I don't like to give up. So there's this idea here for you guys of like there's chaos in the air. Let me take a sip of my water. There's chaos in the air. A lot of it. But at the same time, it's kind of like scary and exciting at the same time. It's like it's a really hard pill to swallow, but you know you got to swallow it. And it's like I'm going to do it, but I'm also scared out of my mind. Does that make sense? So there's like that crazy energy coming here. Cuz fear and expansion are on two sides of the same coin. So it's like you can't have expansion without fear tagging along. And so there's a lot of that going on in your life in reference to where your current path is taking you. And not to mention, when we were preparing your cards, like everything set up in the timestamp, you can see it. It's the section right before your reading itself, pile number 1. In that part of preparing for your reading, we had a card fly out that landed directly on top of your significator card, and I for some reason felt really called to keep it there so that when we explore your significator card right now to begin your reading, like this energy above it has something to do with it. Does that make sense? So with the wise leader, you are a beacon for others. The energy that did land on top of it is this card that says locked, missing pieces, detached, locked away heart. Can't move forward. So there's this idea here of like feeling restricted, feeling held back when in reality you're like one step ahead more than you realize in this game of life. And I don't even know what that means, but I kept channeling that when we were doing your pile preparation portion. Like I feel like you guys are one step ahead. The fact that I had to re-record this during a hectic, crazy time, in reality though, it's like helping me get one step ahead even though it's going to be crazy and hectic. It's like I feel like I'm kind of mirroring that energy for you guys too, because it's showing to me like you are like leveling up aggressively. And I don't like that term leveling up because I feel like it adds a lot of pressure to it. But it's just part of your nature, pile number 1. There's this idea here of evolution that is non-negotiable here. It's non-negotiable because it is essential for what you desire. It's essential for what your heart's deepest desires are in this life experience. But at the same time, there's restriction with it. There's this idea here of like maybe potentially holding yourself back in some way, shape, or form, or you kind of feel like you're frozen in time, even though you do technically have the whole world in your hands. It just, maybe you don't have all the answers yet, or maybe you don't fully believe that you're a wise leader just yet and that you can be a beacon for others, that you can move the mountains that you got to move on this journey. Like there's something here about like self-infliction of some kind. And not to mention too, I literally had to pull out this deck that aided you in selecting this pile. So you had the Wise Leader card. So I reshuffled my Sacred Destiny, Sacred Travelers deck that I used to get the significator cards for this reading. And you guys ended up getting a different back of the deck energy, and aside from the rest of the collective for this video, which is narrow pathway, tread thoughtfully. So there's mountains here, there's growth, but on top of the mountain is a castle in the distance. So there's this idea here, and I feel like it is growth because this little tiny tree is going to become something massive one day. You have no clue, my beautiful soul pile number 1, where this current path is taking you. And what I mean by that is just like I'm adding emphasis to this idea of like, even though it feels like it's forcing you to spread your wings and fly, it's going to prove to you and show to you how strong you've always been this entire time. Does that make sense? even though there's this idea here of like being discerning, being smart, it's asking to make sure that you show up with your head as well as your heart, and don't just show up with all head or all heart, because then too much logic gets rid of the journey and the experience, and too much, it puts you too much in survival mode. But too much of the heart gets you into illusion and rose tinted glasses energy, and you're not really seeing everything for what it is, you know. There's a lack of accountability when we have too much heart. So there's this idea here of balance with that, and treading thoughtfully is this idea of like making sure that you can show up for yourself in a grounded and level-headed way, in a sustainable way. But at the same time, there's still some distrust going on between your mind and your heart that is going to make this kind of challenging at the beginning. And I think that's why this card kind of flew and landed like this sideways on top of your significator card. So that's just something I really felt called to share before we dive into all of this, my loves. But let us start now, okay? Because we do have a lot to dive into. So, for the first section of your reading, we are exploring the direction that your current path is taking you, but I rephrased that question specifically to say, where is your current path leading you or taking you right now, okay? So we got some tea leaves cards, we got some new cards from decks that you guys haven't even seen on this channel yet. Rune cards, Malefic Lenormand deck, we have my Mystic Moon deck. We have a lot of different things that we're going to be revealing here in this first part. But before we do so, let me show you guys the back of the deck energies that wanted to come through. So first off, we have risky. I have to cover these words because they have, you know, those things. So unprotected, wabam, wabam disease, partner to partner, unsafe decision. So there's like risk here. You don't have to take this literal, okay? This is kind of like a love-based oracle deck, but I bought it because I love how many keywords it uses, because it kind of shows to us like this idea of like any deck can be used for any type of reading in tarot or oracle. It's just a matter of like using your imagination, using your intuition and discernment to be like, okay, what feels connected and what doesn't. So I really want you guys to do that in this reading today, because maybe for some of you guys, this might have to do with love life, whereas for others, it doesn't at all. And it just has to do with a massive risk that you're taking that feels very scary and frightening. You know, you're taking a chance. Underneath that though, we do have getaway, go on vacation, begin an adventure, run away together. So there's this idea, again, emphasizing this risk. You're making moves, okay? Right now, it feels like you're taking a massive leap of faith for something. So that's just something to keep in mind. And I'm going to place this here in case I get in trouble with YouTube, okay? Because I don't know if that word can be revealed. All right. Next up, for the other two back of the deck energies, well, technically it's from one deck. I just have two sets of the deck that I break in half when I shuffle. It's my tea leaves. First up, we have Pin with new job / career. I feel called to cut it. Money will be coming to you. Okay, so there's a lot of growth here. There's a lot of opportunity and potential for something beautiful to happen. You know, that's another thing to keep in mind. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it where you can still see. But then underneath it, we have involvement with the law that slid out. So on top of that, there's this idea here of like accountability. Like not everything is going to be butterflies and rainbows. Like there's this sense of like responsibility when you show up in this risk, in reference to where your current path is taking you. There's a lot counting on it, which adds so much pressure, which could be why that locked up energy is kind of over the wise leader, because you're like, can I really do it? Yes, you can. Pound number one. Yes, you can. But at the same time, on top of it, you really got to use the discernment within you to follow this through in the way that would actually benefit you the most. Because next up, for the final back of the deck energies, and these cards wanted to be revealed as well underneath, we have Cup, and it says you should accept valid criticism. And then underneath it, we had use your intuition to make beneficial changes. And then on top, beneath it is take care, or there will be a loss of material wealth. So see how we had money will be coming to you, and then take care, or there will be a loss of material wealth. There's something here about potential opportunity in this current path, but it does involve how straight you keep your head on your shoulders, how grounded and level-headed you are, you know, how realistic but also optimistic you are, because you can't just be too realistic and then try to take away the magic of it all as well. Because that's the thing that's going to help you keep going forward. You're learning how to trust yourself aggressively right now. All right, my loves. So now that we got all the back of the deck energies revealed, let us just dive right into this by looking at all the cards. So first up, with the first rune card you guys have, you have the Gebo rune in reference to where your current path is taking you. And it says gifts, both in the sense of sacrifice and of generosity, indicating balance. See, literally what I just said. All matters in relation to exchanges, including contracts, personal relationships, and partnerships. Okay, so massive commitment of some kind. We have a couple tea leaves. We'll keep those to the side for now. Next up, we have influences, others involved, third parties, intervention, manipulation. So there could be people involved. For the other rune card you received, you have the Isa rune with a challenge or frustration, psychological blocks to thought or activity, including grievances, which is kind of like that locked energy here. And then we have clown and degrading appearances, shame, humiliation. Yeah, like this energy of being judged. For a Malefique card, you have fish. We're going to be using the booklet to look into the meanings because I don't have these card meanings memorized, but it says fish with the number 34. So 3 and 4 add to 7. This has been a work in progress for a while. And then for a mystical moon card, you have the penumbral lunar eclipse, and it says illuminating shadows with the number 16, and that is the Tower card in Major Arcana. So I guess we do have something in common right now. Very different energies. Let me know in the comments down below if you guys chose this pile, because I would love to hear what is going on with you, because maybe we can relate to our own suffering. And that was a very dark, cynical joke. What I mean by that is more like embracing this moment is super uncomfortable, and I can relate. So let me know what you are embracing that is super uncomfortable, okay? And we can cry together, sarcastically, okay? Sending so much love, because crying is healthy. Okay, so we have illuminating shadows. Just as the moon illuminates the night sky, this eclipse illuminates the shadows within us, highlighting aspects of ourselves that we may have overlooked or suppressed. Embrace the power of introspection and to trust in the wisdom of your inner self. And I felt really called to include here, embrace the power of introspection and the unknown, and to trust in the wisdom of your inner self. Wow, powerful stuff. And then for the last two cards, before we go into your tea leaves, we have extreme, harshness, cutting off, erratic decision. So this was really an aggressive shape-shifting energy of some kind. And then for the final card, we have Horseman with the number 1. And the 9 of Hearts, which I believe is kind of associated with like the 9 of Cups. And again, this is reminding me, this is a timeless reading. It doesn't matter when you come across it. But as I'm recording this, we are in the year of the Fire Horse in Chinese astrology. I'm feeling the fire horse right now, that's for sure, in my personal life, but can you guys feel it? Because I think you can. Let me know in the comments, please. We don't gotta go through this stuff alone. All right, so my loves, for the tea leaves, to finish this up so we can just dive right into this, we have Weeping Willow with Family Sorrow. Next up, we have Stork, news of a birth or a new business opportunity. We've got Dolphin, financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. What is this here? Second two, we have Cracked Cup, dissatisfaction with life. And then lastly, we have Door, opportunities are waiting for you. All right. I want to shuffle tarot really quick to get a yes or no for something, but I don't have a deck to spare right now. Let me grab a deck really quick. Okay. Oops. Let me grab a deck real quick for you guys because I want to get a yes or no really quick for something that I am feeling called to get. Is this being forced? Okay, yeah. Chariot. Okay, there is some intense stuff going on. Oh, I gotta take a breath. Okay. This feels like it's been forced, but it's something that you wanted for a while and it's coming in a way that you didn't expect or plan to happen. It's like, you know how sometimes, okay, the three C's, C, 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 for some reason that's standing out to me. The letter C might be of significance to you guys, like church, cancer, sickness, because I see the word corona, even though I know that's not literal. That's Latin, I think, for crown. What else is coming through? I don't know, just the letter C. Just feel called to share that. All right, so before I go into all of this right away and we look at the meanings of the cards here, I want to make this very, very clear. Where your current path is leading you is somewhere where you never really traveled to before. Very, very different energy. This is feeling of uncharted territory here. But at the same time, it's kind of familiar at the same time because like your soul recognizes it in a weird way. I don't know how to explain it. Like it feels right. Like it feels like it makes sense to do it this way. But at the same time, you didn't want it to happen this exact way. But sometimes in life, the things that we want, they don't come to us the exact way that we intend for them to come. They just come and source reveals it to us in the way that it's meant to happen for us. So then we can get to the right energy and frequency and levels and stuff to experience exactly where the freedom lies for whatever personal definition of freedom is. Does that make sense? And I can feel that this is something going on for you. Like lunar eclipses and eclipses, there is this energy of like forced change. And we don't expect it. It comes in like the blink of an eye. Your current path is taking you down somewhere where you're going to be forced to show up as a leader in a way that you've never shown up in your life before. And there's a lot of pressure for it, but there's also a lot of like, oh my gosh, like, am I actually going to do it? And if I do I have what it takes? And I am hearing like you aggressively, yes, an aggressive yes from your guides. Like, yes, yes, yes. Pile number one, yes, you do. And even though it feels extremely risky and scary, you're not going to be alone while doing it. There's this feeling of being alone, but you're not alone. I don't know if that has to do with like support, a support system. It could be your family members, but keep in mind this family sorrow energy. Or it could be from like someone that you care about. It could be a close friend, but someone is helping you out in this and you can't be afraid to do it with them. Like I'm hearing teamwork is going to be really important here, or like a partnership of some kind is going to be very important to see this through. But at the same time, through this shift and where this current path is taking you, pile number one, there's going to be a lot of hardship, okay? The hardship, though, is essential to your growth because we got to remember with the Five of Swords, yes, the Five of Swords is about like fighting, or someone taking something back and there's defeat. But there's also this energy here. We got to remember the Five of Swords is also about like being discerning and choosing like where to take your power back and where to like not focus on certain things anymore. So there's this idea here of like officially choosing to put your foot down on certain things because this card rules Aquarius and Mercury energy. Like it's like your brain is gonna stop obsessing over the wrong things and it's gonna take a hard turn into like a tunnel where only tunnel vision can exist. And in order to like, that's something that's going to be essential on this journey. Like where your current path is taking you down and the direction your current path is taking you, it involves so much discernment and leadership energy. And in a way it's going to hit some wounds. How much Mercury energy do we have here? I'm trying to take a look. Okay, so we got 2 Cancer energies and we have 2 Mercury energies. And then what is the back of the deck energy when I ask for that yes or no? We have the 8 of Pentacles. But this is something you've been working towards. Like with this is Saturn, sorry. With Saturn and Scorpio, there's this energy here of like, oh no, sorry, I'm lying. Saturn and Virgo. There's this energy here of like, you wanted this. Okay, like this is something that aids for your security and stability in some way, shape, or form. You have the power to get there and do it. But at the same time, it's hard because it involves like a harsh reality wake up, you have so much potential for this to work beautifully on your end, but it involves how well you're going to be able to handle the highs and lows of it. It involves how much you're going to be able to handle the psychological blocks when it comes to thought or activity that you're going to have to move through. And you're going to learn a lot about yourself in this. This is like a huge shadow work healing experience for you. But let's see what fish and horseman means so we can keep adding into this. 34. Okay, fish. Wealth, abundance, prosperity, business, money affairs. See, like there's something beautiful here. And then 1 for horsemen is energy, activity, passion, success, being on your high horse, news, and messages. So you need to believe in yourself aggressively. And it's going to feel like you're a little bit delusional sometimes, is what I'm hearing. But it doesn't freaking matter. You know that where you're at right now isn't where you want to be. And it feels like you were trying to force it to be something that it didn't fully feel satisfying to be, or it just kept not satisfying you. Or it was like some sort of like play, like La La Land that was like a kind of taking you away from the real goal. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And the Year of the Fire Horse, even though this is a timeless reading, the energy's here because I'm recording it during this time, my loves. So it's like, it's as if you had all your eggs like sporadically placed in all these different baskets of your life. And I'm a very metaphorical person, forgot to put that in there in case you guys are like, what the fuck is she talking about with eggs? Okay, no, it's metaphorical. Don't take it literal, but use it as an analogy. It's like you had all these eggs in all these different baskets, and now it's like Source is like, okay, look, like this person, like our little soul right here, they gotta take a look and see what's going on, because this is temporary. This phase that you're able to do all of this, it's super, super temporary, and we need you to wake up and realize that and show up. And so it's sort of like you're showing up now, but it's through like a forced thing that involves someone else showing, like forcing you to see it. And with family sorrow, it could have to do with your family. Like there's something here that what once felt stable is shifted drastically. And you are the one that you're going to feel like you're being put to the test to fix it. But in reality, like you're not doing this alone. And I want to make that very clear. There's a lot of pressure that you're putting on yourself. It's scary, scary pressure. And it's understandable, right? Because there is some like structural thing. Like there's something here about like, the way you do it matters. How you follow through with it matters. But you're figuring it out now. That's what I'm hearing. Like you're figuring it out now. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's like anything else here, because this is something that involves a lot of aggressive movement. And I believe you're going to have the Chariot again, because I feel like we had the Chariot come up a couple of times for you. And that's like, we got a horse. You know, this is aggressive movement, aggressive growth. Horse, Pegasus, right? They're flying horses. So this is movement that you were not prepared for, but it's movement that is essential for your alignment towards where you really want to go in life. Like Source is saying, remember, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you. And I know this feels forced, but you would have never done it on your own if this wasn't a forced thing, you know? Maybe you would have, but it would have taken way too long, and you have a timeline. You have something that you want, that you deeply desire, and we're trying to see if you can get it all. We want you to be able to accomplish it all and have it all. But in order to have it all, you got to take this. And that's what I'm hearing. But it's interesting, right? Because we're also going to be seeing where you still have the power to shift this path and what continues if nothing changes. So we're going to have to see where this reading really takes us, guys. But this is really what is coming up. Okay. All right. I wasn't expecting to have to pull out another deck, but this is it. And it's kind of, I'm hearing the word adulting. Like it just feels like you're adulting more. And that's also where the scariness comes through. There's new experiences here. And it is going to feel burdensome in a way, but it's not. You need to shift your perspective on that. All right. So let us keep going, my loves. Next up, we're going to be going into the second section, where we're going to be looking at what is shaping this direction right now for you. So what specifically is shaping it? All right. For this, we have more back of the deck energies coming through. Hold on a sec. I'm going to move these back of the deck energies so we have space. I'm going to still be able to see it on my end. You guys just won't be able to see it on yours. Let's move this. For the first back of the deck energy we have here, in terms of what's shaping this direction right now, We have Libra with I balance with the number 19. 19 is the Sun card in Major Arcana in Tarot. You're rebalancing. There's what's interesting is I remember now when I did your pile preparation, when I got this card out, I felt like I heard the word karma. Immediately this card is about karma. And that makes a lot of sense now that I'm connecting the 19 with the Sun card, because that's about illumination. And Libra, I balance. Your scales are rebalancing because you've been putting too much energy into the wrong thing for too long, and now source is like, okay, I guess this is how it's got to happen to put your energy into the right things, because we want to see you happy. And you are like, you can already choose to be happy if you want to right now, but I mean, like, they want to see you prosper. They want to see you take the leap, take the shot, because there's something that you've wanted or you want deeply, pile number one, but it does require taking a massive shift for the better in terms of how you show up or have been showing up. And that's where things are getting like different. All right. For the other back of the deck energies, we have the Forgotten with missed opportunities and fear of failure. So this is something you've been trying to work towards for a while. And it might even feel like where you're at right now was like a dead end or like a loss in a way. Like it feels like you're taking the L or you're doing that to yourself. But in reality, no, my beautiful soul, you have learned so much during this time, even before the shift took place in terms of where this current path is leading you. Next up for my Mindscapes Tarot deck, we have the Fool landing upright. Landing on top as your back of the deck energy, and then the King of Spires, which is also known as the King of Swords, wanted to come through. It's like, this is a calculated risk, but the risk is still scary with the Chariot underneath, because it's full throttle ahead from here, and you do have everything you need to get it done. I want to make that very clear. Mercury and Cancer energy keeps coming through. Mercury and Cancer, Mercury and Cancer. We had it with the other deck that I took out. So, and this is like Mars, I think. So much growth. So much growth. And it really feels like you know that this is what you need. Like you know that this is essential to your journey in some way, shape, or form. It's just scary. And also, there may have been some self-sabotage that was holding you back initially. And I feel like you're aware of that. Like I keep feeling like you've been kind of given opportunity, at least during this time, to do some heavy self-reflecting. And it's like, I know that I could have done things differently, but it's like, it's happening now. And so you don't have to be in that energy forever. You don't have to be putting yourself in such like you don't have to keep labeling yourself certain things. Just keep moving forward, you know? What's shaping this direction right now? Let's keep going. For the other back of the deck energy, we have two more. It is love. Underneath love, we have rejection. You might have been avoiding this path for a while before it kind of forced you into it because you were afraid of like failing. Okay, now I get the fear of failure. It's kind of coming through here with this other back of the deck. Okay, I'm going to place this on top of these cards, guys, because I don't have space. And I'm sorry about the shadows. I'm still trying to figure out how to fix my lighting setup. And then the other back of the deck here is blessings. But it's a blessing in disguise. Underneath it is diligence, but you have to do your due diligence to get this blessing. That's the scary part. And I'm thinking of like a yellow canary when I see this. I don't know if that's the actual bird in the picture. It's just what came into my head. And canaries sing such beautiful songs. But sometimes it feels like they can sing a loop of like the same sound, the same tone, the same tune over and over again. So there's this idea again of like, you've been circling this, like circling a drain about this thing for a while in reference to where your current path is taking you. But now it's like you're ready to break it and sing a different song. Like it's a blessing in disguise, you know, that's what keeps coming through. This had to happen eventually. It was going to. All right. So what is continuing? What's shaping this direction right now? We're going to lay these cards on top of these. First up, we have the Vengeance with overcoming slights, a choice. Overcoming slights, a choice. See, like this feeling of, actually I'm lying, I'm going to place it here. There's this feeling of
you felt like you did something or you got played in some way. It's like you took these rose-tinted glasses off and boom, now you have this feeling of like a lot of hardship that you're gonna have to go through now, through this path. Let's keep going. We have community. Something's healing though through this, a lot. Next up we have fear. Something wants to come through here. We have another Citadel card, but it's in reverse, and it's the Orator, communication and confidence, but it's in reverse. We're going to probably read the booklet to understand the reversal for that. We have 2 Mindscape Tarot cards, and then the last card here, we have Uranus with Genius with the number 9. Ignore, I'm sorry if you can hear that vacuum sound in the background. So what's shaping this direction? We got 9 and 9. One of the things that is shaping this direction right now for you, pile number 1, is just a change. Like Uranus is the planet of change and like Aquarius energy. There's a lot of Aquarius energy I think that we also saw earlier too. So we need to remember, my love, like sometimes things change for the better. And it just so happens that this change requires a lot more endurance from you or like action of some kind. And it's scary because you don't know if you're going to be able to handle it, but you've been preparing for this moment. And I think that's why it had to unravel this way. There was a lack of communication in some way that led to it happening this way too, when it comes to your community in some way, shape, or form. Community can be family, community can be friends. Aquarius is always thinking about the people or for the people. It's like ruled by the 11th house energy. 11th house is like humanitarianism energy, community. So there's again like this idea of like you were trying to do something out of the box, and doing the thing out of the box led to another thing that's coming out of the box, and it all unraveled this way so you can gain so much wisdom. Like you have so much wisdom to give now because of how things unraveled the way they did and what led you to where you're at now. Now for the last 2 tarot cards, you have here the 7 of Spires, which is known as the 7 of Swords in this deck. And then we have the 8 of Spires, which is the 8 of Swords in this deck, and they both have a lot of mountains. The dark and the light. Even though the 7 of Swords and the 8 of Swords has their own heavy energies to it, my bad, my throat. There's still this idea here of like the light and the dark. The light and the dark. One of the things that's shaping this direction right now is your anxiety, okay? You might be seeing things worse than they actually are, or like you need to move as fast as possible than you actually need to. There's also this idea of like guilt, you know, embarrassment here, like shame. There was a strategy that had to change. And this strategy was a hard thing to set up, and now it's like you're going to have to go through another hard thing to set up another thing. And there's this fear because it kind of feels familiar because you did this already, but you're doing it in a very different way now, and this way involves more responsibility. Let me see what the Orator in reverse means. Okay, let me just see what the meaning is here. The Orator, page 74. So 7 and 4 add to 11. So there might be something here for you to keep in mind. I would invite you to write it down when I share it, and then you can always come back to it in your own time, my love. Something you can reflect on. Okay. So in reversed, someone, perhaps even you, is saying things that aren't necessarily true. Their words are what they think others want to hear. Though there can be a kindness in white lies, you'll quickly become tangled in a net of your own making. Honesty is the best policy, and if you choose your words well, a harsh truth doesn't have to be difficult to hear. A hard truth doesn't have to be difficult to hear. You're trying to choose something that feels very risque, And you might actually be holding yourself back from doing the more strategical thing because you're afraid of what would happen if you do. When in reality, it's the blessing in disguise. And that's where this current path is trying to take you down. Does that make sense? You're in the middle of like making a choice for yourself. Now I'm understanding all of this because something met its dead end in a way. It's not necessarily a dead end, but no, it's a dead end. You might not want to believe that it's fully a dead end. There's this idea here of still like you're in some form of illusion. You're not fully truly being honest with yourself. You need to talk to people. Like, I don't know if this situation involves another person. Like, you can be in a relationship with someone and it involves like your home life, or it involves like something to do with like your daily routine. Like, that's changing aggressively. Like, there's something here about teamwork and other people involved is what's shaping this direction for you. And it kind of feels like you don't really have a choice because they're like the overseer of some kind, or it's just forcing a lot of change. This community, whatever this third party is, it's forcing a lot of change. It could be like a legal thing too. It could be like a government. It could be like a higher power. Does that make sense? You have to plug this in as you see fit. People. But you're still kind of torn a little bit between where to go or how to do it because of all this chaos that it feels like it's erupting in your life. It's an aggressive tower moment. When in reality, it feels like a part of you really wants to just fight it and like try to make it happen regardless, or like do something. There's an idea here that's trying to come through. With the King of Branches, we got the King of Wands. You really want to believe in yourself. You want to fight to stay part of it. Like 777 is a number that's going to be of significance for you guys. I highly recommend you write it down and look up the meaning of that number, like on ChatGPT or like Gemini AI or whatever, Google, the meaning of it when you see it. There's a message there for you. But you have a lot of options with this. It's just the direction that's shaping this path for you right now, or what's shaping the direction that this path is taking you down right now, pile number one. It involves a lot of anxiety and illusionment if you allow it to. I'm hearing if you allow it to. So it's like the way that I describe this whole section, it feels like I kind of took it down two different avenues. And I think it's because Source is trying to show to you like it's really how you show up and handle the challenge or the frustration. Do you allow the psychological blocks regarding your thoughts and activity of some kind like get in the way of this ability to see the options in front of you? Because you're very smart, pile number one, and you have a lot of resources that are going to help you tremendously. You just got to apply them to this situation. And that is this is leading you down somewhere where you're becoming a very strong leader, a leader that I don't even think you realized you would be able to show up as, or you always thought it was going to be farther than it is. And now the time has come, and it's like, how do you step up now? There's something about that here. So let's see what continues though if absolutely nothing changes. So if you don't change your thoughts, if you don't change how you're showing up, what continues for you if absolutely nothing changes in this, okay? Let's take a look at that. All right, so we have my labradorite crystal. So we've got two significator cards that wanted to come through, and then we have, I think, back of the deck energies here. Yeah, okay. So let me just make sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, we have a couple back of the deck energies here. So for the first back of the deck energy, you don't have to take this literal, but you can if it does have to do with love life. We have my boo, official status, exclusive relationship, seeing each other openly. So I feel like if this doesn't have to do with a relationship, which I feel like for most of the people that chose this pile might not have to, there's this idea here of officializing something. So you would be, if you continue down this path and nothing changes, eventually you're going to like officialize a plan of attack. You're going to officialize how you're going to show up in this situation, and it's going to force you to make a move. We also have, for back of the deck energies, the Three of Cups upright, and it's ruled by, look at this, Mercury and Cancer. Mercury and Cancer has been showing up like crazy in your pile, and now we have one card that combines both with time to celebrate, social gatherings, friendship, parties, good times, reunion, collaborative artistic pursuits, and underneath it we have the Four of Wands upright, celebrating union, community support, united lovers, homecoming, party, celebration, wedding. And that has to do with Venus and Aries. So there's this idea here of, oh, and I forgot to show you the other back of the deck really quick. We have the Six of Cups, and underneath it is the Ace of Swords and the Three of Cups again. So what continues if nothing changes? You are going to eventually choose where your gut's trying to take you. You are eventually going to do the thing that feels right, that feels more safe in a way, familiar, but it's coming from a smart place. And it does involve through some form of communication of some kind or support, you know? Like I said, you have a lot more resources than you realize. So there's this idea here of like not being afraid to let yourself get out of this anxiety induced thinking that's going to help you be able to get the results that you want. Like that is something that you're going to be able to start working towards. Cancer and Mercury, Cancer and Mercury. Okay, so we got, oh, and then for the back, the two significator cards we've got the Ten of Swords and the High Priestess. It's like, what continues if absolutely nothing changes? You're officially showing up as a leader. You are officially choosing to step into this unknown and do it even if you don't have everything figured out. You are choosing to be a leader in the moment, regardless of whatever unknowns there might be. I'm going to move these cards out of the way, but I can still see them on my end. Okay. Let me move these cards. Actually, no, we're going to keep them there. I feel like I should for some reason. All right. We have, first up, the Wheel of Fortune upright it's ruled by Jupiter and Capricorn with decisive moment. Oops. And it just fell. Okay, we're going to do my five thing because it just fell in reverse. So let me just see. 1, 2, show me if it's upright or reverse. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, upright. Decisive moment. And it says chance, life cycles, karma, destiny, good luck, expansion. It's time. Fortune, change, and fate. Next up, we have the Five of Pentacles in reverse. It's ruled by Taurus and Mercury, out of the woods. Looking ahead, positive changes, rebuild, acceptance, recovery, and turning point. For the tarot, we've got the Ten of Wands. The Magician. Does this want to be in reverse? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, upright. The Queen of Wands. I want to place this here. And then lastly, we have the Wheel of Fortune. Again, the Wheel of Fortune's coming through twice. So this is massive, massive change, pile number 1. For the final card here, we've got hung up, fixated, obsessive, attachment, and focusing in. Okay. And extreme, right? So there's this extremism here. And I'm also filming this during like Taurus season, I believe. So yeah, Taurus season, we just entered it, I think, last week. So, or like a couple days ago. This is crazy, like, shadow healing. I want to make that very clear. So what continues if nothing changes for you, pile number 1? If you do absolutely nothing differently, or like if you like give up on this, like if you don't give up on this, there is a massive expansion happening in your life in the sense of your physical world, your material world, your external world. Like your energy's changing. It's going to massively change. And it's going to feel kind of burdensome at the beginning, but you're going to be able to handle it. Like, I know it's going to feel like you won't be. And right now there's probably a lot of doubt because it still has yet to fully like unravel. And this is still at the beginning stages of it. But you will, because you're not going to be doing it alone. I feel like you might think you are, but you have a community, like you have people, and you're creative, like you are able to come up with these things. You have a very loving and warm-hearted like nature to you that gravitates people to like want to show up and help out. And so you're very much more lucky than you realize. And you got to not be afraid to use your power of like warmth, to have those other people come in and help out. This other thing that's coming through as well, though, is if you're not careful, because remember how I said there was a lot of fear that was also coming in? How you show up, it's kind of weird because we're looking at what continues if absolutely nothing changes. So you're going to be still, whether something changes or doesn't change, like this is still kind of like a forced shift in your life that you have to like embrace and figure out how to move forward on. But how you move forward, if nothing changes right now, like your current energetic frequency, it does have a lot to do with fear. It's going to lead you to being able to still do the thing, but you're going to do it under a lot more stress than is necessary. You're going to be doing it in a way where it feels like you're abandoning your nervous system, where it feels like you're burning yourself out often, where it's going to feel like your fire horse energy, again, we're using that, is too sporadic, too quick, too fast, and it's not taking time for rest enough. So you have to be careful with that. There's a lot of fire. There's a lot of quick thinking that needs to happen, a lot of adaptation. But to practice embracing it is what's going to help you the most coming out of this, or moving through this path that life is taking you down right now. Everything's changing. And there's this idea here of like, you're not meant to know everything just yet with this high priestess energy, but at the same time, you need to trust. And the reason why I think you're not supposed to know everything is because it's dependent upon how you handle it. It is very dependent upon how you show up. It's dependent upon whether you do this from a place of fear or whether you do this from a place of like healthy control, in the sense of like your leadership. Like leadership, showing up, doing what is required of you. Like show up as if you are the beacon for others. Get rid of this idea of can't move forward. Don't shut yourself down to take care of it. Turn yourself up. Open your heart up even more to take care of it and see the difference in what happens. And that's where the shadow work comes in, because it is going to force you to do a massive pivot on how you normally handle these chaotic times in your life in comparison to your past moments where you've not experienced the same exact thing, but just chaos in general. This is a very different type of chaos, but it's still like what continues if absolutely nothing changes is like your lack of ability to handle it wisely. And trust me when I say burnout isn't fun, you're not going to want to go through a moment where you're crashing all over again and burning, because you might have done this before. This is a natural nervous system response that you get a lot. And I think that's why the Chariot card kept coming through so often, because sometimes the Chariot, when it's not grounded energy, it's just about like going, doing, just like so it's like, how can you breathe? Make sure that you're still showing up. Because there's going to be a lot of parts in this journey moving forward where you're not going to be able to know anything until it just happens. And so it's just about like taking action in the moment too. Like sometimes you can't prepare all the time. You could try to prepare and you could do it in a smart way. Like I said, be discerning, but also have some heart in it too, and flow and breath. So that's something that's going to be really important here. But like I said, if you don't do that, it's going to feel like you're handling things, but you're burning yourself out in the process aggressively, because this change is meant to happen inevitably. It's part of your karma. It's part of rebalancing the scales. But how you do it matters in reference to whether you want it to be a positive experience or less debilitating for you, honestly, pile number one, because it is going to be tiring, but how you handle it matters. Okay, now this is where we are going to now move into the final section before we go into your final messages from source, which is where we're going to be looking at where you still have the power to shift this path. So maybe that's going to help us get some more insight on what I just shared as well. So for the back of the deck energies here, we've got one step ahead is all you need, and the number 4 and 1 adding to 5. So again, there's an idea of like aggressive change, chaos, but I know you might think it's like chaotic right now. Your brain might feel like it's in a frenzy, it's hectic, it's frantic, it's too much. sometimes, but it's all happening for your greater good. And I know that you know that. I can feel it in my bones that you know that. Overrate your intuition. So you need to listen to that calling. You know already that this is what you're meant to do. And the number 2 is, I think, kind of like confirming this high priestess energy of like, you are aware that this is what you needed to rise. So it's just hard. It's a hard pill to swallow, but you are one step ahead more than you realize. The fact that this came out as the back of the deck energy, and I channeled it during your pile preparation portion, my beautiful pile number 1s, it's giving me this indication of like, you're more ahead on your path than you realize to get to a certain outcome or goal. It's just hard to see it that way because of the dead end feeling that you still have, or it feels like a dead end, but you still learned a lot, but it's not taking you exactly where you wanted to take you, but it still taught you a lot. Does that make, it's so contradicting, but it like, your brain's going like this. But just remember, like, you are one step ahead, and now you're taking another massive quantum leap for yourself. So beautiful. And then for the final back of the deck energy here, we've got clear quartz with the number 44. So you are aggressively protected right now. And this is happening for your greater good with the 2 4s, and clear quartz with the term clarity. So underneath it, we've got Kali. Oh, wow, that's so beautiful, with 3 and 6 adding to 9. So there is a force shedding. There's a completeness here. There's leadership energy, standing up for yourself, fierce love. Kali, I think, is like the destroyer of the universe, I believe, in Hinduism. So this is like a forced release. This is a forced growth point in your life that feels very catastrophic. It kind of feels like a volcanic eruption in your life. You didn't know when the volcano was going to erupt, but it was a matter of time when it was going to. And now it's just a matter of listening to your inner world, like your inner knowing that's going to help you during this time. You need to trust yourself more than you've ever trusted yourself before, pile number 1. And this is going to test that aggressively for you on this journey. How much you trust yourself is where you're going to have the power to shift this. But you need to remember that you have made it far already. You've made a lot of progress on your journey than you have in comparison to 2 to 3 years ago. You got to give yourself more credit than you normally give yourself, because I think that's really going to help shut off that anxiety thing that's holding this wise leader in you back. Okay. So let us now move into the cards. So again, where you still have the power to shift this path. Let's see. First up, you got stop, drop, and ground. Stop, drop, and ground with the number 3 and 1 adding to 4. Again, grounding. Next up, we have get back to elemental. 4 and 8 adding to 12. So changing your perspective, reconnecting to all your senses right now. Next up, we've got prosperity, sisters, our happiness and joy. Where was 36? Wasn't it just here? 36. See, you need to embrace this change. The fact that Kali is number 36 and prosperity, sisters, our happiness and joy, like that has to do with you embracing this change as essential, that it's helping you grow. Don't see it as a negative. And I think that's the thing that's going to help you the most. You need to see the positives in this, because there is a lot. It's just hard to see it right now. There's a fear with it. Allowing yourself to believe that it's a positive is scary right now. Next up, we have portal. Doors are opening. You decide. Rewards, wild card. Again, choice. Lastly, we have messenger, serious energy, bringing harmony and balance. I'm going to look into the booklets for these, because there's a lot of questions. Like each of these cards, I think, have like self-inquiry question that you can use for yourself. So if you resonate with them, like, you can pause the video when I bring the booklet up to the screen, and you can use that to your advantage. And then we lastly have changes with the number 10. That's Wheel of Fortune, right? 10 and Major Arcana. And we have Ustrasana with the number 16. Again, 16's coming through with Tower, camel pose. Endurance. There's a bump in the road, but you are showing up. And that's how you do it. All right. So let us get these booklets out. All right, beautiful. And yeah, I really feel like the message with these cards and this part of your reading is through the booklet. So I'm going to look through, I'm going to skim each of the pages. I'm going to read whatever calls out to me, that stands out to me in my psyche. And then you're going to listen to it. I'm going to try to keep it as close as I can. I'm going to bring it up for a moment. You could pause the video if you need to, take a screenshot, write down what you need to do for what resonates with you, okay? So for stop, drop, and ground for page number 31, we've got essential meanings: mindful presence, finding joy, blending hobby and duty, a pause in the day, connections with friends and family, exercise and self-care, nutrition, gifting yourself unconditional love, feeling undeserving of joy, learning to accept your past, releasing limiting beliefs, a need to spend time with people you love, taking notice when you are in overdrive, feeling overwhelmed, a need to relax. Okay, so stop, drop, and ground isn't about sticking your head in the sand and pretending that everything is wonderful when it's not. It's not about chanting positive mantras when you honestly feel like muck inside. It's about finding the real happy wherever you are. It's about actively pursuing grounded presence today while remembering that it doesn't have to be perfect to be perfectly blissful. If you're repeatedly worrying about metrics, relationships, or money, you need to stop. Grab a tea and play hooky from your to-do list for a while. Know that you are deserving of the sacred pause. How long has it been since you gave yourself a moment to pause just for the joy of it? If you've been caught up in the hustle or feeling anxious or stressed about the future, it's time for a pause. Full stop. It's time to ground yourself with self-love. And while stopping and dropping can feel drastic, especially if you've been on the hamster wheel of busy for a while, it's also perfect medicine for resetting and realigning your goals with the path you are on. So there's this idea here of being on the wrong hamster wheel. Remember when I said you're putting too many eggs in all these different baskets? It's kind of forcing you to like a full stop and re-look at where you're prioritizing things and how can you rearrange them to feel better and grounded so you can move forward. And now I'm going to zoom in for the questions that associate with this card in case it resonates. So it says, when was the last time you laughed till you cried? Maybe it's time to schedule a lunch date with a good friend. When you stop, drop, and ground, what do you notice? Have you been so caught up in the details of what you're doing that you've forgotten your joy? Beautiful. Okay, next up, we're going to, actually for here, I actually feel called to give you like a channeled message. We're not going to use the booklet. So I did share it already. 36 and 36, they match with Kali. Kali is like the destroyer of the universe. Okay, she's an extremely powerful deity in Hinduism. So there's this idea here of like, this change, it feels like a tower moment, I know, but you need to see it as a blessing because it is a blessing. And I know that it's hard to see it that way, but you didn't get this card for no reason. So there's this idea here of just letting yourself load up on the energy, the juices you need inside of you, the resources, mental resources to aid you on preparing for this. I'm hearing fight, but it's technically not a fight. It's more like just an expedition. You know, when someone's preparing to go on a really long expedition, you know, if someone's training to climb the Alps or hike through the Alps, that's a very long journey. And they need to get prepared. They need to put all the right things in their backpack and have the right gear and stuff. There's this idea here of doing that for yourself right now. And in order to be able to do that, you need to get in that energy of like, this happened because you know that it is essential for your growth. This happened because you know that this is the next step required of you to become the leader that is required of you to get the things that you genuinely want to experience in this life. Source is trying to show that to you right now because here in conjunction we have portal, doors are opening, you decide, rewards, and wild card, which is where I actually think I want to go first. Okay, so portal, let me see if I can find it. Where does it go? Okay, so doors are opening for you. Your thoughts are extra powerful for you right now. Planets are aligning. The timing is right. The universe is saying yes. Your hard work is being rewarded. This is a time when you can reap the rewards for efforts made in the past. It's also a time when you can achieve a lot. Great leaps can be made. Extreme, that word coming through again. Extreme transformation can occur. Great distances can be traveled in a short space of time. What experience would you like to have? What do you want to create? What new adventure would you like to manifest? Don't lose focus. Use this moment in time wisely. Be conscious and clear with your emotions and thinking. Projects that you've been working on are coming to fruition and things are in full bloom. When this card comes up, it's a sure sign that effortless change is possible. If you've been looking for a sign, this is your portal into that new reality. Now is the time to make big changes. If you've been guided to switch things up, you are extremely well supported right now. Star Seed Soul Inquiry. What would you most like to experience? And how can you experience that during this journey? Because you're going to, and you will, but you need to shift the perspective. All right. So let me just get it ready for when we go here. Messenger 92. All right. So how beautiful is that? For getting back to elemental, I did want to see what that has to do. And I do think it's aligned with the Ustrasana card. So let us get back to elemental. So getting back to elemental, a time to bring some elemental magic into your life, getting outside, doing something wild, letting go of who you believe you have to be. There we go. Stepping into your elemental self, breaking free of pragmatism and logic, a time to explore a world with a childlike curiosity, getting past the fear of change and the fear of trying new things. Ooh! The elements in the most magical circles are earth, air, fire, and water and spirit. And these elements create all matter in life. It's time to break things down into your simplest elements and get back to your roots. What are the basics of what you're building? If you're a seasoned creator, what was your original plan or your original dream? There's a likelihood that you've grown since you began your journey, and it may be time to shift your plans so that they make more sense for you now. Get back to the basics of exploring the world like a child and seeing things anew. Fresh eyes will offer you a fresh perspective, and when you break things down into their most basic parts, you can put them back together in novel ways. Here is the question. When you think of the magic available to you in fire, water, earth, air, and spirit, what comes up for you under each element? Write a list. When it's done, can you see how your list could help you understand your next steps? How could elemental energies inspire you? How could you bring more fire into your life, or air, water, earth? And if you don't know what that means, I highly recommend that you plug this question into AI online. And the reason why I put the AI thing in there is because it will help you kind of like explain it better. And it'll give you more of like a basis to look at, and it'll help you be able to kind of like explore it, figure out what these words mean to you and things like that. But I really feel like this would be a beautiful exercise for you guys, because this puts you in the right perspective to remember that this is all happening for you. But let us plug it into Ustrasana. And let's see, 16. Steadiness and tolerance. Tap into camel energy, which is both adaptable and resourceful. Find sweetness at your heart center as it opens to life as it is. Don't be surprised if this posture brings up emotions that are stored in your pelvis. Look up the camel pose. I actually love camel pose. There's different ways to do it for a beginner versus advanced version. And it's not even advanced, but just the evolution of the pose. I actually love this pose. It's really heart opening. And I feel like it could be a pose that could benefit you right now when it comes to release or breath. So here you go. But I would recommend that you look up a video on YouTube on how to do it, just because this is a pose that I don't want you guys to get injured from, because if you do it wrong, it's not going to be comfy. Okay, my loves? So, oh, and here are the reflections. What are your limits? When was the last time you were out of your comfort zone? Travel can help you expand. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Affirmation, my breath helps me adapt to any situation. And this is an affirmation I am literally using for myself as we speak, because I'm going through this shit right now, so I can relate. Okay, my loves, like, please, my breath helps me adapt to any situation. Yes, I love it. Yes, it's like growth. I love this. This is divinely led. I love it. I love it. I love it. And lastly, my loves, for this part, we've got changes and messenger. So, the natural cycles of life, a positive outcome, a turning point, good luck, karma, destiny, the unfolding of your soul path, welcoming adventure and mystery. Things may be getting out of control, unwanted external influences, the ups and downs of life, the inevitable nature of change, feeling uprooted in change, an opportunity to let go of old and outdated visions of your future. Your miracle is coming to you through a change that's already begun. Everything is about to shift, and you are at the right place at the right time. As the wheel of fortune turns, it brings with it some significant blessings. Aren't you ready to breathe in some positive change? I'm pretty sure you ordered it. You literally asked for this. Ooh, I got goosebumps. You may already find yourself in the midst of this vortex, and if so, you are being gifted an incredible opportunity to reach out and grab your success. Don't be afraid to step into something new and to welcome self improvement and challenge as you say yes to novel experiences. Is there something that you've been wanting to shuffle and upgrade in your life? Your current situation is a little bit too small for your big, badass future. So prepare to amp it up a notch. Get ready to embrace Lady Luck and welcome your future with trust and courage because fortuitous fortune favors the brave. Oh my god, my words. Have you been hanging out on the cusp of change for a while now? How will you know when the gentle beginnings of change have arrived? What evidence will you see? Name it. What lucky chances have helped you along the way? Well, how could luck, intention, and destiny interact together in your favor? Believe and you shall, and it shall happen. 2-2, High Priestess, 2, energy, trust. And lastly, with it paired is Messenger to finish up this part of your reading, my loves. We've got Sirius energy bringing harmony and balance. You're part of a lineage of souls who have dedicated their lifetimes to the upliftment of the planet, to returning time and again to see the light, the crystalline ones, the ones who are here to plant the sacredness of life back in, to honor both the sacred feminine and masculine. Many ascended masters are thought to be connected to the energy of Sirius, often appearing as a shade of blue. They hold the frequency of pure love and are here to help the masculine and feminine exist in harmony, to ensure greater balance, to help us see that we're all connected, and that the masculine and feminine energies exist within us all. You're being called to bring about this balance and harmony between the masculine and feminine, to be a guardian of harmony and balance on earth. A rebalancing of the masculine and feminine is occurring worldwide. It's a resurgence of a sacred union within us all, of the sacred within us all. A rekindling of heaven and earth. You can begin to bring harmony and balance by creating it in your own life. The ripples of flow will flow from there. You can honor and balance the sacred masculine and feminine energies within yourself and others. A starseed soul inquiry. How are you being called to bring harmony to your life or the planet? How are you being called to honor the sacred masculine and feminine within you? Remember, these pair, okay? So I really hope that you guys did do the pause, do the write me down stuff. I did tell you everything that you should be doing, how to do it. I think this is such beautiful advice, and oh my god, I would love to know, like, please give me feedback in the comments down below, guys. Like, I love to hear your stories. I love to hear your feedback. Like, it makes my heart so warm, and it would feel so nice to know that I am not the only one going through some crazy ass shit right now. Okay, my love, so let me know with that. And for your final messages, we got some cards for you, my loves. And we get a back of the deck energy too. So we have an animal medicine card that wanted to come through for your final messages to wrap up your reading. And first up, let's show you, you have practice non-judgment with acceptance, compassion, understanding, and love. And I think this is towards yourself. You are meant to trust in the universe right now, have faith, surrender, and trust in the divine timing, because there's things that you don't know about right now. And that's the scary part. But the thing, like, while you're waiting around, sometimes you're being too hard on yourself about this. You're being too hard about where you've gone, where life has led you right now, and you're meant to release that. You are meant to just trust and know that all of this is helping you for the betterment of you, and you need to release any limiting beliefs that are holding you back to go into this transformational time in reference to where this current path is leading you, my love. On top of that, you also received, you are the breath. So I think this is actually emphasizing that affirmation with breath. Your breath is the thing that's going to help ground you during the chaotic times. You need to remember to take massive breaths whenever you're feeling overwhelmed. I've been doing that a lot. Loud, exaggerated sighs, basically. It's going to sound like. Listen and connect to your intuition. You are the breath. Whenever you feel overwhelmed. 9, leadership energy. 9 has come through so many times. The number 9 is of significance to you. Highly recommend you write it down and look into the meaning of it in your own timing, my love. We've got listen and connect to your intuition. You are the breath. 9 of Pentacles keeps coming through in my head when I'm like envisioning the card itself. And that is my favorite card because it's about self-sufficiency and someone that had to work their booty off to get to a life of their own creation. Work so hard. And now they made it. They're self-sufficient. They were financially independent in some way. Or it's more like, I did all of this on my own. I did it, or I took the chance and I kept growing even in the chaos. I kept showing up as a leader of my own life, and here I am now. Listen and connect to your intuition. You know the steps that you have to take. You are capable of doing it. You just doubt yourself sometimes, but this is where you need to have more faith in yourself and recognize that in releasing any limiting beliefs, this is going to be your biggest like gift that you can give yourself to move through this path, this inevitable path. And lastly, my loves, we have the owl with the number 21. 21 is giving me the World card in Major Arcana energy. So you are officially ready. And it's reminding me of the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords with the High Priestess. Like these two cards together. You are official, because the owl reminds me of the High Priestess. And the 21 is about the world. It's a completion of some kind. Like you are finishing a cycle, a chapter, a season in your life where you are done doubting yourself, or this is the journey of where this current path is taking you. You're officially going to stop doubting yourself. And the more you stop doubting yourself, the more this path will work in your favor. But you need to believe in it like you've never believed in anything before, even if it's risky, even if it's scary, even if it's so unknown and new to you and your soul and your psyche and your brain. That's where expansion lies. It lies beyond the comfort zones. It lies beyond the things that we are already familiar with. It lies in the uncharted territories. And you can see a little vision. I know you can. You have to listen to those things, my love. I believe in you. And this kind of feels like healing for me because I think I needed to hear that for myself too, you know? All right, so we have Let's Go to Owl Medicine for you, and we're going to read it to finish up your reading, my love. So we have owl, magic, omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. The word is deception. Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Owl is called night eagle on several medicine wheels used by Amerindian teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east direction, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Owl hunts its prey at night. Not only can owl see in the dark, it can also accurately pinpoint and identify any sound. This gives it a great advantage when seeking food. Owls are the night hunters. Some native people are fearful of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it strikes, for its beak and talons are razor sharp. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers and witches. If owl is your medicine, you will be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts. And I think this has to do with the shadow work healing. You should resist any temptation to practice black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or being. If you have owl medicine, these night birds will have a tendency to collect around you, even in the daytime, because they recognize a kinship with you. Is it any wonder that in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom? This is because owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. Where others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is true. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder which revealed unseen truths to her. Owl had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth as opposed to only a half-truth. If owl is your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how they try to disguise or hide it from you. You may be a little frightening to be around, since so many people have ulterior motives which you see right through. If you're unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities for granted. Others never do. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness, for you cannot be fooled. Owl medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than the person knows about herself or himself. If you have pulled the owl card, you're being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further alignment. So, there you have it, my love. Honestly, if you do feel called, I am currently taking one-on-one clients. I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing and soul remembrance, and I do feel like for some of you guys, maybe the situation that you're going through, if you did end up pulling this pile, could benefit you if you were to share it with me, or you can always share it in the comments, really just opening up about it in some place of community, not to mention you got the Three of Cups twice and community a lot in different ways in different decks. The energy of community and people, like I feel like it will help you be able to like show up stronger in this part of your life and reference to where your current path is leading you, the inevitable path in a way. But you have the power to shift how you handle it, and that's what this reading really showed you, which it feels very powerful. So I want to let you know, like, failure is not failure unless you label it as such and you give up. There's no failure here. I don't feel it. I didn't sense it. I just felt growth, ascension, empowerment, and leveling up energy the entire time I channeled your reading. It's just how you see it, that like whether you see it as a failure or not, whether you see this as terrifying and you're not going to be able to do it or not. But I see so much empowering energy all around. It feels like your guides are believing in you more than you believe in yourself, and they want you to believe in yourself so much right now, to the point that it's going to feel like you're a little bit crazy. You know what I mean? In a good way. Because you have more power than you realize under your belt, my beautiful soul. And it's only until that you see that as your truth that this is going to work with you. So stay connected to your spirituality. Have faith, connection, inner peace, and guidance. Continue to listen to the calls. Look around, see if there's any signs that are coming to you. If you see any feathers around, maybe that's a sign that you're on the right path. There's this idea here that you are not alone, okay? You are more protected than you realize, my love. And you are one step ahead more than you realize. And this is just the next step to get to your next end goal or path or wherever. So with that being said, my loves, I send you so much unconditional love. And again, the offer is still there if you do feel called to schedule a free soul clarity call with me. It's a no pressure space where we can connect and see if maybe working one-on-one would be a good fit for you. And you can always share, debrief a little bit with me about what's going on here. I would love to connect if you do feel open to it. But if not, again, the comment section in this video is always there for you. It's an anonymous space where you can just share what you're going through so you don't feel like you have to carry it on your own. If you can give this reading a like, if you can subscribe, share the video to anyone you think that would benefit, any little form of engagement really does show to YouTube, the algorithm, like, hey, these readings can really help somebody. And it really helps support me and the community I am trying to build here, which is a community of like-minded individuals that do agree with me with the statement of healed people are who help heal this world. But in order to show up and be enough of a ripple effect, we got to create the ripple effect by showing up and stretching the message out there. And I really want to show people that we don't need to just use tarot to like control, okay? Because sometimes we go too much in the lens of controlling our future and not enough in the lens of healing the things that have been holding us back from getting to the futures we want, which we are capable of. And that's on us. That's where we have to hold ourselves accountable. And the cards are like a mirror. They're like a mirror that show you what's going on in your soul. And it's so healing. Like this is where I make my pick of cards very self-growth oriented and deep healing oriented, because I'm trying to show you guys how to embody more self-trust. You know, there's nothing wrong with checking up on your future every once in a while, but obsessing with it is a different thing, and that just creates more anxiety and more procrastination in your life, because you're going to keep thinking like, oh no, if there was one little shift in your energy right now, you're changed your whole trajectory. But you choose where you want to go by what you put in, how much effort you put in, what you give, you get out. You know what I mean? It's the laws of the universe we got to look at. So with that being said, I know that was a mouthful. I send you guys so much unconditional love. I feel so honored that I got to show up and do this reading for you. And I feel so honored that I got to get some healing medicine from what you guys are going through as well. So with that being said, hopefully I'll see you in my other pick of card readings to come. And I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye. Okay. Hello, my beautiful pile number twos. This is not the actual reading portion of your session with me today in this pick a card, but this is going to be the raw, organic, completely unedited pile preparation portion for your reading. Okay, my loves. So we're going to be sliding this card out to the side. The significator card, right?
And we're going to just dive right into this because we do have a lot of different decks that we're going to be exploring and kind of shuffling through today. I don't really think that we're going to get all the cards from each of the decks, but we'll be surprised because honestly, pile number one got a good amount of them. So I'm really just going to let source guide me here. I'm not really going to have an expectation or number or goal of how many cards I get out for each pile. Or deck. I'm just going to trust the process, allow everything to unravel the way it's meant to, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so we're just gonna get all the piles or decks out. I keep saying piles. For all the decks that we're gonna be using for this first section, where we're gonna be exploring the direction your current path is taking you. So we got all the decks out here, including my panoramic tarot deck. And we're gonna just get right into the shuffling, get everything ready. And I'm so sorry about this really ugly glare. I'm not entirely sure why the glare is as bad as it is. I have been trying to fix it. You know, I wipe down this table every time I'm going to record, but sometimes I guess, I don't know if it's like maybe the way I move my arm or if some candle wax falls, like there's going to be some staining. I am planning on getting a tablecloth that I'm going to be covering here just because this glass table is getting a lot of scratches and it's starting to bother me. So, you know, be prepared. Hopefully that increases the appeal to the look visually while we do these readings together, my loves. So let's dive into this, all right? So what's the direction that pile number two's current path is taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them? This is a timeless reading. Oh, okay, we got two cards that shut out. We're going to keep them to the side. Back of the deck energy does want to come through within this deck. We're not going to be exploring it right away. I'm just going to place it to the side here, and we're going to keep going. Oh, new two cards want to come out. What direction is pile number two's current path taking them? What is the direction that pile number two's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them, as this is a timeless reading? What direction is pile number two's current path taking them? Where is it going? Okay. So we got two cards here. What direction is pile number two's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them, as it finds them when it is meant to? What direction is pile number two's current path taking them? Where is it taking them? Where is pile number two's current path leading? All right, beautiful. Let's keep going. Sorry guys, the decks are being a little annoying on the sides. I'm trying to get everything and keep things as organized as I can. All right. Next up, let's get the keyword deck out. Where is pile number two's current path leading them or taking them? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where is pile number two's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them? Oops. All right. Honestly, I'm going to listen to that because I don't know if you guys saw, yeah, I think you did. The way that these cards came out, I had cards of this deck that I was shuffling fall and it pushed a tarot card out. So I want to honor that. And I feel like this is going to be like a significator energy for the rest of the cards. Like when we dive into everything in this first section. I'm still going to shuffle this deck. So we're taking reversals here as well. And see what unravels.
So, where is pile number two's current path leading them? What direction is pile number two's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them? Where is pile number two's current path leading them, regardless of when this reading finds them? And what direction is pile number two's current path taking them? All right, so we have 3 cards coming out here. Well, I'm including this one. We have the back of the deck energy that wants to come through. We're not going to be exploring it. We're going to keep it here on the side because we're going to do that stuff in the reading itself. But remember, keep in mind, this is the significator energy, right? I just want to keep it upright so I don't confuse them. And I think we have 2 more decks to shuffle for this first section. Let's see if there's any runes that come through. So what is the direction that pile number two's current path taking them? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where is pile number two's current path leading them? Oh, okay. So we have 3 rune cards that came through. This one's in reverse a little bit. It did come out in reverse, but I don't know. I'm going to keep it in reverse for now, just so I remember that when we explore it. I wasn't expecting 3 runes. There's a lot of, I feel like maybe a lot of people are going to end up selecting this pile. That could be a reason why we're getting so many runes. So maybe some of the things that we're going to be exploring within this reading today isn't going to resonate, and it'll resonate for others. So, you're going to have to listen to your intuition here. Let it guide you as you move through this reading. And then lastly, for the panoramic tarot deck I have, let's see. What direction is pile number two's current path taking them? And we are only doing upright cards here, source. So where is pile number two's current path leading them, regardless of when this reading finds them? Where is pile number two's current path leading them, regardless of when this reading finds them? What direction is pile number two's current path taking them? Oh. Okay, back of the deck here wants to come through. We got 7 of Wands. Ooh, this is such a cool 7 of Wands. I'm excited too. I'm very excited to dive into this now. We're not doing it yet, right? I gotta keep myself calm and composed. But very, very intrigued right now. Okay, so there's 2 cards that came out facing upright. Sorry, I'm just making sure these are all straight. Okay. I'm gonna place these here. These might go along with the significator energy. Very, very powerful stuff here, pile number 2. Very powerful. All right, so let's place the significator cards up here. We got section 1 cards set up and ready. Now we're going to get the other decks out for the second section, where we're going to be looking at what is shaping this direction right now for you. So there could be like internal beliefs, there could be a memory, this could be a core experience that shaped this direction. Desires. We're going to be checking that out now. All right. What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them, in reference to where their current path is leading them or taking them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2? Oh. I got too many cards out. Let's reshuffle. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2? Okay, no cards came out of this deck. I do feel called to keep the back of the deck energy here though, so we're going to keep that as back of the deck energy.
place this to the side for now. And let's keep shuffling. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2 in reference to where pile number 2's current path is leading them, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2? Okay, back of the deck here also wants to come through. Keeping it there. We got one card out. Let's see my box of emotions cards. What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them? All right. So we have a couple of emotions that came through here. I do feel called to take them all. I don't think they're all going to resonate with everybody, but I don't know. I just feel like there's a reason why they all came out, so I'm going to honor it. Let's see if any Spirit of the Wheel cards want to come out. How beautiful. I love this deck. I'm still in the process of learning it. I've always been extremely in love with Indigenous culture, Indigenous just beliefs, and the ideologies surrounding it, all the concepts. So let's see with this beautiful deck. What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them, in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2? Back of the deck energy does want to come through here. We're not going to be looking at it right away. I'm going to place it over here to the side. We got one beautiful card here. I have 2 more decks to shuffle through for this particular section. My past live cards. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2 in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is shaping this direction for pile number 2 right now, regardless of when this reading finds them, in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? Okay, so this one goes here. Let me place this deck over here. We got one more deck. So the way I look at my past live cards, I always explain it, but the way that we're doing this, okay, this is how my intuition, the way I feel like Source wants me to guide it. So these cards go with this goes with this goes with this. They're all pairs. There's 3 separate things. I don't know if you noticed, there are 3 categories, things in 3s, right? So like I said, not everything might resonate, or maybe everything will, but we only look at the words that are facing upright and that we look at first, that we can see. So I'm just gonna try to gather these cards up without rotating them, so the right words stay upright. Okay, so we got one set. We got this set, don't rotate on me. And then we got these 2, beautiful. So I'm just placing it up here. Okay, great. Great. Okay. Now this is the last deck for this section. So what is shaping
this direction right now for pile number 2 in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 2 in reference to where their current path is taking them / leading them? What's shaping this direction right now for pile number 2, regardless of when this reading finds them? Okay, back of the deck energy does want to come through. So we're going to honor it, place it to the side. We got one Moonology card here. And we got the section 2 cards nice and ready to dive into. Now, for the third section, we are only going to be gathering, this is the light reflection, sorry if that's bothering you. We're going to be using my tarot deck here, my only one tarot deck, for where this path goes if nothing changes. So if you were to do absolutely nothing differently after you listen to this reading and you just continue doing what you're doing, don't overthink it, just pretend like you never even got the reading, sort of thing. This is going to be revealing to us where this path goes, like what will organically unfold, what will naturally unfold if you continue to go down this path. So where does this path for pile number 2 go if absolutely nothing changes? Like if they didn't change how they were approaching it, where does this path go for pile number 2? If nothing changes, where does this current path for pile number 2 go? The path that they're currently on, if absolutely nothing changes, if they don't do anything differently, where does this path go for pile number 2? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where does this path go for pile number 2? If nothing changes, where does this path go for pile number 2? Ooh. If nothing changes. Okay. Ooh. Where does this path go for pile number 2 if nothing changes? Okay, no idea how many deck cards I got. These are going to be significator cards. So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. These are going to be the cards that end it. Because I feel called to do it like that. You got 14 cards, dudes. Like, in pile number 1, the setup for this whole reading was so different. So, you know, I'm really curious to see where this is going to take us. In the back of the deck energy here we got is Judgment. We're going to place this to the side. These are the finalizing cards, the ending cards. These are the significators. Significators. And then this is the reading setup itself. Perfect. Now for section 4, we're getting out these decks. We're also using my karma cards here. We're going to be seeing where you still have the power to shift this path. So we're taking a look to see like what will organically unfold if you were to stay on the path if nothing changed. But now we're going to see where you still have the power to shift this path. Where could you shift it in moments, in real time? Like, where are you going to have opportunities for that? And I guess in case something were to unravel differently, maybe something you don't want, you know, we're going to get to figure that out together. So where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift their current path if they wanted to? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path of theirs if they wanted to? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path?
Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path, regardless of when this reading finds them? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path? Okay, we got one card coming out. Back of the deck doesn't want to come through here. I'm going to place it to the side. Okay. Next up. Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path, their current path, if they wanted to? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path? Back of the deck wants to come through. We're going to place it to the side. Now let's try to get a card from each of these categories, your planets, the signs, and the houses, all right? Ooh, so where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this current path of theirs, regardless of when this reading finds them? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path? Okay, so we got one card for planets. Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path regarding the current path that they're on and where it's leading them? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift this path regardless of when this reading finds them? Where does pile 2 still have the power to shift this path? Wow. Okay. You see how 3 cards shot out like that? I have never had, this is a very thin deck. You know what I mean? So normally it's harder to get cards to come out when you shuffle. And I don't know if you saw how attentive I was trying to make sure that not multiple cards come out at once. The fact that still 3 came out and the way that they came out, it was like a plop. It just feels so like straightforward. Like whatever we're going to be exploring in your reading today is going to be such a straightforward message. And again, this idea of like, not everything will resonate. There's going to be 3 different signs we're going to be exploring. So I'm very, very intrigued, and I do feel like a lot of people are going to end up selecting this pile. So, you know, feel free to let me know in the comments down below if you are somebody that selected this pile, you know? You can find other people that also selected this pile, and you guys can see, like, you're not alone on this journey. You're not alone in the situation you're in. There's uniqueness to your situation. Yes, of course, my love. But you don't have to go through the confusion and anxiety alone. Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift their current path? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift their current path? Where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift their current path? Regardless of when this reading finds them, where does pile number 2 still have the power to shift their current path? Okay, so we got one card. Oh, I lied. Geez, we have 3 cards again. Okay. This is crazy. But we're taking it. And it's interesting, you know, you got 3 house cards, you got 3 sign cards, you got 1 planet card. So it's, I'm so intrigued. I just can't stop talking about it because it's so interesting to me. All right. Now for the final section, for your final messages from your higher self as well as source, we're going to be shuffling cards. There's 2 decks that we're going to be using, and
Like for example, pile number 1 didn't get any cards for one of them, the decks that I'm going to be shuffling, and then they got like multiple exercises and actionable steps and stuff in the other deck. So hold on, let me just get this ready for section 4. We're going to be shuffling the card here and see if we can get a message, a final message of advice from your higher self to walk away from this reading with. And then we're going to be pulling out the card that has to do with the message that goes along with one of these cards, okay? So I can read it at the end of your reading with you. With that, we're also getting these other 2 decks. We're going to have my self-discovery prompts deck, and then exercises for building mental resilience and just for empowerment, exercises to help you be able to continue to get the goals or the outcome you want in this situation, you know? So we're going to be shuffling these. We're going to see if there's any cards in these decks that are meant for you to walk away from this reading with. They could be prompts, they can be exercises, but they're going to, you know, what will come out will be meant for you, my love. So are there any cards in this deck, source, meant for pile number 2? Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? Allow the cards that are meant for pile number 2 to come out, please. Allow the cards that are meant for pile number 2 to come out, please. All right, so we just got 1 card coming out for this deck. Let's get the other one. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2 here? Allow the cards to come out if they are meant for pile number 2. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? I energetically feel like there is, but let's see if it comes out on its own. We are not forcing anything in this reading today. Are there any cards in here meant for pile number 2 to walk away with from this reading? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, chill it. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? Which cards are meant for pile number 2? Okay, so we got 2 coming out. All right, and then for your final message from your higher self, what final message is meant for pile number 2 to end this reading with? Calling onto pile number 2's higher selves. Come together, come forward as a collective, as a group, to bring out the card from this deck that I'm currently shuffling that is meant for pile number 2. Is their final message. Thank you. Let's shuffle 2 more times just in case. All right, beautiful. So we got 1 card. We're going to have to get the message that goes along with it. It is inner doorway. All right. So let's see if we can find inner doorway. All right. Inner stillness, and there's no numbers. Sorry about that. Inner doorway. Beautiful. Okay, so we have inner doorway and these exercises. How perfect is that? Great. So there you have it, my beautiful pile number 2s. We have gotten all the cards nice and prepared. We got your reading prepared, so we can just dive right into all of this together in your reading portion of this video, okay? And it's going to transition into there if you are still with me here. So I will meet you there. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile,
First light with beginning a new cycle, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to where your current path is taking you or leading you. I do want to just say, in case you guys were a little bit confused, yes, I have my nails shorter than in the intro of this video, and the reason for that is because literally yesterday, as I was about to go to the grocery store to go food shopping, my nail broke. And I was like, great, because these are natural. My nails, when you saw them at the beginning of this video, were all natural and long, and I was really proud of them because they never grew that long before, because I am a nail biter when I'm anxious. So, I kind of just gave up on the habit and started finding other ways to regulate my nervous system because I knew it's not good for you. It's just, I want to have nice hands for you guys. So my nail broke and I was like, great, now I got to cut all my nails to make them equal because I can't just have one weird nub and then the other nice and long. So there you have it. I got little nubs now and my nail polish is kind of chipping off. So, there you go. Sorry if it's not as aesthetically pleasing as you'd like, but regardless. Okay, we're going to be diving into your reading. And what's really interesting, when I was preparing your pile, which is in the video section of your reading right before the reading itself, if you go on the timestamps, there were a lot of cards that came out. But not only that, but it felt like there were piles of like groups of threes, like categories of threes for certain decks. For each of the sections, there's something to do with threes here. So I just want to say and make something very clear. I do feel like a lot of you guys that do end up going into this reading have selected pile number 2, okay? I feel like a lot of you guys, a majority of the people, or there's just a lot of people in general that did select pile number 2. So because of that, it feels like Source is going to be giving us a lot of different routes, trajectories, and energies that are going to be coming up. What that means, you are going to know what resonates and what doesn't resonate for you, okay? If you second guess it, I would just write it down regardless. I always tell you guys to take notes, but for your reading in particular, I did feel called, before we kind of just dive straight into it, to make it very clear that there might be things that aren't going to click just yet, but then they will click later. So I would recommend that regardless of the situation, because everyone's situation is going to be uniquely theirs and specific to them and their lives, just take notes, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of different possibilities, I think, regarding the current path that you're on. Like, it's going to lead you down a bunch of different ways depending on how you tackle it, how you show up, and how you use your power to shift this path in your favor, like when times might come up, or moments of like an obstacle and a hurdle, like you're going to have opportunities. We're going to explore all of that, though. So, all right. With that being said, my loves, to dive into this, we're going to be looking at the first section of the direction. We're going to look specifically first at the direction that your current path is taking you right now. But before we go into this, I just want to take a moment to observe your significator card. There is all the seasons here. I just realized that. So you have all 4 seasons. You have fall, you have winter, you have spring, and you have summer. Beginning a new cycle, first light. There's this energy here of a brand new beginning coming through. Maybe you've had like an epiphany recently where you realize that things, like you're motivated. I'm hearing that things want to change. Like you had a epiphany or revelation of like this feeling of things want to change. But then I had like an overlapping download or thought come into my mind of like, motivation, like you're just motivated for that change. There's something that's making you like hungry for it, or maybe not even hungry for it, but something just, okay, like I said, there's going to be 2 different paths. I'm hearing some of you guys, this felt like a hunger and a deep desire. For another one, this new beginning fell into your lap, but it feels like you're going to need to get hungry and motivated to make it work. I don't know what that means, but that's what came through. All right, so just by looking at that, that's what I'm channeling. I did also want to share that the collective, because I forgot to share this in the intro and I shared it with pile number 1, but the back of the deck energy, regardless of the pile you ended up going towards within this reading, you guys received the Journey by Moonlight Believe in Magic card. So there's this idea here of like embracing things that maybe once felt impossible for you a year or 2 ago. There's this idea here of like your character's changing. It's going to change a lot in this current path if you were to stick on it. There's this idea here of embracing, well, yeah, duh, like as a general reading, embracing the unknown. But that's a given. It's more like you're gonna be surprised when there's like certain moments in this journey that come up where you have to take like the lead on, and you're gonna direct the situation in a way or in ways that you would have never been able to picture or envision yourself doing or handling a year or two ago from now. Because it's just so out of the, I'm quoting this because it's not out of the box. It just feels out of the box though for you, like for how you view yourself, for how you handle things. This is gonna be very out of the box for you. Okay? That's just something that came through. So to dive into this, let's do it. We got, look at all this pile of cards, guys. Look at all these cards for section 1. Look at all this. It's a lot. We got 3 runes that came out. So this is the first set of 3s, you know? I don't know, maybe all 3 runes are gonna resonate, or maybe just 1 or 2 will, but we're gonna keep an open mind. We're gonna allow Source to guide us here. And before we look at all the cards, we're going to look at the back of the decks that did want to come through for this first section. So first up, in reference to the direction that your current path is taking you down, pile number 2. First up, you guys received the 4 of Pentacles. The 4 of Pentacles upright with the keyword being budgeting. It's ruled by the throat chakra. It has the Sun and Capricorn, with holding on to people / possessions / issues, deep-seated past issues, hoarding, stinginess, control, possessiveness, financial stability, and financial security. And what's underneath this? We have the Moon. Okay, so a lot of uncertainty here. And there's this idea of like currently in the energy state that you're in, I feel like you're preparing for the worst. But you know that saying where they say prepare for the worst but expect the best, or hope for the best, or there's like this saying like expect the best but prepare for the worst, or hope for the best, something like that. You're only doing one though. You're not seeing the other side of that statement. So that's something to keep in mind, but that's just one thing that came through. So let's place the back of the decks here. We're gonna need a lot of space for your reading today. Next up, there were 2 cards. So I always love to look at the other card, the second card underneath the main back of the deck energy. So for here, we have the number 9 with Sagittarius with the word expand. And then underneath it, it did slide out. We have the number 25, 2 and 5 adding to 7. Piscean, oh, not Piscean, sorry, this is Uranus. This is Uranus with the keyword change. And Sagittarius is about being able to adapt to change. You know, they're a mutable fire sign. So this idea here, first off, is to have true expansion, there needs to be some form of change. But it feels like, I don't know what I'm picking up on, but this energy here with Sag, the way that they're aiming with the bow and arrow, I know that that's how they're portrayed, you know, that image of Sagittarius. It still feels like you are on the defense, that you are fighting something that is meant to actually help you grow a ridiculous amount. And it's the very thing that had to happen to get some sort of results or a very particular outcome for you. So that's just something to keep in mind. Okay, we're just gonna make sure Uranus, the word, can come out that way. And then, okay, I think those are the only 2 back. Oh no, we have one more back of the deck energy here, and we did have significator cards that wanted to come through as well. For my panoramic tarot deck, you also received the 7 of Wands. And look how interesting the 7 of Wands is, guys. It is on a cliff. Being resilient, standing their ground, refusing to fall off that cliff, but the amount of strength, the amount of determination that this character has to have to stand their ground is it's crazy. But with the 4 swords coming underneath immediately, it's like they're just waiting for some form of attack. They're waiting for something, the other shoe to drop. They're just on guard. It feels like this has to do with your nervous system, considering the fact that the 4 of Swords is right directly beneath it as well. But this is also an indicator to me of like, there is a lack of this ability to enjoy in general, just enjoy, period. To enjoy blank, like however you feel called to fill in that blank, like that's what's coming through. There's this hardship here that feels like is
got formed into hardship, or it's being viewed as hardship because of how you're seeing it or perceiving it. I don't know what that is. Okay, so for the significator card energies, we have the Hierophant, upright, also ruled by the throat chakra with the number 5. And it's ruled by Taurus. It's got, what is this? I always forget the frickin' symbols. I don't remember what this is. Mercury? Mars? One of those. I don't know. I definitely don't think it's Venus though. Okay, but it says, oh, it has an affirmation. It says, I choose which traditions to embrace and how I do it. Traditional institutions, traditional values, conventional, conformity, marriage, commitment, religion, beliefs, knowledge sharing, social groups, education, knowledge, and beliefs. Okay. Let's keep this here. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Okay, let's keep it here. Next up, we have the World card and the Fool. But I feel called to do it like this. Honestly, though, here's where it's interesting. Either or works, because this is still a grand new beginning for you. And again, the cliff energy. There's this idea of like being engulfed and wrapped with this chaos, this waiting for the other shoe to drop sort of energy still. But you still feel like there's a reason. You're really trying to trust things right now. Regardless of the situation you're in, pile number 2, you are doing everything in your power to just trust the bejesus out of this. I'm just going to slide my little bowl up so you can see things a little bit better here. And that way we just continue to have as much space as possible. Okay. So to dive into this, we're going to just go right in. First up, we have Gateway. Oh, how powerful is this? Ooh! Okay, guys. We have Gateway. We're going to look at the tarot last. For a rune card, we have the Nadi's rune. With delays, restriction, resistance leading to strength. Okay, resistance leading to strength. That statement's really standing out for me. Innovation, need fire, self-reliance, distress, confusion, conflict, and the power of will to overcome them. That's 7 of Wands energy right there. And okay, I don't know why I'm seeing it like this. My brain is immediately recognizing something, but you see how the way that they're angling the wand and they're holding it up, this line and then the cross is reminding me of that stance. I don't know why, but I think this is going to be a way to help me memorize the Nadi's rune because I'm still learning how to memorize these. But the fact that the Nadi's rune is mirroring to me, in my mind, the energy of the 7 of Wands, there is definitely some form of, and here too, look, you see the line. It's hardship, but it's constricted hardship. I don't know. Open minds here. Next up, we have 2 more runes. You have received the Tiwaz rune, or the Tiwaz rune with honor, justice, leadership, and authority, analysis, rationality, knowing where one's true strengths lie, willingness to self-sacrifice. I feel called to place this over here. And then lastly, I believe it was a reverse rune. Yes. This rune came up in reverse, so I kept it upside down just because it does feel like there's a reason for it, but it's the Kanaz rune, which is about vision, revelation, knowledge, creativity, inspiration, technical ability, vital fire of life, harnessed power, fire of transformation and regeneration, but it did come in reverse. But it still feels like pointing forward and uprising. So you're fighting something right now. I got to keep my mouth shut though, because we still have a lot of cards. It feels like you are fighting something right now though, that's trying to only just help you grow. As chaotic as it might feel with the number 5 coming through here, this had to happen to get you to your next step. Next up, we have the number 34 adding to 7 with spark. Oh, we have 2 more tarot cards here. Next up, we have the Hermit upright with the number 9, ruled by the third eye chakra. I believe this is Chiron. No, I don't know. I'm not thinking right now. My brain's a little bit foggy today, guys, but this is definitely Virgo. The word no. The affirmation, I honor my spiritual self with soul searching, spiritual enlightenment, soul searching here, self reflection, introspection, contemplation, inner guidance, and solitude. And then lastly, we have a reversal card of the Eight of Cups, ruled by the solar plexus chakra. Interesting, with fear of moving on, stagnation, monotony, accepting your lot. Okay, there is a big pattern coming through, a big theme. We have a couple more cards to look at. We have the first house with the rival, 9 and 3, adding to 12, 1 and 2, adding to 3. We have one more Sacred Destiny card with enlightenment. The way that I'm laying the cards out too, I want you to keep that in mind. There's a reason why the way that we do things here, it's all source led. So you have to look at the cards that are touching where they're lying on the table. For the keyword card, you have white, fresh mindset, playful, the fool, keep an open mind, be flexible and adaptive, new beginner innocence mindset. That's Fool energy. And then lastly, we have Virgo with the number 6, digest. So Virgo has come through a couple of times. We have a lot of earth sign energy here. And we also, look, we have all the earth signs. We have Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. And then the mirroring here with 9 and then to 6. There's a struggle in this direction that your current path is taking you with being able to fully like balance between showing up on the external versus like external means like your outer world. So maybe this is like your social life or how you like go out into the world, how you tackle things like in the physical that isn't just behind closed doors. There's some form of imbalance there potentially between like going out into the world and staying at home, like staying put and being like in your own energy. Does that make sense? Or in your own essence? Like a homebody. Like you're either an extreme homebody or an extreme extrovert. But it feels like on this, for this pile in particular, this is more on the energy or on the side of like locking yourself at home, or not that you're locking, but you're just afraid. There's a big fear here of like, what's gonna happen when I start expanding or showing my truth to the world? What's gonna happen when I begin this process? And the number 7, I think, did come through a couple of times. So the idea here with 7, and then we have, where was the other 7? Here. And then we have the 7 of Wands. You know, 777 is a number that's going to be of significance for you guys. But 7 is also the number of like spirituality and like trusting in the unknown, trusting in the things that you cannot fully understand, and like trusting in the spiritual guidance in particular on your path, and like continuing to persevere even when you don't know where it's taking you. Like it's taking you somewhere, but you need to trust in that whole energy. And what's interesting to me in terms of the direction that your current path is taking you, before we even look at the tarot, that I think we just have 4 cards here, yes, what's coming through within me is your current path, pile number 2, is taking you somewhere where it's kind of like the beginning of something. It's the commencement of something. It's something that hasn't even started just yet fully. And this is where it gets interesting. It feels like where your current path is leading you, it's determined, where it leads you gets determined by when you start taking action to meet whatever end goal you have for yourself halfway. Like you need to meet it somewhere. Like you need to take a certain step out of your own box that you keep yourself in. And this is what kind of initiates or like triggers the unfoldment, the evolution of you, and the unfolding of what else this path has in store for you. But it's interesting, you know, like it's not something that's going to happen and you're gonna miss it if you don't do it. Does that make sense? It's just something that happens and gets initiated when you start. But it's not gonna wait forever. That's something I'm hearing. It's patient with you. It's being patient, but it's not gonna wait forever. Let me just take a sip of my matcha. Sorry, guys. All right. Okay, so yeah. Another thing that's also coming through in terms of the direction, it's definitely taking you somewhere that you've never really fully embraced for as long as you've embraced being a homebody or doing things a very particular way. This way is going to involve you definitely having to stretch yourself thin for a little bit. There's this feeling here in terms of the direction your current path is taking you, pile number 2, where you're the feeling I kept sensing with your nervous system, like you're kind of holding on to like some sort of tension right now, like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop sort of thing. It's understandable given how new this is going to feel for you. The fact that you got the World card with the Hierophant, these are all major arcana cards for significator energies overlying this entire reading in this first section. This is a huge indicator that this is so flipping new for you. This feels like a massive risk. And it might not even be a risk in the sense of like failure, but like success or failure, that's what I mean. But more so the way that your mind, I don't know if it loves to kind of play tricks on you sometimes. It can have a tendency to over catastrophize things. Catastrophize? Did I say that right? Catastrophize? And it feels like that's kind of happening right now. So it's creating a little bit of hesitancy. Like it's trying to move you forward. Like the direction your current path is trying to take you right now, pile number 2, is forward and in growth, in ascension. But you're the one that's like playing tug of war with it. You're the one that's playing tug of war with Source right now. You're the one that is trying to prepare still a little bit more. And for what though? Like, what are you still, I'm hearing you're ready. Like you've been ready. Like this is the beginning of your success story in some way, of your growth story, of your life story. Like this is going to be a journey, this path, wherever this direction is, like where this path is taking you, it's going to be the story that you tell your future kids, or you tell your grandkids, or you tell your nieces and nephews. You know what I mean? Like you're going to share this story, the turning point. This is the turning point for you. But it only becomes the turning point if you use this as an opportunity to step up in your truth. You have some form of gift, and I don't know, maybe this is where the tarot is going to come in and make sense. So let's see. Okay, first up, we have the Knight of Wands. I'm going to move these 2 cards so we have space. Let me make sure you can still see the cards. I'm sorry, guys, if you can't see them. I'll figure it out as I go. Next up, we have the Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Swords, 2 queens next to each other. I love the wolves. There's a calling, there's an initiation energy here. And it's also giving me this idea of instincts. And then lastly, we have the King of Pentacles. Okay, wow, powerful, powerful energy. So with the Rival, first house, it lands right underneath that. So, okay. We'll place this here. You have a gift. You know what the gift is. I don't think I need to explain it to you. You should know what this is if you have chosen this pile. This gift doesn't need to be something that makes you money, by the way. This gift can be the gift of having a massive heart. But in particular, and at least the way that the energies are showing themselves to me, this does feel like career-oriented or like passion-oriented, like a project of some kind. Like you have a drive, you have a gift in making something happen and come to life. Regardless of what this is though, the direction that your current path is taking you, it wants to help this gift go out into the world. It wants to help you get seen and I don't even think it's full recognition just yet, because I feel like this is such a new energy. This still feels very fresh. Like this could be the first time that you're finally like gonna start sharing it or showing it. But it's gonna start make it. This is the journey that takes you to fully understanding who you really are and truly are. Pile number 2. This is something that staying where you're at right now can't give you. You will never be able to get to full true self-actualization or true self-understanding if you were to stay put where you are, where you're fighting things, where you're resisting things right now. This is going to keep you in a really bad loop, okay? But this path, the direction, it can really only unfold when you're ready to start embracing it more and showing your, like, not that you have to be fully in a spotlight, because I don't feel like you need to be fully in a spotlight with this. This desire, this drive, the thing that this path wants to take you down, the direction it's taking you, but you have to get more comfortable being in the limelight, like in a way, in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it's like an example or an idea that's coming through in my head is someone who has so bad social anxiety. And it used to debilitate them and hold them back from being able to make friends. It held them back from being able to go experience like being a human, go to do things that feel entertaining, to let you have those, make memories, make happy memories. And the first step requires you to go to a coffee shop. Maybe that's like a mission or a challenge or something you want to do for yourself. Go to a coffee shop and order, and sit at the coffee shop and drink your order or whatever. And that could be your first step to tackling that social anxiety. You have to learn how to get comfortable being out of the house and, doing things that you normally would always bring back to your humble abode or bring back to your circle of your safety and your own energy. There's this idea here of like releasing solitude. This is what unravels this direction that this path is taking you. But in order to handle this direction, in order to handle the current path, it requires a lot of you standing your own ground, and not in the way where you have to feel like you got to put these energetic walls up, which you're doing right now, pile number 2. It's different. It's not in the way that you think. This is more about having the ability to shapeshift or shift your, like, adapt when things change. You're going to have the ability to think on your feet quicker. There might have been things that you saw as like a weakness within yourself that made it so difficult for you to develop certain skills that everyone is capable of developing. I want to make very, very clear, to reach some sort of end goal or outcome for yourself. This path, the direction that this path is taking you, is one that's going to kind of lovingly force you to step out of your own bubble and start learning how to find safety inside yourself, coping mechanisms inside yourself while you're on the path itself. Like if you're in a certain scenario where it feels like most of that scenario is not in your control, you get to choose how you want to react to it, right? And so this path, the direction it's taking you, is going to kind of push you and encourage you to strengthen your abilities to set boundaries, to be discerning between what's worth your energy and what's not worth your energy. It's going to help you strengthen your ability to take deep breaths when you need it, find coping mechanisms in those moments so that you can keep ruling over your life and not let life rule over you. Because it feels like you're literally shifting an entire storyline that you've been putting over yourself, of this idea that life happens to you, not for you. And this is all changing when it comes to the direction that this current path is taking you, pile number 2. But it starts when you let it happen. That's the thing that's interesting. I feel like this is something that you've been trying to work on overcoming for maybe like, for some of you guys, I'm hearing weeks. And then for others of you, I'm hearing months. But then I'm also hearing years. Okay, see, like, this is something that it can vary in terms of how long this has been a deeply embedded thing. But I think the reason why it varies so much is because it's not just the thing, it's not, like, the journey itself isn't about how long you've been trying to do this new step, but it's also about, like, the core wound or the core source that allowed it to blossom and get this big to affect you as strongly. And that is something that might have happened years ago. Does that make sense? So it's kind of showing me how interconnected all of this is, but it's all taking you to becoming your own leader, and it's all helping you learn how to trust yourself, on being able to rely on yourself better. But you're still fighting it, and that's where things get interesting. It's the over analyzing, the way that your mind is. It's very sharp, pile number 2, but it can beat you sometimes. It can get in your way sometimes because of how sharp it is. It shows you, it really does show you all the possible things or ways that things can unravel. But one thing I do want to make very clear, what's interesting to me a lot is how you have so much throat chakra energy here. But the one card that has to do with action and movement is in reverse, with solar plexus. So you're thinking it, but this loop is what's holding you back. This direction is going to try to shift that for you, but you're stuck in the loop still right now. Does that make sense? Okay, so I think I'm like kind of seeing like what the big picture is of it, but then it's up to you, and you're in this gateway. You have one foot coming into the entrance and one foot still where you're at, and you don't want to move. You're not budging right now. So let us now take a look and see what is shaping this direction right now. So we're going to be maybe seeing like what the core wound is, or what has made it so difficult to break out of this loop you've been in. And with that, to do that, we need to look at the back of the deck energies first. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this, because I want you guys to be able to see all the cards, but that's just not going to be possible given how many decks we're diving into. So just give me a quick moment to get everything moved, because with the next set of cards for the second section, we're going to need a lot of space. What I'm probably going to do, because I did this for pile number 1, is I'm going to move all these cards because my table's wide enough where I can still see. I can keep these cards laid out, but I'm going to take them out of the camera's frame. So make sure, I really hope you guys took notes for this first section. We're going to move into the second one. I'm still going to be able to see all these cards. You just won't. So we'll have space to move into your second section. Okay, loves? So I will just do that really quickly, and then I'll be right back. Okay. All right, my beautiful souls. So I got all the cards moved up over here. You can probably see some of them off the camera cut. I can still see everything, but this just gives us space to dive into the second section and the third and the fourth. So for the second section, we're going to be seeing what's shaping this direction right now for you. What is shaping the direction? What's shaping the current path? Like, what led to this? First up, for the back of the deck energy, you guys received the full moon in Capricorn, with the end of a tough cycle approaches. These full moons are about a time to harvest the intentions and wishes of the past, of things that you have built for yourself, of past seeds you've planted. So that's something to keep in mind. And then for another back of the deck, we have the heart chakra with the word perception. Underneath it, we have impartiality ruled by the crown chakra. Interesting. And then another one we have here is the direction of south. I know the south is ruled by the element of fire in the 4 directions, and it's about like melting off the old. It's about moving beyond self-imposed restrictions, and this is about transformation, incubation of some kind. And it says Shadownees, my bad. And it says number 11, lessons, growth, and trust. And then lastly, for a back of the deck, we have, with my shadow deck, we actually received no cards when we shuffled this, but the back of the deck did want to come through. We have obscurity. In the unknown, there's room for endless possibilities with darkness, ambiguity, and mystery. Okay. So to dive into this, we got a couple of cards here, and we also got a lot of past life information coming through. We have 3 separate sets of past life stuff going on, my past life cards. So there's going to be a lot of things that I think link into why this direction or why this current path is taking you where it's taking you. We're going to have to see how that unravels. But to dive into this, let's just start with this set. First up, we have the third eye chakra with mysticism. Next up, for an emotion from my Box of Emotions deck. Ooh, wow. Okay, so we have shame. And it says, while guilt is an emotion associated with hearing the wheedling voice of conscience, shame is usually associated with wanting to hide. See, this idea here, hiding. But you don't need to get caught taking a fiver from your flatmate's purse or an in flagrant, I don't know what that word means, with your married next door neighbor to want to shut yourself away forever. We may feel embarrassed about things we've done, but shame is about who we are. Since the Stonewall riots of 1969, women and men have marched under the banner of gay pride. Its premise is clear. In the face of intolerance, it's only by being seen that we can feel whole. More recent theorists of sexuality have questioned this emphasis on pride, wondering if it might bleach out other parts of homosexual life, which might seem rather more embarrassing, even undignified. They have initiated a gay shame movement. One of its legacies may be a willingness to talk about shame and the moments of awkwardness and transgression that cause it, as a valuable emotion rather than the damaging, toxic one we've come to think of it as. It might be that to forge identity in the face of disapproval, the existence of shame must be recognized, even celebrated. See also humiliation. Wow. Okay, so this is actually a very powerful ideology here. So it's basically talking, I believe, I don't know, this is what I'm picking up on, about this idea of like gay pride and how that used to be such a thing, such a shameful thing to identify as in the past. Now equality exists everywhere, or at least we're trying to make it freaking exist everywhere. But with this idea, it's saying like they marched, and instead of letting it be something to be ashamed of, they made it something to be proud of. And it adds into this idea of like the very things that you think make you weak, the very things that you think make you fragile or small or not good enough, are the very things that help you become powerful. But they can't become a powerful thing if, and shame is also associated with the solar plexus chakra. I don't know if I told you that. That's the shadow side of the solar plexus chakra and chakra psychology. So there's this idea here of like letting the very things that you feel shameful for, the very things that make you want to hide from the world, are the very things that when you roar about them and let the world hear you roar, they are what can help you start creating the change that you originally wanted. Does that make sense? So that's really, really cool. That's really, really interesting. I like what's coming through, and I think that's very beautiful. Let's keep going so we can keep adding into this. So we have experience with Spirit Path of the West. Now I know the West direction is associated with the element of water in the 4 directions. It also has to do with some sunsets, the season of autumn. So think about kind of like releasing things, reflecting on things, and kind of finding a little bit of like you're starting to settle after like lots of movement from the summer into like some form of stillness, but it takes some time to get there. There's like a settling down energy here where the terms are letting go, movement forward, and reflection. See, you're still slightly moving. And then the number 3 and 8 add to 11. Wow. So we have 11 coming through here in terms of what's shaping this path, what's shaping this direction right now for you. You have 11. There's new beginnings here. There's something, like I said, this is a very powerful reading for you guys. We had so many major arcana cards, and it's beautiful. We're going to keep going because I can't keep my mouth shut. Next up, we have Mono No Aware. I don't know what this is, so I will have to read it. I was about to say unfortunately, because I know these are very long. At the waning of the Japanese Heian period, Murasaki Shikibu crafted the tale of Genji, often described as the world's first novel. The book is infused with a quiet feeling for life's transience, the way all living and even inanimate things fade and disappear, which produces a sensation called Mono No Aware, pronounced Mono No Aware. Yeah. Mono, I'm just going to keep saying it, the my butchered way, Mono no Aware is literally translated as the pathos of things. It describes the sorrow and serenity that come with recognizing the inevitability of change. Wow. The anticipatory grief of losses to come. And the piquancy, I don't know if I pronounced that right, added to pleasures by the knowledge that they must end. Mono no Aware is also linked to an aesthetic sensibility, wabi-sabi. The principle of wabi-sabi evokes a special beauty found only in unfinished or imperfect things, a crack in a porcelain vase, the wilted edges of a fallen maple leaf. The tale of Genji's 10th chapter, The Sacred Tree, captures the wistful feeling evoked by transient beauty. Genji picks his way across a gloriously decaying reed plain to visit his lover for the last time. The autumn flowers were gone, and insects hummed in the wintry tangles. A wind whistling through the pines brought snatches of music, and the following morning Genji departs with his sleeves wet with dew and tears. Wow, okay, so this is such a powerful emotion here. And the idea here, it's about recognizing, it describes the sorrow and serenity that come with recognizing the inevitability of change, the anticipatory grief of losses to come. But it adds so much beauty at the same time because you know that there's an end. Like all that saying, all things must come to an end, is what makes it so beautiful, but so hurt, like painful at the same time. But that's what makes it, you know, like Romeo and Juliet. It's a tragedy. It's a tragic love story, but it adds beauty to it because it's so tragic. That's what I'm picking up on. And there's this idea here of this is such a beautiful beginning for you and closing of a chapter, finality of a chapter, but inevitably opens up a new chapter right after that. There's no end, but there is end of what is now. There's no end, but there is end of what is here now, or what is now. Wow, that's like such a trippy thing. So that's something to keep in mind. For a Moonology card, we have New Moon in Cancer. With you and your loved ones are safe. So with New Moon in Cancer coming through with what's shaping this direction right now, you're focused on the end. You're focused on what's lost. You're focused on sitting and simmering in this moment, which is okay. Because remember, like I said, they're being patient with you. This current path that you're going on, or the current path that you're on right now, pile number 2, it's being patient with you. The change, the crazy, I don't want to say crazy chaos, but that's what's coming through. But it's not like going to make your head blow up. It's just, it's going to feel different because your nervous system's trying to regulate. It's learning how to regulate in this newness and a lot of change. It's waiting for you and waiting for when you're ready. It's telling you, like, you can take this step by step. And what matters, though, is that how you show up, that you are doing this with integrity. You're not just saying you're going to do it and then never do it. You know, you're doing the baby steps, even if it's like 1%. You know, it's, let's think about that fear. Let's see the fear of going outside. You just take one step outside and you stand in front of your doorstep for 5 seconds. That's the first step, you know? It doesn't need to be going all the way to the grocery store as like your first step. And there's this idea here of like, the reason why things are happening so slow, the reason why there's a little bit of a loop too, is because you're still sitting on this change. And I feel like some of you guys, this could even be like a breakup, you know? This could be a breakup of a change, like a romantic breakup. It could be a divorce. It could be some form of that type of intensity where it really feels like a rug got like pulled out from underneath you and you have to kind of just change everything on how you're going to start moving forward. But because of that, okay, so if you guys have ever gone through what I just said, a breakup of some kind or an experience like that where it feels like the rug gets pulled out underneath you, for a second in those experiences, it feels like, and it can last, this feeling, it lasts dependent upon how long you let it stay in your system. But there's a feeling that happens, an experience we have in those moments where literally the whole world, time stops. And you're sitting in a lot of emotions mixed into one, like, bundle of things. And you just don't know what to think, what to do, what to feel. It's shock. It's a lot of things. I'm feeling this very strong feeling of like devastation right now and confusion, overwhelm, not knowing how to turn, where to go. And it feels tight. This emotion, this experience that we have in these types of things when the rug gets swept, right? It feels very, very tight inside. I don't know how to explain that. You can't release.
It just feels like you want to, like there's a bundle of tightness. I'm sensing that there's a very strong energy of that here still. And it feels like maybe perhaps like you've been trying to sort of process it, but because of the narratives, because of things that have been planted in your mind from the past, like this could be this idea of like you're never good enough, or maybe you think that like because of how you were raised or the experiences we've gone through, like people can't get to their dreams unless they have X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? Like there's this idea here, like some sort of narrative that is feeding this loop more and making you feel like you have to stay in this feeling longer than you need to, because this feeling, you need to hold space for it. But in order to hold space for it, you have to let yourself start doing some form of movement, right? And I think the reason why this direction feels like it's trying to take you to growth, it's trying to take you to this evolutionary time so you can start getting closer to understanding your true self, understanding your true power that you actually hold, all these beautiful things. But literally, like with the card you received earlier with digest, because Virgo rules the stomach, there is just, it feels like your stomach is paralyzed, metaphorically speaking, like your life stomach is paralyzing and it's not allowing things to metabolize in the way that they're meant to, because you're too focused on what was this idea of like how much control you had, and it's the very thing that's shaping this weird direction that has a blockade right now. It's trying to go through, but the very thing that's getting in the way of this, the thing that's letting it loop like this, is the narrative, is the story. Even though in reality, this is creating a clean slate. It doesn't feel like that right now. It might not even feel clean. It just feels like maybe it's creating a slate. But there's this poem that I read. My therapist actually read it to me a while ago. I'm lying. Years ago. And it was called Come to the Edge. And it's a very beautiful poem. I highly recommend you guys look into it. But basically it's just like a couple statements and it's like come to the edge. And I think I'm thinking of that because I've been seeing cliffs everywhere. So there's this idea here of like come to the edge, they said, and then the person's like, no, it's too high or something like that. And then it's like come to the edge, they said, and then they respond and they keep finding ways to say no. And then lastly they say come to the edge, they said, and then they went, they fell, but then they flew. And there's this idea here of like the life, source, life in itself is trying to have induce this experience within you and would induce this experience within the current path you're on. But it can't happen until you allow it to happen. And 11:11, it's like when you think about the time 11:11, like when people see it, they think about, oh, like this is the time where whatever you're thinking of is what manifests, right? Whatever you're thinking about right now, pal number 2, is what's manifesting in your reality as we speak. But if you keep feeding the same fear, it's going to keep keeping you exactly where you're at. It's like that playground, the playground thing you go on. I forgot what it's called, where like you sit on it and there's like a bunch of kids and like they run and they hold onto the edge and it just keeps spinning and like someone can sit in the middle. It feels like that's not stopping for you. And you're just sitting there. You can stand up, you can begin shifting how your body moves, you can begin doing things to slow down that circling, but you're not moving into the momentum, you're not allowing yourself to adapt. And that's the biggest thing that I think is shaping this weird cycle right now. And then lastly, we have anticipation. Anticipation is a tiny theft of pleasure, a reckless spending of delights not yet owned. Anticipation is an exquisite torture. It's there in the hands poised to tickle, or in the scent of baking which curls through the house. It may be that the cake comes out flat, or the game abruptly ends when foreheads painfully bump, but it doesn't really matter. In those brief moments of anticipation, the pleasure is absolute and sublime. So this is about, like, you're preparing, right? Remember I said that you keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, but you're not acknowledging this idea, pile number 2, that in this experience, there was something heavy that ended. And it's trying to hold space, make more space open up so that new possibilities, new experience can take its place. But those experiences and that empty feeling that you may be experiencing can't get fulfilled unless you start showing up for you now. And there's a fear to want to retreat. You know, cancers, they're crows, but on the inside, they're soft. They're hard shelled on the outside, but on the inside, they are very soft. And so, this idea here of keeping your guard is the very thing that's not allowing you to be able to embrace what else and the rest of what this journey has to offer you, which we're going to see soon. But to keep going and keep adding in, and to continue adding into this, we had, like I said, those past life cards. So when we look at the past life cards, we only look at the words that are facing up, okay? So these two cards landed together. And we have Explorer with Maritimer. And I believe we also had like Ocean Traveler come through. And Professional with Artist and like Collector. So that's one. And then next up, we received Technological Progress. Hold on, let me check. Indentured Servitude. And Abandoned and a Bust, which I can't say, with Childhood Trauma. I don't even know what indentured servitude means, but I feel like it has to do with like you're not able to stop. It just feels like you have this like there's this constant feeling of like I have to keep helping, like you never feel like fulfilled in how you show up. But technological progress, a bus of technology. I can't say the actual word. So let's keep going though, because I have one more, and it is Lesson with Self-Identity and then Early Bronze Age. We have Poverty. That was the thing that caught my eye first. And then we have Enabler. So poverty, trauma, self-identity, and enabler. This keeps going into what I'm saying. Like there's this idea here that you were told you were incapable of things, or there may have been some form of trauma that you had to walk away from, or you're in the process of healing from right now, or recovering from right now. There may have been like a really unsafe situation you were in that you're recovering from and progressing from, moving away from right now, mentally, emotionally, physically, in all of the above ways. There's still some residual energy here, and that's what's creating this really bad tension between trusting in the jump. Because I get it, you had to trust in the jump or trust in some sort of leap of faith in the past, and maybe you have, and we've all done it, and then it doesn't work out. But here's the thing we're not seeing in those moments. We think it's not working out. We think that just because the way that it unraveled because it didn't unravel in the exact way that we hoped it would, we ultimately come to a conclusion in our minds that it didn't work out. When in reality, the ways that they did work out and unravel, even if they didn't happen the exact way we wanted them to, they unraveled in that exact way because life source, whatever you believe in, love, knows that it had to unravel the way it unraveled to get to where your heart's deepest desires lies. But in order for that to happen now and come in next, you're the one that needs to take your heart there. There's this feeling of this weird tug and push and pull right now within what's shaping this direction for you right now of it's like the song, should I stay or should I go? You know, should I stay or should I go now? Because you don't know. But you're not supposed to know, love. You're supposed to go with where it just feels like this weird excitement, but relief and settlement in the heart all at the same time. You know, for example, like I'm in the middle of I'm about to do some things that I used to tell myself, like my nervous system can't handle that. And then I just realized that in reality, like the strongest, like our brains are so powerful, we are actually and are able to adapt to so many different things and chaos and stress. But if we continue to tell ourselves that we can't do it because we get overstimulated, because we get overwhelmed, our brain's going to keep us in that box. The only way to keep expanding is if we allow ourselves to keep expanding. But in order to do that, we are going to have to give ourselves permission to put ourselves into uncomfortable situations and learn how to breathe in those uncomfortable situations for ourselves. Learn how to show up for ourselves in those moments where we feel like we're abandoning. And maybe we've had a habit of abandoning ourselves during those moments. But this is where the growth happens. And this is the path. This is the where your current path is trying to take you. It's just a matter of how you show up and a matter of whether or not you're willing to let go of the very thing you've walked away from now for good. So before we move into the third section where we look at where this path is going to go if absolutely nothing changes, like if you did nothing wrong, I mean, if you do nothing differently, given how everything we just dived into, I do want to take a look, and I feel called to read the meaning of this card for us before we do just that. But this isn't true. I want to make that clear. Like the things that you're telling yourself in your mind, the things that people may have told you in the past, everyone thinks that they know life better than anyone else. Everyone thinks that because they are the main character of their lives. The only brain that they have access to is theirs. So they're going to automatically think that everything they're telling you, because of how they experienced it, is the way life is. All of that is not true though. We don't even know everything there is to life. We don't even know what else is out there in the world, in the galaxy. We think we know. We want to tell ourselves we know. The humans that came before us sometimes tell us that they think they know. Do we know? No. Our planet's still very young in comparison to others. So this idea here, you need to remember that. You got to look at the bigger picture. And you're in the process of trying to. I see it with the Sagittarius, but this path is going to push that inevitable outcome more within you. All right, so let's go to the meaning for card number 38. All right, so we have prophecy. You are faced with letting someone you love live out their own life. Experience is something we cannot teach others. We can share what happened to us and how it has affected our lives, but until others have gone through their own experiences, there is no way of knowing how it'll affect them. Learn to lead by example. Drawing on the knowledge you have gained from your own experience. Let go of control and trust that the lessons you have taught your loved one in the past will serve them well with their own future choices. Take some time for reflection in your own life. Whatever situations you have recently undergone need time to settle, for it is only after reflection that we can truly draw upon the knowledge gained and then move forward. Honor this knowledge you have gained and use it wisely to co-create a future that is aligned with your higher purpose. This card is also a reminder to live your life fully in the present with no regrets over the past. And here is a beautiful little prayer. If you do feel called, you can pause this and write it down. Say it to yourself. I'm going to move now, but I did give you guys an opportunity for that. So, again, it's about change and it's about letting things go. This could even be the idea, oh my God, yeah, it could be about letting go of like a kid that just is growing or moving out of your home. It can be about that, and it's about reassuring you that everything's going to be fine. Everything that you see around you isn't always exactly the bigger story of how life actually unfolds. So, take everything in the way that your soul is digesting it right now. I don't listen to just me. Don't listen to what's coming out of my mouth. Listen to your inner knowing, because that's the thing that is trying to get strengthened right now. Let us now take a look, my love, and see where this path goes if absolutely nothing changes, right? So I'm just going to be moving. And this hurts my heart because it really does feel like you're not trying to shut things down or run away. It's just that's all you ever knew, or that's all you were ever taught to know. I'm just moving these cards so I have space, because I believe you guys got like the largest number of tarot that I thought we would gather. Next up, we have, the tarot. So the tarot, you guys ended up receiving 14 cards. Crazy, right? And these two wanted to be the cards that finish up the set that we're going to explore together.
And then we had, I think, a couple significator cards that are going to be like influencing the overall everything we're going to see, okay? So we have 3 significator cards, and then we also had a back of the deck energy. So the back of the deck energy here is Judgment. Underneath that, we have the King of Swords, and I think Strength is trying to peek through as well. So where this path goes if nothing changes, I feel like you are in preparation mode, but the way you're doing it, the 10 of Wands just slipped out. It's overburdening you, so it's like you're about to start the process of allowing things to accelerate and move forward, but then you're taking too much with you on your back that doesn't need to be there, and it holds you back and shuts you down, and then you have to start all over, and it's this really bad never-ending cycle. So let's place this here. And for the significators, we have the 7 of Cups, the Justice card with the number 11 coming through again, and the 8 of Pentacles. All right, so let us dive into this. To begin the first row, we have the 7 of Swords, the Ace of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles, the 7 of Pentacles. You see how 7s just keep coming through? The 10 of Swords, and the 5 of Pentacles. And this is not the ending. The ending would be this card. All right. All right. I'm probably going to have to zoom out for you guys to see the bottom. All right. Told you guys we have a lot of cards out. So ignore this mess. Look here. And then for the final card in this row, we have, wow, the Magician. So the fact that the Magician comes out at the very end, before we look at the clarifiers, as the second row are going to be clarifying, this energy is so strong. The switch up of I don't think I'm enough. I don't have enough what it takes. I don't have this. I don't have that. Scarcity mindset to I actually have everything I need. That shift with Judgment in the back of the deck, underneath of the King of Swords and Strength. I think a lot of this does have to do with your past and how you were raised and how you were portrayed life, the world, and the way it unfolds, or something along that. Like whatever this is, it was fed to you by the spoon. So we're going to get all the clarifiers out and then just dive into it this way. So to clarify the 7 of Swords, we have the Knight of Cups, next up, clarifying the Ace of Pentacles, we have the Lovers, clarifying the Queen, we have the Fool. Just sliding these cards up slightly. Clarifying the 7 of Pentacles, the 3 of Cups. Clarifying the 10 of Swords, the 9 of Wands. I love this because that means they're still going forward. And then finally, to clarify the 5 of Pentacles before we look at the last one, we have
the Star. Wow. That's beautiful. And then clarifying the Magician is the 7 of Wands. But look at the difference between this 7 of Wands and this one. They don't need to keep their stance in that defensive way. They have a safe bubble that they have put all around them by keeping themselves regulated. They're not letting anything break their courage, break their beliefs. Okay, so with this, there's some very powerful, powerful energy here. Okay. So, where this path goes, if nothing changes, I'm going to be straight up with you, pile number 2. There is going to be a lot of different processes within this path, but it's all like the way it unravels specifically is how you handle it, right? How you show up. So what I am seeing, if absolutely nothing changed, if you listen to this reading, you just listen to this and you don't listen to the final part where we're going to be seeing where you still have the power to shift this path if you wanted to, like if you didn't do any of the things that are said there. What I'm seeing here is you not putting yourself first still. Like there's this idea of trying to constantly like show up in some way, shape, or form to care for others or care for everybody else's stuff. But I think you're waking up, but it's going to happen after you go through some pain. I don't know if that makes sense. Like with the Ace of Pentacles and the Lovers here, this is about like you having the choice to take this as an opportunity, because the Lovers is about choosing, right? Choosing what feels soul aligned versus what doesn't. And this can also be about people as well. Like, am I willing to trust that this person has good intentions? There's also that energy here, but with the Knight of Cups with the Seven of Swords. But at the same time, you're looking at it. The way that you look at it is what's going to determine how things unravel and how your perception digests and translates the reality you go through. Because I'm seeing like a lot of different like stories. Like I'm hearing that you're going to see this as a lesson and then you're going to want to grow, and it's going to be the thing that helps push you forward to start working on showing up in a way that's going to not only benefit you but those around you. And that's going to require having to let go of a lot of different old self-harming thoughts that just didn't work for you. And what I mean by like not literally, but it could be literal self-harming, but I'm saying like self-sabotaging thoughts, things that used to make you think that you were incapable of something, that used to make you think that you were incapable of putting your foot down, that used to like fill in the blanks as you see fit. How you show up though, and how you see this deception that's been messing with your mind, that's what's going to shape it. With the Lovers coming here as like the very second column, clarifying this Ace of Pentacles, and the Fool clarifying the Queen of Pentacles, when the Queen of Pentacles already came out earlier when we looked at the direction your current path is taking you, pile number 2. It's showing to us this idea that you get to choose whether or not this becomes something that feels true to you or farther away from your truth. Because how you show up in the situation, like how you portray yourself, if you dim your light excessively. Like this is, okay, the example I'm seeing, because I feel like the way I'm talking might confuse a lot of people or it's going to sound too abstract. I'm seeing an example in my mind of somebody who's like, okay, you're going to an event and you know this event can help you in some project that you're trying to get out into the world. It's trying to become a business, let's say. To go there, you want to make sure that you are as presentable as possible, that people know that you only have good intentions, that you are a trustworthy person. So what do? You try to dress up in the best way possible. You go through a lot of indecisiveness, deciding what to wear, what makeup to have, or what jewelry to put on, or how much you smile, how much you talk, the way you walk, the way you enter the room. What drinks are you going to get when you're there? Is it going to just be water, so you look classy? Is it going to be some alcohol so there's a little bit of daringness to it? I don't know. It's like
you think so heavily into those things. So how you do that is what's going to unfold this. And but it's gonna keep letting you think that you're not good enough, because you keep thinking that in order to get to where you want to be, you have to try as hard as possible, or you have to do things very specifically or something to get some sort of effect or outcome. But then you've done that in the past, pile number 2, and it still didn't work out. So you need to understand that things move in freaking cycles. Things don't fail until you give up. You know, the word failure in itself is only a word that I would ever put on anything, only if the person that goes through that failure is the person that chose to stop being consistent, to stop moving forward, that stop picking themselves back up. And this is just part of that cycle, but the way that you handle this cycle is what unravels it. So it's like, I do see that this is something that can either take months to years, depending, with the 7 of Pentacles and the 3 of Cups, depending on how you show up. This is something that has to do with you going on an inner journey, I think, first, to help you like get to your end goals quicker. Because with this Magician and the 7 Wands, this is like the power duo of like this energy of somebody who is not going to stop at anything until they get what they want, that is understanding of how much power they actually hold, what they're actually capable of, and isn't going to let anyone fill their head up with anything or any other garbage ever again, except the only things that they're keeping in their head are the things that align with them and what feels true to them. But that shift happens with some form of healing, I think, with the star here. You can't let go of this star. I love the way that this star card is depicted. Like the way that she's holding, literally she has like a string tied up around the star, and she's looking up in so much hope and so much awe. And this idea right underneath the 5 of Pentacles is like not giving up on that is what helps you find your true power and starts feeling like things are going to start moving forward. But I think there's something to do with karma here as well. Like the way that this path happens, it's dependent upon how much energy and resource you start putting into your own self-growth and self-development in your inner world. That will determine how long this path takes to fully unravel. Does that make sense? Like, it's kind of not giving me like a specific where this goes, but it's giving me like there's going to be more challenges on this path if you are not willing to go on your inner world first to do some healing of some kind. Like there's this energy here of like there's still so much possibilities because you haven't even taken that first step yet. You're still in this looping. So the idea here is like, how are you going to work with the things around you to, like in your current surroundings right now, pile number 2, to begin shifting the narrative so that it helps you get to finally cut away from all the crap in your mind that's been holding you back. This idea here that I'm seeing here, I think is going to have to get fed with the next section where you still have power to shift this path. So, because it keeps showing me it's like determined upon you. You know, it keeps going back to you. Number 1, right? 1 is the first house. The first house has to do with technically the sun. But the first house is ruled by Aries. But when I think about the first house, I think about the sun because the sun has to do with your identity. So this idea here of beginning, like what seed are you planting, or what seed is already been planted in you that you've been trying to grow this crap off of? Because that's not taking you anywhere for a reason. Your foundation is the thing that needs to be sturdy. I don't know. There's something here. It's like it keeps breaking into so many different things. Let me know in the comments down below, because I'm very curious to see, like, when you look at these cards, guys, where does your intuition take you? Because I feel like for a lot of you guys that did choose this pile, there is some sort of inner knowing, like there's something that you know you have to do, and you know where this path is going to take you. You know it's going to be hard, but I'm hearing that it can be a little bit easier if you were willing to start taking more of a risk when it comes to how you make yourself find safety in your inner world. Like when you go through this, because you keep thinking you can only get it in like immediate safety in your home, or like safety in like some sort of physical external way, like some safety, like you're looking for safety outside of you too much, and you're not looking for it enough inside of you. And I don't think you know how to fully give it to yourself just yet. And so there's like something here that's being indicated to me that like this is going to unravel very long, and it's going to feel more hard because you don't have that resilience built up inside of you yet to like allow yourself to trust yourself enough, to allow yourself to depend on yourself enough. There could have been like some issues with codependency in the past, and codependency doesn't have to be with like depending on another person. It could be like codependent on ratings, you know, for control, codependent on the news, you know, before you go make life decisions because you need to know what's going on in the world. You know, there's a lot of things here that keeps feeding into this idea of like dependency, but breaking away from that is when you go inside. And to go inside, there's something about needing to mirror that. I do feel like you might end up going on some sort of like healing journey if you were to not change anything eventually. This healing journey is going to come through somebody that you meet, or somebody that you find is what I'm hearing, because you're doing the work with the Seven of Pentacles to do it. But it's just going to take a lot longer. Whatever this, you have a desire. Everyone has a desire. Whatever your definition of personal freedom, what freedom means to you, pile number 2, it's going to take longer to attain if you were to not shift this path right now in some way, shape, or form. So to look there, we are going to get the other cards out. I kind of want to leave this here because I feel like I might go back to it. So let's see if I can do it. I don't know if I'll be able to. Fingers crossed I can, because I'm going to have to layer the cards. So we got a card from each of my decks, my Sacred Creator deck and my Clarifying Life Situations deck, but then we also are using my Karma cards for this fourth section. We have back of the deck energies. So we ended up getting 1 planet card and 3 signs. This is where it gets interesting. 3 sign cards, and then we got 3 house cards. So the way that we read the Karma cards, guys, we look at, okay, so your planet is Neptune. We look at S. So S for the blue, we're only looking at the blue. This is the outcome. So S is spiritual outcome, M is mental, and P is physical. So we read like the sentence in order when we look at the other cards. Does that make sense? So you guys got 3 different full placements, I guess you can say, if you wanted to write them down in your notebook. So I'm going to read them out loud, but they all have to do with the planet of Neptune. And that's about like self-sacrifice. And that energy was here with the, I'm trying to see, with the Tiwaz rune. So this could also be about like a healing journey as well, and like learning how to release the trauma. Oh, wow, I just realized that as well. That's crazy. And this is where new possibilities, new beginnings come, but you are too afraid to get into there. You're afraid of the idea of fully healing. You're afraid of diving into your inner world because the idea of it, you don't know if you're going to be able to make it out alive. That's what I'm hearing. Like this idea of like, it might be too hard for me to bear. It might be too heavy. Self-sacrifice it has to do with the planet of Neptune, martyrdom. You know, it's ruled by Pisces. Pisces is the most spiritual sign. It's the sign literally with 2 of its arms and 1 foot into the spiritual realm, and then just 1 foot hanging in the reality, the physical. So it's very, very flowy. And, you know, it's a fish. It's in the water. It's underwater. It immerses itself into the subconscious. So the idea of self-sacrifice, and Tiwaz rune kind of coming out here again with Neptune, it's interesting. It's just, that's all I have to say. It's so intriguing to me, but it keeps giving me this idea of somebody who has to like mirror healing within another to get the end result that you need. I don't know what that means. Okay. For the back of the deck energy, we have bliss is worth creating from. I don't know what that means. It crosses out the from and then the for, and then it goes back to from. And at 2 and 6 add to 8. Okay. And then for the final back of the deck energy we have here, we're only looking at the sentence that's upwards. Growth potential. Embrace change to unlock your full potential and flourish. So the way that you've been handling things, so maybe like you used to think that you had to keep to yourself to get growth and like you can figure things out on your own. That's another thing that's coming through. And like the way that you have the power to shift this path is if you are willing to start embracing the idea that maybe doing work with somebody or sharing these perspectives with somebody can help get you to growth quicker, but you have to be open to it. But I feel like the trauma maybe is the idea of like people forcing you how to do things, or maybe you've done therapy and stuff before, but it didn't feel safe. I don't know. With that, I do just want to say, guys, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing and soul remembrance. So if you are interested, I am taking one-on-one clients right now. You can always go to the description box down below and you can look at the link. I think it shares like wanting to do one-on-one work with me, and you can sign up for a free soul clarity call, and I can just share with you who I am, what I do, what I offer, and to see if anything I do can benefit you in your journey. Because what I'm seeing here is this idea of somebody who's trying to develop enough self-trust. In this journey, it's going to require more self-trust. To get to that self-trust, though, it's going to take some time. What happens if nothing changes thing? Eventually, you will still come to the same conclusion if you were to not use your power to shift this path. It's an inevitable conclusion, but it's a matter of like how long it's going to take to get there. That's what can shift if you use the power you have. Does that make sense? So we're going to look at these two cards last, though, because I want to look at the placements for the karma cards first. So for the first sign, you have Aquarius. So Neptune in Aquarius, and we'll look at the first house. Neptune and Aquarius in the second house. The idealization of genius to experiment with your beliefs. The idealization of genius to experiment with your beliefs. I'm just sitting on that. Okay, I think I'm understanding this because, okay, a lot of people always forget. They think that Leos in astrology are like the most egoic based. Aquarius is really close up there too. They just don't show it as boldly and loudly on the outside, or they don't proclaim it the way kind of like Leos do. And the way that Aquariuses do it is very hard-headed in the sense that they think that the way it's going to happen is the way it's going to happen. You have the power, first off, to shift this path by shifting or even considering the idea that maybe the way that your brain thinks it's going to happen isn't going to happen at all. That maybe, just maybe, you aren't actually as much in control as you thought you have or are over this narrative, over your life, over how things unravel. And that's why you need to have more self-trust in yourself to know that you'll be able to handle things when they come, when you least expect it. Next up, we have confusion regarding the discoveries of what you value. So yeah, like you need to be prepared. Sacrifice resulting from the eccentricity of your resources, because you have the capability to think on your feet when you're going to need it most, but you keep doubting that. You keep avoiding that as like something that is going to be inevitable here. And that's what's keeping you in a really bad, torturous loop. Next up, we have Neptune in Sagittarius in the fourth house. So this says the idealization of insights to understand what makes you feel secure. So, and then confusion regarding the wisdom of support. Sacrifice resulting from the understanding of your home base or family. Wow, okay, so that's so straight up. This is about you having to go on a self-exploration journey on your inner world to figure out why it is the way you see things this way so that you can start shifting and rewiring that belief loop that you keep feeding. This is literally about healing. This is literally about going in your inner world to figure that out. This is literally about giving yourself permission to journey in that way, because it is going to be scary at first. Change is always scary. Things that aren't second nature to our brain is scary. It's just information. It doesn't mean that this is bad. Scary doesn't mean bad. It just means new, and it means unfamiliar territory. But you get to be the Columbus there. I know that sounded really stupid, but because I know Columbus is a bad man, but you know what I mean. Like, you get to be the first explorer of that inner world, of this uncharted territory in your mind. And you need to be open to that idea. You have that opportunity to shift that now if you are willing to explore it. So that's why I felt called to share, like, I am taking one-on-one clients right now. Like, I really do feel like for some of you guys talking together, just even getting some clarity or seeing if there is an idea, just having a one conversation could benefit you. So I do really recommend that you do schedule a free soul clarity call, because they're free, And all we're doing is just seeing if what I have to offer could be a good fit. And there's absolutely no pressure to commit to anything at all, my loves. So, that's really, really interesting to me. And I like this because it keeps feeding into that idea. Now, lastly, we got Neptune in Libra in the 3rd house. So idealization of cooperation to perfect your ideas. Focusing on making sure you can rewire your story, rewrite the narrative. Confusion regarding decisions about short-term thinking and trips. So this is about being willing to embrace uncertainty and sacrifice resulting from the fairness shown by who or what is around you. So I feel like this is also you learning how to set boundaries, being discerning. Libras, they have a lot of trouble with discerning between things because they have a tendency to always find themselves as the mediator. Like they don't really like conflict too much. And they always like to try to see they like to try to understand both perspectives a lot. But it can sometimes do them a disservice in the way where it makes them think that they have to like embrace both sides. When in reality, like you have to choose what resonates with you first before anything, above anything. And this is kind of like this idea. It keeps coming into this idea that like where you still have the power to shift this path is you looking at the options you've had in front of you this entire time with the Magician and the 7 of Wands, because you are not stuck. You're not stuck. I feel like what led you to this reading is like source guiding you, telling you you're not stuck. And it's trying to tell you how much choice you actually have in the entire situation, my love, on where this path is taking you and how it can unravel. We also have, for the upright message, Crystal of Clarity. Illuminate your path with openness and insight, readying yourself for a newfound understanding of content. So this could also be like understanding what you're really dealing with here, That's Neptune, illuminating. Neptune is the planet of confusion. It's the water planet. So it's got lots of confusion. It's got murkiness to it. It's the 7 of Swords energy here. And it's the Knight of Cups, actually. So the idea here of like letting yourself get the clarity by being straight up with yourself. There's something here that you can do to shift your path. I feel like you know what your power is here. You're smart. Like I said, you're very sharp, pile number 2. It's just you keep going a little bit in circles. And then lastly, we just have one word with the Sacred Creator card, rise. With the number 5 and 7, what is that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Adding to 12. And then 1 and 2 adding to 3, which is about taking action. And the number 12. So 12 can be of significance to you here. I do recommend you write it down to try to see the meaning of that. And then we have 333. So 333, 11, and 12, 12. And then we also had 7, 7, 7 coming through. I'm just repeating those numbers. Yeah. I'm going to read this because I do feel called for it. Bliss is worth creating from. So it's this idea of realizing how much control you have, but it's not control in the ways that you used to think you had. It's control in ways that you're not used to, but that's why working on it can help you understand what that means. Okay, so 57. Interesting. This is number 57, but I opened to page 57 blindly, and I'm hearing, I see, what do you really want? So I'm going to just read the message. This isn't a card that came out, but I feel like there's some statement on this page before I go here that wants to be said. So what do you really want? Really? Beyond the parameters of what's possible and what is likely, and beyond any constraints of time and money, what do you want? Regardless of your current situation and regardless of what you wanted yesterday, what is that big sacred dream that stares back at you when you allow yourself to indulge in magical thinking? So that's just something I want you to sit on, okay? But let me get to rise. All right. So rise, essential meanings: being ready to rise, rebirth, second chances, redos, new opportunities, stepping up to your potential, and announcements. Self-care message: endings, the need for acceptance of defeat before the rebirth. Knowing when it's time to stop, a time to implement changes before you can rise again. You are ready. You feel it in your soul and you hear it in your heart. You are ready to step up, unveil your brilliance, and run across the field shouting your dream to the world. Reach out and reveal a piece of your plan and share a part of your magic. Think bigger this time. You're going to rise higher than you ever have before, so you're going to need a grander entrance. Give yourself permission to openly pursue the giant badass goal that you've got. As you let it loose and try it on for size, you'll untether your potential. You'll untether your potential beyond anything that you can fathom. Start to ask, why not me? And realize that it is your turn to rise. If something is coming to a halt, or if you have recently suffered an unpleasant blow to your momentum, this card illuminates a time for second chances. You're being gifted a redo with all of the rebirth energy of the Phoenix. And this time, you get to decide just how far you fly. Take a moment to regroup and implement any changes that are needed, and then open your wings and rise. Here are some questions. I do recommend that you pause this video, write these down. How hard are you on yourself? How are you keeping yourself down? Are you motivating yourself as much as you would others? Are you rising up like a warrior and upping your inner dialogue and your self-love right along with your skills, your promotional materials, and your to-do list? Does your outer success match your inner glow? See, these are some things, and that's why I'm saying the inner world. There's something about the inner world here. 12. There's some form of clarity, though, that needs to come through. So that's how you have the power to shift this path. Now for these exercises, you got the mental clarity category with what feels like the biggest opportunity in your life right now and how can you embrace it fully? So these are things you can pause the video with and then write them down and reflect on them. Next up, for the category of roots, what is something you disagree with about the way you were raised and why? And then lastly, this could be an exercise. The Ace of Spades with acts of kindness. Feeling bored, gloomy, or sad, performing a random act of kindness can uplift you while doing the same for someone else. Example, send a caring text to a friend, greet a stranger, help someone feel special, donate things. What will you do today? You know, one example of this could actually be writing a comment in the comment section down on this video, because every little form of engagement, or giving a like on this video, because every form of engagement that you guys do really just help push my channel forward, and it just shows YouTube like, hey, we like these self-growth based readings, we like these deep healing based readings, we like how we can explore everything but still get a form of remembering that we're the ones in power and in control here. Because that's what I want. I want to empower you guys. I want to show you guys that you are the true leaders of your lives, that you can heal and become your own inner healers from the inside out. That's literally what I do for a living. So it's like helping you guys embody that self-trust. And there's a lot of beauty when it comes to sharing your story. I don't think you realize how much that can actually help you too, considering the fact that we did get a lot of throat chakra energy. So maybe just even like, I call it word dumping, thought dumping, when you just let your brain just dump out all the worries or whatever thoughts could have came up throughout this reading. Like maybe if you feel called or feel comfortable, you can share them in a space where no one knows you at all, is not going to care enough to look at your profile, and you can just leave it there out of your head. You know, that comment section is a perfect place to start. You know what I mean? So that's just something that I felt called to offer. But let us now see your final message from your higher self to finish up this reading, my love. So the card that you have received here to wrap it up is Inner Doorway, with open the door within and let life circumstances pass through you. And we have an advice from your higher self card that goes along with it. So we're going to read it together. Your soul perceives that you might be either holding on to past events or resisting upcoming changes. Drawing this card signifies the need to open your inner doorway, allowing experiences to flow freely. Let go of attachments and apprehensions. Embrace the idea that life, with its myriad experiences, is continually shaping you, but it's up to you to decide how you let these events influence your inner peace. There you go. So the step forward, maybe do these prompts. That can be the thing that helps you. And not only that, but start your dialogue, start your narrative. I do challenge. Actually, you know what, pile number 2? If you're here, write pile 2 down in the comment section and start your journey. Share the struggle. Share the thing that you're like this on right now. Because you're not moving. You're like this. And it's reminding me of my Chorky, who's turning 7 years old, my little doggo, who just has so much energy that I learned that he just starts shaking. His nervous system, he's trying to regulate, and he just starts shaking all the time. And I'm like, are you okay? So that's the energy I keep picking up on. You need to let that out. You need to start allowing that process to unfold organically on its own. So whether it aligns with you to do a comment or to book a free soul clarity call somewhere where you can express it, that is going to be the first step to helping you with this. And then also getting to allow this to start freaking unraveling. You know what I mean? So with that being said, my beautiful pile number 2s, I really do truly hope from the bottom of my heart that you have received everything and maybe even some more that you were hoping to get out of this reading. This reading was extremely insightful. I feel like this is going to be a giant chapter or turning point in your life, like how you choose to show up for this and everything that came through within this reading. So, definitely sit on it, use your time if you feel called to, but at the same time, if your heart's asking to do something right now, listen to it. So with that being said, I send you so much unconditional love. Please give this reading a thumbs up if it did resonate, even a thumbs down, even little, like I said, any form of engagement helps the algorithm. So it would just mean the world to me. If you do resonate with my journey, if you do resonate with what I'm aiming to do here on my pick of cards, I'm here trying to help and show people that it's healed people that help heal this world. It's like, you don't even need to go to third world countries and start volunteering. You literally just have to heal, work on your SHIT so that you don't start leaking it out to everyone you meet and project it so then it doesn't keep creating that ripple effect that we're seeing in this world today. I want to help this world be a better place, and the only way I can do it is by starting with you, the viewer. Okay? So if you resonate with that, hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. If you resonate with that, give this reading a thumbs up. If you resonate with that, take that first step that I challenged you on, because there is something you're locking up inside that needs to come out. It needs to purge. It needs to hear you roar without the shame holding you back. So I send you so much love. That's all I guess I can say now. And I'm going to leave you at that. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. And hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number 3s. This is the pile preparation portion for your reading today. So I'm just going to be sliding your significator card off to the side here as we get ready to dive into your reading. To dive into this, we're going to be looking at 5 different topics of interest here. Well, the last one being the final message from your higher self. But we're going to be beginning this off because we do have a lot of decks to shuffle through today by diving into the direction your current path is taking you. So these are all the decks that we're going to be using for this part of your reading. And that is to say that we're going to be receiving cards from all of these decks, but I did feel called to bring them all out here for this first section. So let us just dive right into this. We're going to be using my Panoramic Tarot deck for this section, as well as my Learning Tarot deck as well. We're going to be taking reversals. So let us dive right into this. All right, and this is going to be fully unedited, fully raw, and fully organic. So, what is the direction the pile number 3's current path is taking them? Where is pile number 3's current path taking them, regardless of when this reading finds them? Because this is a timeless reading. Where is pile number 3's current path taking them?
All right, so we didn't get any cards coming out, but the back of the deck does want to come through. We got the third house, so we're going to be placing that to the side. We're going to explore that stuff in the reading itself, okay? So let's just keep going. Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's current path taking them? All right, so we got one card coming out, and I do feel called to grab these two, so I'm gonna go with it. Okay, I guess there was three. Okay, back of the deck also wants to come through. I'm gonna place it to the side. We're not gonna be exploring anything within this part of your reading yet. Let us keep going. Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's current path taking them? All right, nothing wanted to come through within this deck. I actually don't feel called to do back of the deck here either, so we're just going to place that deck up here so we have space. All right, and let's keep going. I'm trying to save the tarot decks for last. So where is pile number three's current path taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Oh. All right, we got 3 runes coming out. So there is a lot of energy, but very, because you got a lot of keyword decks cards as well. So I am quite intrigued to see where this is going to go. We got one more oracle deck to shuffle before we move into the tarot. Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's current path taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading? All right, so we got one enchanted map card, and then now let us move into the 2 tarot decks to finish up this section. Let's get reversals for this. So, where is, oh my god, this deck, pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's, oh, let me get that card, current path taking them? Where is, one more shuffle like that, pile number three's current path taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is pile number three's current path taking them? Where is pile number three's current path taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading? One more shuffle. All right, back of the deck does want to come through. We got the 8 of Wands upright. No. Yes, upright. Okay, sorry, I got really confused for a sec. All right. Oh, wow, okay. And the 3rd house. Okay, I'm very intrigued. This one did come upright, so this is going to be a significator card. What's really interesting, actually, when I was setting up your cards, I have an additional deck that I wanted to use for you guys because I just received it in the mail. And
I just felt called, like, maybe there's something here for pile number 3. You guys are going to be the only pile that's going to end up using this deck for the first time on my channel. So I'm really, really excited. I did see the number 3 on the, 7, sorry, the number 7 on the packet that holds the deck. Well, we had 52, but 5 and 2 add to 7. So I don't know why, like, that stood out to me when I was setting up the cards here for you guys. So 7 is going to be a significance here. I don't know why I need to make sure that I don't start this reading in the middle of the preparation, but it's just like Cancer. The sign of Cancer is extremely standing out to me here for some reason. 7 in Cancer. So I just really got to keep that in mind. But this is going to be a significator card for this section, most likely. And let's do the final shuffle of cards here. We're only doing upright cards, okay, Source? Let's do it like this. Where is pile number 3's current path taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading, as this is a timeless reading and it will find them when it is meant to find them. Where is pile number 3's current path taking them? Where is pile number 3's current path taking them? Let's shuffle. Where is pile number 3's current path taking them? All right, back of the deck here is the 8 of Pentacles. Okay. All right, let's place it there. Let me just make sure I didn't drop any cards because I thought I heard one fall out. I have my eyes closed. I always have my eyes closed when I shuffle. All right, so we're doing upright only. Okay. All right. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. Perfect. All right. Just shuffling them up. All right, perfect. So we got all the cards nice and ready for your first section. Got the significator card that wanted to come through. I think you guys saw the little surprise. You had 2 significator cards, but if not, and you're not here, you don't know. Okay, sorry. All right, so second section, we're going to be looking at what is shaping this direction for you right now. So that could be beliefs. It could be narratives that you tell in your head. It could be a literal physical blockage in your life. And we're going to be exploring that. So we got all these decks here. Again, maybe some decks won't have cards come out, and that's absolutely okay. But these are the decks that did feel called to come through for this reading. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? All right, no cards wanted to come through, but back of the deck does. We got Frogs, Return, Moon. Building Dreams, Determination, Cooperation with the number 20. Beautiful. We're going to place that to the side. Let us keep going. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? One more shuffle. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? All right. We got many cards coming through, but we want everything that came up upright to be facing us. So I'm seeing older woman, middle Bronze Age, arranged marriage, slander, pantheistic, Western Europe, broken heart, devotee or follower, abandonment. Okay, we're gonna have to place it like this carefully so we don't mix things up. So that's one category. We got these two landing together. I'm seeing explorer and accident. So I only look at the words that are calling out to me, like I first see, and then I believe that that is the way source wants me to do it. Where do I put this so it doesn't get messed up? Okay, explorer and accident. Then we have all these cards, and then these two. I see exorcist, town beauty, and beauty. And then we have these. So I see beggar, Mexico, non-contagious illness. Hold on. Beggar, non-contagious illness, Mexico, unexplained disappearance, and accident. But also abusive technology is coming through as well. Okay. Place this like this. Okay. All right. I gotta be careful to not get that confused. All right. So we got that all set up. What does that word even mean? I have no clue. I'm gonna have to check that out. But okay, let's keep going. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? Okay, so we got one card coming through here. I don't know what this word is. I can't say the word. Look at this word. I have no clue how to even I have no clue how to pronounce it. I'm gonna have to look up the meaning of it though, because I feel like it like peeked out when I looked to my left, like the corner of my eye. So there's got to be a reason for that. I want to look it up heavily. So I'm going to place it over here just so I don't forget. All right, so we got one card. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading, in reference to where their current path is leading them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? In terms of the direction that their current path is taking them, what is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? All right, back of the deck wants to come through. We have humiliation. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. Okay. Whew, I just felt like some heavy energy in my chest. Okay. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading, in reference to where their current path is leading them or taking them? What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3? Okay. And we had a card come out over here, upright. So there's categories, I think, coming through. So these two want to be together. This one wants to be on its own. Interesting. And then the last deck. What is shaping this direction right now for pile number 3, in reference to where their current path is leading them or taking them, in the direction their current path is taking them at? Regardless of when they come across this reading, as this is a timeless reading, what is shaping this direction for pile number 3? I only want cards that fall out loud shuffle. All right, nothing came out. Back of the deck here is New Moon and Sag with luck is on your side. That's really cool.
when you connect it to the Frog's Return Moon. Okay. So we got all the cards here. Don't keep in mind we did have a lot of past life categories. We have 4 in total. So now we're doing the third section. So for the third section, we're just using my tarot deck, and we're going to be seeing where this path goes if nothing changes. Like if you do absolutely nothing differently after you listen to this reading, we're going to see what will continue to unfold. So where does this path go for pile number 3 if absolutely nothing changes? Where does this path go for pile number 2 if 2? I meant 3. Where does this path go for pile number 3 if absolutely nothing changes, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where does this path go for pile number 3 if absolutely nothing changes? Where does this path go for pile number 3 if absolutely nothing changes? One more shuffle. All right, back of the deck here is the Ace of Pentacles. All right, we got, does this want to be upright or in reverse? Normally don't do reversals all the time with my tarot, but if I am unsure, I drop it 5 times blindly with my eyes closed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Upright. Okay, these are significator cards. 8 of Wands coming through again. Interesting. Just making sure. Okay. Huh. So these are going to be significator cards. And then for section 4, we're getting my clarifying life situations deck, my sacred creator deck, and my karma cards. We're going to be pulling out a card from each of the categories, the planets, the signs, and the houses, to see where you still have the power to shift this path if you wanted to, okay? So where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Okay. So we got this. All right. And then we're doing reversals here because there's upright and reversed meanings. So where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path if they wanted to, in reference to where their current path is leading them / taking them, regardless of when they come across this reading? If this reading will find them exactly when it is meant to, because it is a timeless reading. And I'm sorry if that scared you guys. It always scares me. It is so flipping loud. Okay. Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path if they wanted to? Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path of theirs? Where does pile number 3 still have the power, one more shuffle, to shift this path if they wanted to? Okay, so we got 2 cards. And then let's get a card out for each of the categories. Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Okay, so we got 1 card. Where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Okay. Ooh. And where does pile number 3 still have the power to shift this path? Oh, okay, so we got 2 house placements coming through. Ooh. Let us now move these cards out of the way. And we're now getting your final messages from your higher self. So there we go, there we go. Beautiful. No, final messages from your higher self. So I'm going to be shuffling the original deck that I plan on using for all of the 3 piles within this reading today. If we do end up getting a card coming out, we're going to be combining it and connecting it to the message card that's meant to go along with it. And then we're also going to try to shuffle my brand new deck that I just purchased and I just received like a day or 2 ago, and see if there's any messages here for you, because I don't know, I felt really, really called to just jump right into it. And I usually wait until I can use a new deck that I get for like the following video or reading topics so that everyone has access to it or gets to use it. But I don't know, I just felt for you guys, there's something here. So let us see. What is the final message meant for pile number 3? What is the final message meant for pile number 3? Okay, I'm going to shuffle 2 more times. What is the final message meant for pile number 3? Yeah. Okay, so we didn't get anything from this deck. So that leaves us with this one. And I did almost forget to shuffle 2 more decks here. These are going to be like practical application decks. These might have prompts to journal on, and I'm going to be shuffling them as well. I almost literally forgot to, in case there is something that wants to come through that can aid you with this path, with this journey, regardless of whether you choose to shift it or not. So let me just shuffle these first really quick before I do the final one. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 3. Are there any cards here meant for pile number 3? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 3, source. All right, so we got 2. And then the last deck. Are there any cards meant here for pile number 3? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 3. Are there any cards meant for pile number 3? Mouse shuffle. Nothing. Okay, so we got 2 exercises. And where do I want to put this? We'll put these here. Now we're doing the final shuffle. There we go. Final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with. What is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? All right, and we got 1. Shadows. I'm excited to dive into this with you. Again, I have no clue what these cards are going to say. I just got them. But we have the back of the deck. Well, this one's coming out. Healing looks like ... So there is going to be some form of healing energy coming through here, whether or not you decide to shift this path or not. So really, really excited. All right. So, my loves, we have got everything set up for you. And I am excited to dive into this reading. So I will meet you at the reading portion of your video, okay? I will see you there, my loves. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number threes. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the reaching your destination card with the quote, "Your light is shining brightly," then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to where your current path is leading you. Now, before we dive into this reading in its totality, I need to reveal the surprise. You got two cards. And for the other significator card that you guys received, you have Mystic Healer. And this is actually the first time I've ever seen this card in this deck, and I've had this deck for years. So I'm really, really surprised. And it says, Mystic Healer, healing energy flows through you. So when we look at these two cards connected in reference to your pile, in reference to the topic of today's reading, I want to let you know, pile number three, that regardless of how things turn out, regardless of the way you choose to handle things moving forward after this reading is complete, because we're going to be looking at where your path is going to go if you don't do anything about it, if you change absolutely nothing about how you've been approaching the situation, versus like where you still have the power to shift this path and change it if you wanted to. Regardless of how you end up taking action and choose to move forward after this reading, it is going to lead you exactly where you are meant to be. There's no right or wrong way to do this. It's just a matter of what I'm hearing. How much are you willing to go through? How much are you willing to put yourself through to get there? Because I'm hearing adversity, experiencing adversity in some way, shape, or form. I don't know why that's coming through. The adversity is where your wisdom comes through. You're going to gain more knowledge if you go the harder route through this experience. It's going to help you transform regardless of what you choose to take, but it's just a matter of deciding like which way do you want to go. And I'm also hearing though, like even though one path might have more adversity, there is still like this feeling of like bittersweetness to both paths. So I'm assuming that that means that there's two ways to do this. I don't know what that means, but okay, really curious. So let's place your cards to the side. And to dive into this first section of your reading where we're going to be just diving straight into the direction your current path is taking you, or where this current path of yours is taking you. We got a lot of beautiful cards that came through. Look how many rune cards and keyword cards you got. It's crazy. These are also the tarot. And then you also received a significator card for this portion, as well as back of the deck energy. So let us start first with the back of the deck energy. So first up, you receive the number 41, 4 and 1 adding to 5 with third house communication. So, oh, you know what's interesting? I'm looking at this, and the more I look at it and like study the background, I don't know if you see like the arrows or like, not arrows, but like these points kind of going in. There's intensity here, there's movement here, and also the birds. But there's some form of tension with the communication that comes through. Well, 5 is about like some chaos, right? It's about change. So there has to be movement for change. And the number 29 was also peeking through. So 2 and 9 add to 11. And that immediately gives me this idea of this is like a new beginning. No matter what way you choose to handle it, there is going to be a brand new beginning here. But it's about how you approach the situation that's going to determine your experience within the journey to get to the destination. Does that make sense? So that's just something to keep in mind. But let us place that here. I feel called to place back the deck energies here today. Okay. Sorry for the shadows, guys, but that's what we're going to work with. All right. For the other back of the deck energy, you also receive the 8 of Wands upright. And this is ruled by the solar plexus chakra. I believe this is Mercury, but I could be totally incorrect because I really suck at memorizing the symbols for the planets. And then we also have Sag, travel, news, hastiness, speed, progress, movement, action, rushing, exciting times, travel, freedom, holiday, taking off, gaining momentum, ahead, thinking on your feet, sudden action. Okay, so there is action taking. Okay. And then for the final back of the deck, this is the significator card. Well, it already revealed itself. This is the significator card. So we have the throat chakra ruling this card with Chariot coming upright with the number 7. And I remember when I was preparing your pile, the pile preparation portion of your reading, my loves, the Cancer sign kept standing out to me, the Cancer and the number 7. So obviously, like, I know Cancer rules the Chariot card, but look, let's look at the affirmation really quick. So the affirmation on the side says, no obstacles will stop me now. So there is something about adversity coming through. The words here, victory, overcoming obstacles, success, ambition, determination, willpower, control, self-discipline, hard work, and focus. With Cancer, I want to understand why Cancer, well, the moon sign here as well. We're going to have to sit on that for a little, but this is the significator card. I'm going to place it like this. Because I know 7 is about perseverance, and it's also about like being patient, because this is the time where like most of the magic is taking place behind the scenes, and you just need to trust in the action you're taking that it's going to reap the results. But it's like you're not seeing it's kind of like when you plant a seed, there's things happening beneath the soil, but you can't see that. So you might get anxious, you're going to get nervous because you don't know like when that thing is going to freaking sprout. And there's something here, like, remember, like I said, there's whichever way you choose to handle this path, there's going to be some form of bittersweetness to it. So I feel like there's choice here, and that didn't show up in any of the other piles. So that's really intriguing that it's coming up like right away, when specifically this first section is about the specific direction where your specific current path is taking you, pile number 3. Now for the final back of the deck energy for keywords, you received book with facts come to light, reaching for the details, read a good book, learning, getting needed info. So there is something about like insight coming through, but it's coming through fast. And how it comes through is going to determine how you choose to handle this, but it's where this is where free will comes in. Like, free will comes in the sense that you're going to get to choose how you're going to handle it. And then, oh, I almost forgot this. The back of the deck energy for the panoramic tarot deck is the 8 of Pentacles. So this is something you've been working on. This has to do with something in terms of where your current path is taking you, pile number 3. This is something you've been consistently putting attention towards. This isn't something that's like fresh out of the box. It could be like a new journey within something you've been working on. Does that make sense? So again, there we go. Now let us look at all the cards you guys received, aside from the significator card here. So, by the way, this direction is leading you to ascension. Like, it's leading you to some form of level up in this focal point, wherever this path is. Like, whatever led you to clicking on this reading, what this path is in the specific area of your life, it's leading to a level up. Whether it feels frustrating, hard, or not, pile number 3, this path is leading you there. It's just a matter of perspective, I think, here that keeps coming through. But okay, so let us look at the keywords. You guys have so many keyword cards that came out. So first up, we have makeup jar, inner beauty, not seeing how beautiful life is. Just look below the gray. Beautiful days will return soon, and short-lived depression. Interesting. These are the tarot. For a rune card, we have the Isa rune with a challenge or frustration, psychological blocks to thought or activity, including grievances. There we go. So that's the first sign of a hurdle. And then next up, another rune card, we have the Laguz rune. I know this is like also means lake, I believe. Flow, water, sea, a fertility source, the healing power of renewal, life energy and organic growth, imagination and psychic matters. Okay, so there is a channel message coming through. This is definitely not going to resonate with everyone that's selected this pile, but it does want to come through, so I'm going to share it. But I am hearing that some of you guys might have had like a pregnancy scare, or like this isn't something like, maybe like you guys were just having some fun. Like this is not going to resonate with everyone, but some of you guys might have just found out that you're pregnant and it's like throwing you off guard. It threw you off guard because you didn't plan for this, you didn't want it, not that, like, you know what I mean? And it just happened, and now you're like, I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know how I want to take care of this. I don't know how I want to handle it, but that's one thing that's coming through. I know it's very specific, but if it doesn't resonate, let's keep going, okay? Whew. That, it changes your life.
you know? Whatever this is, it feels like that sort of change. It feels like that sort of like it is going to impact an area that you've been focusing on diligently because of how much it throws things. It can wreak some havoc is what I'm trying to say. For the final rune card, you guys have the Ingwaz rune with male fertility. Wow, male fertility. Okay, fertility. Okay, male fertility, gestation, internal growth, common virtues, common sense, simple strengths, family love, caring, human warmth, and the home. Okay. Now I'm also hearing another situation. Some of you guys are in a marriage. Some of you guys are in a family. You guys have a family life. You have kids and stuff. There was an awakening within you. Now you want to go understand who you are. It's hard to do that while balancing the family life. And there's this idea of like, I have to choose either or to have it, or I have to be willing to try to do both so I don't lose myself in some way. I don't know what that is, but that's another specific thing. Again, most likely will not resonate with everybody, but it's there. Now, next up, we have tape. Very sticky situation, cutting things away in order to hold things together, fixing things. Interesting. It's so intriguing, the cards that are coming out. Now, the last two cards before we go into the tarot, we have chat, open communication with a friend or family member. Chat openly, incoming messages, social media, text messages, phone calls, and messenger. So with communication here, you know, that's standing out. And then lastly, we have dog, ability to devote yourself to your path. Happy, loyal, faithful friend, and devoted. Huh. Okay. Now for the enchanted map. We have magic stream with the number 18. So 18 immediately is giving me the image of the major arcana, the moon. And the fact that this moon sign rules the chariot, the moon's coming through twice. So there's something here about like not knowing. And I love this bird. I think it's a white heron. I could be very wrong. Let me know in the comments down below if you guys know what that bird is. But there's this idea, or it could be a crane. There's this idea here of like you genuinely have no clue where this is going to take you. Like whatever thing you choose, there's a blankness in your mind that comes up because both or all of the above options on how to tackle this, it brings something sweet, but like I said, there's bittersweetness to it as well. There's bitterness to it as well. So it's like I'm hearing that saying, you win some, you lose some. Like, and it feels like that's heavily being like said here or stated here just within your situation specifically, pile number 3. So we did get 2 learning tarot cards. So first up we have the 4 of Pentacles upright with budgeting. That's ruled by the throat chakra. This is ruled by the sun, and I think this is the sign of Capricorn. Holding on to people / possession / issues, deep-seated past issues, hoarding, stinginess, control, possessiveness, financial stability, and financial security. And then we also have the heart chakra, returning to one's roots with the 6 of Cups. And this is ruled by Scorpio. Children, childhood memories, past influences, yearning, homesickness, nostalgia, reunions, playfulness, youthfulness, innocence, creativity, kindness, goodwill, and simplicity. Whatever this is, pile number 3, whether the examples I gave resonated or didn't resonate with you, I want to make something extremely clear here. Where your current path is taking you is going to feel like a major step up in a promotion. That's a better word. A major promotion in who you are. Like it feels like you're getting promoted to making massive decisions in your life that you know are literally going to lead, like change the entire trajectory overall. But that also feels like a lot of responsibility. So there's like this idea of like pressure here, but pressure that isn't coming outside of you. This is all internal pressure. Like, and it's not like pressure like you have to make a decision right now. in a way, yeah, kind of, but like not like in 2 seconds, you know what I mean? And you're afraid of choosing wrong, which is a given, that's valid. But I'm hearing like absolutely, remember what I said with your significator cards and the magic stream, like this is kind of giving me the idea of reaching your destination deck and with the mystic healer, because the healer, it has to do with like water energies. So the fact that it's kind of, this kind of looks like these two cards, the depictions are like getting combined here in the reaching, in magic stream. So there's this idea here, like regardless of where you go, I know you're scared, I know you're terrified, I know you think that there is a wrong answer here, but there really isn't. I want to make that very clear. You're going to go through different experiences and challenges and obstacles with how you choose to unravel this and do this. But it really feels like you're at like a fork in the road right now, or you hit a weird dead end where now you have to choose, or it could be 3 paths, but there's something here where it's like split. And you have to decide where or how you want to navigate this, how you want to lead this situation. And the decision you make next is what's going to determine how everything unravels for you. But I'm also hearing tick tock. So perhaps maybe it's time sensitive within like a week or two, but it can't take longer than a week or two to make this decision for some reason. I feel like you're being handed, what's that word? I forgot the word. You're being handed, it's when somebody is giving you, it's like you're being handed an ultimatum, and it's like you have to decide, and you, like, they can only wait for so long. Like if there's another person involved, I'm also like feeling like there's this energy of like an ultimatum coming through. But let's also look at the tarot as well. So first up, we have the Strength card coming through. Next up, we have the Knight of Cups. I want to make sure we can fit everything. Thirdly, the Page of Wands. This dog card is making me feel like it's connected to the Page of Wands for some reason. Fourthly, we have the Nine of Wands. Okay, so this wants to clarify these cards. I don't know how I would clarify them though. I don't know if you guys can see. I might be able to do something, but you're gonna have to give me a second. I'm also hearing take the L. I don't know why. Take the L. Just take the L. So some of you guys might also be in a situation where to go to the next level in this arena of your life, you have to let something go that maybe you've been working on for a while and kind of shift it slightly to get something better in return. But it doesn't feel like that right now necessarily. But it's like kind of, it's scary, you know, because you're doing a shape shift or a switch up, and when you do that switch up, it's going to feel like you're really just relying on hope there, or faith, trusting that like that was the right decision to do after all. All right, so I think we have enough space to be able to see the clarifier. So this is clarifying, the Nine of Wands is clarifying the Strength. The Knight of Cups is being clarified by the Two of Wands. And then finally, the Page of Wands is being clarified by Judgment, the one major arcana card coming through in the panoramic deck. Yeah, it is a turning point decision. This is a choice. This is something that's going to change your entire life in a way. The entire trajectory of your path. This is a big decision. This feels very massive. There's so many different ways that I can like read this. And what's also really interesting too is that we have no single no. Yes, yes, and yes. Yes, see? So you have a lot of yeses. Like there's this idea here. Again, I need to confirm to you, pile number 3, no matter how you choose to tackle this, view it, handle it, it's not taking you anywhere that you're not meant to be. This is all going to take you exactly where you're meant to be. This is all going to benefit you regardless of the way you choose to handle it moving forward. Like, you're not making a wrong decision. I want to make that very clear, because that's a lot of, you keep putting so much pressure on yourself, and that's just only stalling your decision. It's leading to a lot of hesitation. And what's interesting to me is that I actually feel like some of you guys already know what it is that you want to do, but you're so scared to make the move on it. And it's like your heart has already set, like, made it clear how they want to handle it or what they want to do. And you're in this energy of trying to protect yourself or protect the current circumstances, because you know that if you were to just go ahead with and follow that exact nudge or thing that your heart wants you to do, something else might, like, you're gonna have, like, I'm picturing you trying to, like, hold something together, and to do it, you have to keep your hands like this. And if you were to follow your heart right now, you'd have to let things go and just go at it. But you know that if you do that, it's gonna break something. It could not break, but potentially break it. There's this idea, a subconscious fear of some kind that's like playing in your head about, like, this is going to be the end, like, I'm going to do something bad. Like, there's something about guilt here, or like shame, or like you're embarrassed. I don't know what that is. There's like a insecurity on making this decision in the way you want to. And you're doubting yourself. You're doubting whether or not you're truly capable. You're doubting the situation. Another thing that's also coming through is this idea of, like, you just received something, some form of information on your path, pile number 3, that gives you an opportunity to be able to do something that you always wanted to do, like your heart's always wanted for you, but you're really scared of making that decision because you don't want things to turn out, like, poorly. So one idea is an idea, like a vision that's coming through, is like somebody who is getting offered, like, to get proposed. And or like have some sort of like marriage proposal or agreement with somebody where you get to, like, stay home and take care of the house. Like, maybe you always wanted to be like a homemaker, or someone who just likes to cook and, like, just fulfill a lot of divine feminine roles, you know, and or be a mother or something like that, be a parent, a stay-at-home parent. But you're, like, afraid of doing that because that means that you're gonna have to take a giant risk in your finances. You know, maybe this other person is the one that's going to support you. Like, there's a really massive energy here. And I hope these examples, guys, are really, really helpful for you to understand how big of a deal this actually is. Like, this really does change things for you in a massive way. But what I want to make very clear is that the direction that your current path is taking you, pile number 3, is exactly where you are meant to be. It feels like you're being handed something of a challenge, right? And I know that's probably exhausting for you guys in the situation you're in. It's exhausting because it's been leading to a lot of, like, spiraling moments in your mind. But at the same time, okay, I'm hearing, this feels like something you've been sitting on, like, long before you found this reading. So I'm picturing somebody who even did, like, a phone call. They were talking to a friend, right? Or they got some form of advice, or they heard something that kind of confirmed where their heart wants to go. And so that's what's led to this, like, initial, like, confirmation within them. Like, they're kind of set, like, your heart's set on something, but you're just scared to take the leap right now because of how hard it took to get to where you're at now. Like, your past, you want it to feel like it was worth it. And you feel like if you drop all of this, it's gonna, I don't think you're gonna think it wasn't worth it, but there's this fear of letting go. And the letting go, the fear of it, what's under this 8 of Wands? Oh, judgment in reversed. Indecisiveness, self-doubt, malicious gossip, lack of self-awareness, unwillingness to learn karmic lessons. The daily choices make now align me with my life's purpose. So, is there a lot of pressure? Are there people pushing you to make a decision or choose a certain way? But what does your heart want? Pile number 3. The direction your current path is taking you is to help you become the leader of your life. You thought you've been the leader of your life, but there's been a lot of times where the leadership has got undermined by everyone else's opinions that they push on you. And this could be family members, like, thinking that they're saying what's best for you or believing that they know what's best for you. But I want to make something clear. I didn't share this with you earlier, but everyone, regardless of the pile you went to or resonated with within this reading topic, you guys all received a collective back of the deck energy of Journey by Moonlight, Believe in Magic. So the fact that you have Magic Stream, Journey by Moonlight, that's also adding more emphasis on the Major Arcana Moon card, because we have this energy here of the moon coming through. We have the moon sign in the significator card with the Chariot. I think the only thing that's making you scared is like past ideas and things that people think is best for you, but they don't know what you're capable of. They don't know your abilities. They don't know how much you can actually handle. And the fact that it says believe in magic, magic stream, and this card just shot out, beginning a new cycle. Like there's this idea here of trusting your gut. There's a reason why you feel called to do things the way you want to do them. And you shouldn't let anyone screw with that, and just accept that that's where you want to go. It could also be that you made like a really hasty decision beforehand that led you to a certain path in life. And in that path, now you're having realizations about where you really want to go, and you're realizing now that beforehand, like you felt pressured and you made that decision hastily without really thinking. And now the clarity has come. And it's like, obviously it's not the best timing for the clarity to come, but you can't, obviously, like we can't be hard on ourselves about that. Like that just happens naturally and organically, and the way that our nervous system's pacing chooses it to unravel in. So now it's here, and there's this fear of like what everyone else is going to think, or this fear of like, is this smart? Is this the smart move? Because I literally just committed to something else. But I want to let you know that this awakening, this revelation, this truth, this clarity that's come through, it's come through for a reason. And the stalling is not going to help you, but we're going to see where this path is going to go if absolutely nothing changes. Okay, like if you don't do anything different about how you've been handling it, we are going to unravel that as well. But like I said, I want to make extremely, extremely clear one more time that regardless of what you choose, there is no right or wrong answer here. You're not going to fail if you choose anything. You are going to succeed or get to a emotional fulfillment experience regardless, or have an emotionally fulfilling experience regardless of how you choose to handle this or move forward. Okay, I want to make that extremely clear, and I feel like Source wants it to be said very, very clear, because there's just so much paranoia coming through on your end, pile number 3, and this energy that like you're gonna be unable to handle things, but in reality this is going to teach you how to be able to handle everything. And it's going to teach you how to work with yourself better. It's going to teach you, regardless of how you do this, how to grow, how to show up. And it's going to empower you, whether you realize it or not. Like this is all leading you exactly where you are meant to be. Okay, loves? So with that being said, let us now take a look and see what's shaping this direction for you right now. Because this direction, it's leading you to a form of self-leadership. It's leading to a form of progression, evolution, and how you show up and what you bring to the table as well. How you bring things to the table, that's changing. So, and I'm sorry guys if I wasn't able to be like super specific, but it's because there's this idea of like you literally having a fork in the road, and there's like a bunch of different options of how to move forward. And so I can't force the way Source wants to bring this up. It's a matter of what you choose and how you choose to see it and how you choose to handle it, but there's no right or wrong answer here. There is also this idea though that eventually like things, your heart, whatever it wants, it's going to happen whether you want it to or not. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take until you allow it to happen, how long you're going to try to fight it and try to like tame the drive for this desire. That is going to be dependent upon like whether you want to rip the band-aid right now or not. But the only thing that's holding you back is the fears. And the only thing that's holding you back is the comfort zone or whatever feels familiar right now. Okay, and a little bit of like stubbornness. Like you're trying to fight yourself on it because you're not used to trusting yourself. Maybe there was like this idea that you did used to think that some type of person or some category of people like knew you better than you knew yourself or knew what was best for you. So now this is like the first time you're being like kind of pushed to do the opposite of that, and that's scary, you know? But let us Now take a look at the second section together.
All right, guys, so to get to the second section, I want to move all these cards to the side out of the camera's lens or the camera's frame, so I can still see the cards, but it's not going to get piled by the second section. So give me one moment to do that really quick and I will meet you there, okay? Okay, guys, so I pushed all the cards to the side, as you can see, like a little bit of them on the side. I felt called to keep the back of the deck energies here. So that's what we're gonna do. And to get diving into this second section where we're seeing what's shaping this direction for you right now, what's shaping this path for you right now, we did get a significator card. Or no, these are two separate cards, my bad. Meanings. But before we dive into all of this, because we also have a lot of past life cards that came up, we're gonna look at the back of the deck energies. So I'm just gonna gather them over here. All right, so for a back of the deck energy, you guys received New Moon in Sagittarius with luck is on your side. As long as you choose something that involves you moving forward, there is some goodness that's going to come out of this. Like, regardless of what you fear, pile number 3, like, there is things coming out of this that is going to be good. It's all going to work out. Next up, we have humiliation. And let me see if I can find something here. So in 1863, Abraham Lincoln proclaimed April 30th a day of national humiliation. America, he argued, had become intoxicated with unbroken success, too self-sufficient, too proud. The Civil War that had blighted the country had been God's retribution for this arrogance. Only penitence, prayer, fasting, all leading to a collective feeling of humility, could prevent similar atrocities in the future. At the time of Lincoln's speech, humiliation made you modest and respectful. But today, humiliation is something unwelcome, something punishing rather than actively sought out. It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment humiliation and humility began to part ways. Deliberately humiliating a prisoner is a gross violation of their human rights, but a request that we be humble. The demand made by some to check your privilege has been criticized for stifling debate. But in the spirit in which it was originally intended, it is also a call to practice humility, to recognize the ways in which our own happiness and achievements might be the result of class, gender, race, and luck as much as hard work. This is a recognition that the good things in our lives are not always all of our own making, but depend on other people too. Okay. We also have Frog's Return Moon with building dreams, determination, and cooperation with the number 20. Oh, wow, that's trippy because 20 is the number for judgment in the major arcana. So judgment keeps coming through and it still followed us to your second section of this reading where we're seeing what's shaping your path right now, the path you're on right now. So this means like it could be the narratives, it could be belief systems, it could be habits, it could be people, anything that could be interfering and creating this direction for you right now. We're going to be exploring that. So with that, before we go here, I wanted to bring out another card. There was a word on it that I had no clue what it meant, so I'm going to be taking my phone out to look it up. All right, so let us see. Meaning of, because I felt like this word was important. So I can't even pronounce it, so I'm not going to try. Rosicrucian. Okay, so Rosicrucian. So the term refers to a mystical and philosophical tradition that emerged in early modern Europe, centered around spiritual enlightenment, hidden wisdom, and symbolic teachings. It refers to a member or follower of a mystical and philosophical tradition known as blank, because I can't say it, an esoteric movement that blends spirituality, symbolism, science, and ancient wisdom. It emerged in the early 17th century, and it's generally someone who seeks spiritual enlightenment through inner transformation, studies mysticism, alchemy, and hidden esoteric knowledge, believes in a universal wisdom tradition underlying all religions.
and values harmony between science, nature, and spirituality. The name itself comes from rose, symbolic of spiritual unfolding, cross, symbolic of human experience and transformation. They typically engage in meditation and contemplation, study of alchemy, often symbolic, not literal chemistry, and the exploration of Hermetic philosophy, ethical living, and personal development. Today, these ideas are carried on by organizations such as ancient mystical order Rosicrucis or Rosicrucian Fellowship. It's someone interested in uncovering deeper truths about life, the universe, and the self, using symbolism, philosophy, and introspection rather than mainstream religion or science alone. Okay, so that word, I'm going to just show it to you guys so you know why I was confused. This word was like peeking out and it was like aggressively standing out to me. So that's what it means, what I just shared. And what's really interesting to me that it just kind of sneaked out as back of the deck energy is this idea that what's shaping this direction right now where you feel like you have choice and you have to make a decision. There's like a fork in the road and it's split. Is because you finally received all the information. Like you have all the information, you've received some form of clarity. It could be coming from somebody, someone revealed something to you. Like you now have all the things you need to make the next rational decision. But at the same time, it feels like your heart has jumped the gun a little bit and made this decision for you before you even had time to sit with it. And so now I feel like you're in this weird like in between moment of deciding like to follow through with it, but also like consider all the repercussions of making that heartfelt choice. Does that make sense? So that's one thing that really wanted to come through. I'm gonna place this or put this away because that's just random. All right. We also want to look at the meaning of this card. So let's go to 20. And we're going to look at it together. So the date for this, which is very intriguing to me, we have April 20th to May 20th. Keywords: building dreams, determination, cooperation. Prophecy: the Frog's Return Moon card signals the perfect time to begin a venture or build upon plans already in the works. The energy of this moon brings you the stamina, determination, and mental clarity to successfully plan, build, and create what you desire. Once you begin the process, your plans will quickly unfold. This is truly the time for planting the dream seed. Those born under this sign sometimes experience a disruption of their work because of their "I can do it all myself" attitude. Do not tackle the project alone. Be flexible and accept help and valuable input along the way. Working with others will help you reach your destination faster. Channel your stubbornness into determination. Work toward your dreams with the group mind attitude. Whether that group is your family, friends, or coworkers, their love and support will help you reach your dreams. And here is a beautiful prayer if you do feel called to use it for yourself. So I'm just going to keep this close up in case any of you guys want to pause and write it down or take a screenshot. Okay. So interestingly enough, there was a lot of energy about like family coming through. So like your family could actually be the very thing that could help support you on this. And maybe there's even this idea here of like fearing, having shame, having guilt about asking for that support in this decision and how you want to move forward, but it's still going to work out. Like you need to understand like this is just healing things in you. This is helping you release things that you used to carry on yourself around the idea of receiving support or help in some way, shape, or form. That's another thing that could be associated with the situation at hand. Now we're going to take a look at the past life cards, like I said. Okay, so it might take a while, it might take longer than normal for me to gather them because I'm trying not to move them or shift them. So just so you guys know, when the cards came out, we only pay attention to the words that caught my attention first. So this one caught my attention. I'm just giving you an example. When I shuffled, you can check it. It's in the timestamps. It's the section right before your reading, pile number 3. You'll see how I gathered the past life cards, but we had 4 categories coming out. So the first one, I'm going to try to slide it out. The words that stood out to me was older woman and middle bronze age. Then we also had slander, broken heart, and Western Europe. And then we had devotee or follower and abandonment. So that's one thing coming through. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out where to place it. Okay, so the next second one. Okay. The words that came through for me was non-contagious illness, Mexico, beggar, unexplained disappearance. We have abandonment coming through again, where I think, yep, abandonment, and abuse of technology as well as accident. So those are the words that I see. Non-contagious illness is giving me this idea of this being like really genuinely this dilemma is in your head right now, pile number 3. Okay, so we'll leave this here. There. Now for the second one, we had explorer and accident. Did I see the word accident earlier anywhere? Accident. Interesting. Okay, you see how things are like connected? Like this. Okay, so older woman, broken heart, Western Europe, slander, Middle Bronze Age. Oh. And then we had abandonment and devotee or follower. And then we have explorer and accident. And then lastly, okay. We have exorcist and town beauty. I might have to place these on top. Okay, I'm going to do that because they're taking up too much space. So let's keep going. We're going to keep revealing because I do feel like in order to just dive into this, like I did for the first section, I got to reveal all the cards at once. So first up, we have joy with solar plexus chakra. So now I do feel like this is a significator card because it is on its own. I'm going to place it connected to the significator cards here so we know that. And then next up, we have isolation with the throat chakra. So you're keeping your mouth, you're keeping your throat, your voice shut, your mouth shut. Throat chakra kept coming through earlier, so that's really intriguing to me. And then joy, this is ruled by the solar plexus chakra, and that was the 8 of Wands. So you do want to move forward with this, but so another thing that's coming through is this idea of maybe there is a pregnancy, you wanted to get pregnant, the other person doesn't, and there's like this fear of like, do you got to handle things alone now? There's also that coming through, and maybe you want to keep it, you want to keep your baby, but how can you go about that situation? How can you handle it? Next up, we also have with a shadow work card coming out, we have avoidance. Face what you fear, for avoidance is but a temporary refuge with evasion, neglect, and denial. And then lastly, again, we have a throat chakra card with impatience. And these are two very different energies. This one wants to go, speak up, yell, scream off the top of their lungs right now. And this one would rather keep everything contained and silent. And you're torn. Remember the decision. This could also be about like getting pregnant, not realizing that you're pregnant, then you find out and you don't know if you want to share it with baby daddy because you don't know if they are good in the situation. You don't know what to do. You spoke to somebody, they gave you advice, but you're trying to decide what you want to do with your heart, or maybe you already know what you want to do, but there's this idea of like being ashamed to ask for it or something like that. Okay, so now that we got all the cards here, let us dive into this. You got all the information, right? But there's this idea here of what is shaping this direction for you right now, pile number 3, is you are genuinely torn. You are genuinely confused on how to handle this because there is shame here in sharing what happened. There is shame here in how things unraveled. And I feel like you think it's like not acceptable And so there's this idea, I don't know if this has to do with like how you were raised, pile number 3, but there's this idea coming through of like how you were raised, like you had certain morals, you had certain expectations. Maybe you come from a religious family, a religious background of some kind, but there's this idea here of like how things are unraveled, or what the news that has come through isn't like moral, or like it's not acceptable in some way, shape, or form, or you deem it unacceptable. You think it in your mind that this is like something to be ashamed of. Like you think that this is something to be humiliated about. When in reality, it's like a blessing in disguise. So it's like the very thing that you think is like bad is the very thing that's going to turn out to be the biggest blessing of your life. But you don't realize it because of the way that you're framing it, the way that you're seeing it. Given all the information that you know, you keep weighing your options. And maybe you have spoken to somebody about the situation, but it just feels like the more information you get, it's a lot to carry. And so you're kind of like, and people have their own opinions, people have their own views and perspectives on it. So like no one's view or perspective is going to be the correct one. Like I said, there's no right or wrong way to tackle this or how you choose to move forward. Okay. So the idea here is that because of it though, you're afraid on how things are going to be able to happen if you were to do the thing that your heart wants you to take. And it might feel very new. It might feel very like different. Okay, now another very specific idea that's coming through is you're stuck between, what's that saying? A rock and a hard place, because you made decisions in your past that led you to where you're at now, but then now that there's this new news coming in, you feel like you might have to revert back. And like I said, remember I heard take the L in my head? Now I think I might understand why. Because there's this idea here of like embarrassment, of shame, to like need to go back and do the very thing that you tried to walk away from again because of this new situation at hand. But this is where your heart wants to go. It's just hard to accept it because you're embarrassed. There's something here where solar plexus chakra energy is very like up and activated, but the thing that's making it hard is like ego. I think your ego is the only thing that's making it hard to like make the full decision right now, pile number 3, because it seems to me like the biggest thing that's shaping this is ego, in the sense of like, do I try to do this on my own, or do I go back, sorry, and share it all? Do I go get some support? Do I allow myself to do the very thing that I thought at one point in my life I chose to walk away from because I thought that that is the thing I wanted in the end? There's something here like that. Let me know in the comments down below, by the way, please, if you chose this pile, guys, because I would love to hear your stories. This is a situation, and this reading, I don't know if you guys can tell, it could take so many different shapes and forms. And it really feels like the biggest thing that's shaping this direction for you, this split, is you battling with your inner world right now, because you don't know if this is what you want. But I feel like you already do, but you keep thinking this is what you want. This isn't what you want, but like maybe it was just the rebel phase, you know? Like this could have been like an inner rebel phase. It's like when people say like don't touch the paint, you're going to touch the paint because it says don't touch the paint. You know what I mean? The curiosity, what's that word? Curiosity kills the cat, or something like that. There was something of that here, and you were just exploring, and you're still in an exploring energy. There's also this idea here of like you think that you won't be able to continue to like understand yourself or go on some sort of self-exploration journey if you were to revert back or like do this thing. I want to let you know that that's not true. That's just you putting this idea of like a limitation on yourself because of the expectations that come with it. But these expectations aren't expectations that come from you, pile number 3, and they never came from your own internal truth and wisdom. They're coming from things outside of you that think they know what's best, or they think they know better than you. You got to let that go. So this idea here is to like, this is really going to take you through a massive journey of healing in the sense of learning how to show up for yourself. You're not going to abandon yourself this time around. Whichever way you choose to do, like, you're not going to abandon yourself. But you need to make sure that you keep you stay grounded in it. Because the word accountability was standing out to me as well. And so, like, there's this idea here of like what's shaping this path is how much you're willing to hold yourself accountable on like showing up for you in the end, regardless of how you choose to do this, because there's going to be different forms of self-accountability on this journey. We're dependent upon which path you choose. Like, there is a form of accountability there. They're going to show up in different ways, definitely, and they're going to be apparent in different ways, but they are 100% there. Regardless, though, like I said, there is luck on your side. There is a new journey here, and there is a new beginning, and things will work out. Like, regardless, 10 years from now, looking back, whichever way or route you choose to go about this, pile number 3, you're going to look back and be blessed and be grateful that you chose that. Okay. So again, I need to make that clear, because that is very, the anxiety is extremely apparent, when in reality, like, your heart feels like it's excited for something, you know, and you got to hold space for that. You got to validate that for yourself as well. So, okay, now with that being said, we are going to now take a look and see where this path goes if absolutely nothing changes. So if you choose to do this reading, listen to it, you're right here, but you choose to do absolutely nothing else differently. You choose to not shift it at all. We're going to see what unravels there, okay? So to do that, we're gonna do that right now. I'm going to be moving these cards out of the way. It's so funny how freaking long it took me to get them set up, but now I'm just moving them out of the way. And we're going to take a look together, okay? So we're going to keep these cards here for now, because we're just looking at the tarot. There's just tarot that we use for this portion. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to get them all out, but we do have 2 significator cards. So we're going to move this here. Actually, no, we're going to move these out of the way. I'm going to place them to the side so I can still see them, because they're going to kind of confuse me a little bit. All right. So let me just do that very quickly, because we don't have a lot of cards, so we could do that quickly. So we got lots of space now. We have 1 back of the deck energy in terms of where this path goes if nothing changes. And we have the Ace of Pentacles. See, there's still a new tangible material beginning of some kind. Underneath the Ace of Pentacles, we have the Knight of Pentacles. So it's like a journey regardless of how you choose to move at it. And it's going to be a stable one. It's going to be a grounded one. Chariot coming through again keeps giving me this confirmation that you're still soul aligned, okay? No matter how you choose to tackle this, you are still soul aligned, because you're learning about like showing up for you in like different forms and ways. So I want to make that very clear. Pile number 3, there is no right or wrong way to do this. You're just kind of putting that limit on yourself, or that limiting belief on yourself that there is. All right, so for this part, let us look at the significator cards first. So first up, we have the Devil card. Oh, wow. For some reason, this is the first time I finally recognized it. Look, they have strings like a puppet on this person. This person is so small in comparison to the Devil. And he has like this enchanting, enticing eyes and like glow to the face. Like you can get like hypnotized a little bit. Okay, let's leave them here. And then the next one, again, we have the 8 of Wands. And it's in the shape of the magic stream. Where's the magic stream? No, I'm lying. It's in the shape of, where is that card? Oh, the 3rd house. You see how there's like these arrow things, look. So, I don't know why I want to keep this here though, for some reason, because it might be important. 8 of Wands and the Devil. We have 4 cards. So first up, we have the King of Swords. The Star card. Temperance. And lastly, the 9 of Swords. Okay, so I actually might get some clarifiers here. I want to get clarifiers for each. Ooh. Because this 9 of Swords, it's so beautiful actually, this glow here.
Okay, let's see. So we got the Ace of Pentacles with a new beginning. Can you please clarify the King of Swords for me? In reference to where pile number 3's path goes, if nothing changes, can you please clarify the King of Swords for me? Okay, so the King of Swords is being clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. You know what I'm going to do now? Because this is like this. I'm going to place the cards like this. So I can do this so we don't get confused. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is giving me a different way to see this as well. All right, so let's do it like this. So the King of Swords is being clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. Can you clarify the Star card for me, please, in reference to where pile number 3's path goes if nothing changes? Can you please clarify the Star card for me? Can you please clarify the Star card? Okay, so we have the Page of Swords clarifying the Star. Can you please clarify Temperance? Okay. So this is the Page of Cups. And then lastly, can you please clarify the Nine of Swords for me? Can you please clarify the Nine of Swords for me, Swords? I feel like one more card wants to come through. Because I saw a card peek out. Oh, okay, so we have 3 cards. Back of the deck here is the Nine of Pentacles. Underneath it is the Nine of Cups and the Two of Wands. So again, this idea, I feel like you know this about yourself, like regardless, you're gonna be like fine, you're gonna be safe, you're gonna be held regardless of how you choose to handle this. And you know that you're gonna be like taken care of if you were to, like, eventually, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, regardless of how you choose to handle the situation, a decision is going to be made that where you're gonna choose you and you're gonna choose what your heart wants. It's just a matter of the stalling, and the stalling doesn't really like do anything. It brings more stress to the situation. Does that make sense? More stress than is necessary. So, okay, there's 3 cards that are clarifying this Nine of Swords. So we have the Queen of Cups, the Page of Wands, and the Knight of Pentacles. So we have a lot of pages coming through. And what's actually really intriguing to me here, I'm going to do this. Actually, I'll do it like this. So Page of Wands, and then the Knight of Pentacles. So what's actually like very intriguing to me here too is I was shuffling, kind of like staring at this card, and I, for a second, like for a split second, I swear to you, I thought I saw the Seven of Swords card come out, or like peek out. It like flipped. Let me see if it flipped. Not you. Let me see if it flipped. Let me just fix this. Let's see if it is here anywhere. No. But I swear, guys, like I thought I saw the Seven of Swords. And immediately it gave me this idea of like you thinking that you failed, you thinking that like you ruined something, you did something wrong, you messed up. I'm hearing like I messed up big time, but like you really didn't. Pile number 3. I want to make that clear. This is something that was meant to happen because it was part of your soul's like calling and lesson and experience that they had to go through in this life. I feel called to cut the deck. Yeah, the Ten of Cups with the Five of Cups. There's a fear of like, okay, so if I were to do this, like what if things don't happen the way I hope they would? Chances are, pile number 3, I'm going to be super honest with you, they won't happen the exact way you want them to. But that's the reason like life exists. That's the reason why the human experience exists, because we're not meant to try to control every little facet of it. But like you thinking that
you trying to force an outcome. I know you think that that's going to be the best way forward for you, or that's going to be the most positive trajectory forward for you. But in reality, like, things happen and unravel the way they do because they're actually taking you to where the true emotional fulfillment lies. And in order to do that, it does require taking the risk. The risk here is a brand new beginning. And this brand new beginning starts the moment that you share what your heart really wants, the moment you share where your true North Star is trying to guide you. And to share it, you got to set that boundary and you got to choose what like supports you best in the sense of like material, like financial security or support. But also, it doesn't need to be material. It could also be what supports your nervous system, like what supports this feeling of like groundedness within you. You are eventually, whether or not you choose to shift this path, pile number 3, if nothing changes, if you do absolutely nothing here, I actually see you ending up with making a true decision eventually, and then finally choosing to speak up and share what you want to do, share how you want to move forward. And this is going to unlock a brand new journey of deep healing, self-growth, and this ability to start finding balance in your life in ways that you never thought like was possible. There's this idea here of, wait, like I can have both, like I don't have to drop this other thing to get this other thing. And I want to let you know, like, yes, it is possible, but you won't be able to hear that as an option if you don't speak your truth or speak up about the topic at hand. And the fear here is like, what if like I messed things up, or what if I already messed things up? But what I'm hearing is that there was always love here, and there's always like, this was not an essential thing, an essential turning point, an essential fork in the road that had to happen to help kind of push you towards this healing and self-growth journey of yours that you're now finally starting to experience. And maybe you thought that you already were in it. Okay, like I'm hearing there's this idea of like, oh, like I thought that started when I already chose to walk away from something. But in reality, that was just the initiatory point for a lesson of some kind. And this, it's like karma of some kind, but you're fulfilling your karma now by like doing the next step. And the next step is what's going to aid you in unlocking some form of something. What is this going to unlock? Let me see that. Hold on. What is this going to unlock for pile number 3? Because I feel really called to see what that is. What is this going to unlock for pile number 3? Okay, so back of the deck here is the 8 of Swords. Underneath it is the Knight of Wands. And then what is... So it's unlocking something that you once thought was like an impossible or an incapable thing you couldn't do. But you can. But look at the card that came out, the 6 of Wands. What is this unlocking for you? Victory. It's unlocking you success. Luck is on your side. But you got to let the ego down to get there. Even though it's going to be hard, you're going to spiral a little bit, it's still getting you exactly where you're meant to be. Healing energy flows through you. And it's through how you show up and how you share and how you speak and being vulnerable, walking in with humility, or allowing yourself to show the imperfections, you know, or the mistakes. Wearing them is what shows empowerment, because you're standing in integrity in that moment. You're standing in your truth. Even if it's a little messy, like that's absolutely okay, because we're all human. We're not supposed to be perfect. So there's this idea here that through doing that, that's how your light gets to shine brighter. And that's how you get to start walking and moving forward in a way that isn't going to allow the shame spiraling to commence. But you need to be more vulnerable and more honest, and don't be afraid of being soft. Or I'm hearing looking weak, because to you, softness and vulnerability is a view of weakness for some reason. But I think that's about shame, dignity, and dignity is an ego thing. So remember though, even though it says this is still going to work out for you, whether you chose not to do anything differently, pile number 3, we did get the Significator card, the Devil, and the 8 of Wands. So there is this idea here of like, you're going to try to fight it at first, even though it unravels the way it was always meant to. it's not gonna be as enjoyable. It's gonna feel like exhausting at the beginning. You're gonna keep yourself in some form of self-sabotage loop before you even get to the good stuff. So, that's just something to keep in mind. And let us now see, I do feel like I know what the answer is, but let's see where you still have the power to shift this path if you wanted to, because who wants to go through this? You know what I mean? Who wants to go through this feeling of like, I can't do that, even though I know it's going to help me go forward and it feels like the right thing to do. I still have things to do and I already chose my path, so now I think I have to walk away from it and it's incapable for me to keep moving forward. Or it is not even an option for me to go back. You know what I mean? So, okay, let us take a look. And we're going to keep... No, I'm not. I lied. We're going to take these cards out because it's a given. Like, it's telling you exactly, like, this is still going to happen the way you want it to. But I'm going to keep the Significator cards here, actually. Because we don't want this devil energy. We don't want to experience that. We don't need that. And you get to choose not to if you were to shift or handle it differently. So let us take a look at that together. And to do that, we're going to be using my karma cards. So you guys ended up getting 1 planet placement, 1 sign, and 2 house cards. And we're going to be looking at the blue. So that's the outcome. S stands for spiritual outcome, M stands for mental, and then P stands for physical outcome, and we read it like a sentence. So we have planet, sign, and then we have 2 house cards. And then we also received, hold on, we received, I think 3 cards. All right, so we have 2 life clarifying cards. So the first one is steady progress. We're only looking at the upright message. Steady progress. Patience is your ally. Celebrate each step forward, no matter the size. And then we have secrets emerge. In the rhythm of cycles, the hidden is unveiled. Await the reveal with an open heart and mind. And then lastly, we have Sacred Creator cards. We have Creator, Water. I'm going to have to read that and the booklet with you. We have In Balance with the number 14. 14 is temperance energy. So there's this idea here again of like, it is possible to have both things. So maybe there is this idea of like holding 2 things and you're afraid you got to drop one to get the other, but it is possible. But to get to that possibility, you need support in some way. And that's why it's about like taking the L. And then lastly, we have You Are Magic with the number 1. So yes, you have a lot more resources around you than you realize. And where you still have the power to shift this path is to use those resources. There is privilege here that you should be very freaking grateful for, pile number 3. And you can use it to your advantage to get it all. Okay, so let us now take a look at the karma cards. All right, so let us look. So first up for a planet, we have Moon. Wow, we keep getting the Moon coming through, and it's followed us to the very final section of your reading before we go into your final messages. So we have the Moon and the Creator, Water, and the Moon controls the water, so a lot to do with sacral chakra energy as well. We have the Moon in Gemini. Information, communication, right? Moon in Gemini in the 1st house and the 9th house. So Moon in Gemini in the 1st house and the 9th house. So it says, the nurturing of information to explain who you are. The nurturing of information to explain who you are. Feelings caused by communications about your desires. Feelings caused by communications about your desires. And reactions resulting from the fluctuations of your actions. Reactions resulting from the fluctuations of your actions. And then lastly, we have the nurturing of information to explain spiritual values, feelings caused by communications about long range thinking or travel, reactions resulting from the fluctuations of what is to be shared. So both things kind of keep pointing to this idea of like just speaking up, expressing your truth, and emerging the secret, revealing it, getting it out of the shadows, because you're ready to do that. And regardless of what happens after you share it, patience is going to be your best friend here. But also, I'm hearing you have two options. Like, you can choose to just take the cat out of the bag, basically, metaphorically speaking, and just like lay it all out there with these people. This is going to help you be able to like kind of get things shifted and definitely get you out of the devil energy for sure. Or you can hold space with yourself to kind of mentally prepare for it before you take the cat out of the bag. Because the cat out of the bag, I'm seeing it happen eventually. It can happen years later. It can happen months, weeks later, days later. It just depends on when you are ready for it, but it is going to, it's like inevitable. I want to make that clear. That thing, what we saw, like where this path goes if nothing changes, that outcome is inevitable here. It's just a matter of when you're going to reveal it, how much, I guess, resistance you're going to put on that desire to share it, and try to do this on your own. But you've tried to constantly do things on your own in a way that was egoic in the past, or from a wounded space rather than unconditional love. And you need to keep in mind, pile number 3, that you do have the power to change this by also setting proper boundaries that doesn't just involve you like walking away. Because I do feel like that there is some sort of loving like support system that does want the best for you and would be willing to like step in and help. But it's just a matter of how you like approach it or like set your boundaries about it. Because I feel like you haven't spoken to these people in a while. Because I feel like they would be willing to like listen to you and honor the things you want because of how badly they would want to be a part of your journey. But at the same time, it's understandable why you're so scared. I want to make that very clear. But if you share the things that you realize, and if you're fully vulnerable and you're fully honest, and you share like what led to things happening the way they did in the past in the first place, like I do feel like there's gonna be somebody understanding that. Maybe not everyone in the situation, but there is going to be somebody, and that somebody is going to be of like great benefit and help. Or it could be everybody. But let us take a look at the Creator Water card. Okay, so for Creator Water, water is connected to the emotions, being in flow and relying on your intuition. It governs the germination of ideas and conception, and it lives in the realm of dreams and prophecy. The element of water is insightful, healing, and cleansing. How can your intuition be of use to you right now? And what happens when you allow it to restore your balance? How would your situation change if you fell fully into your emotions? How well are your emotions helping you right now? And in what ways can they heal your situation? Are there places that love is hiding, waiting to be found? Element of water. Dive into water. Water governs the watery depths of emotion and intuition. When you tune out all of the should do's and could do's, and you throw logic and responsibility overboard, what is left? Imagine that you are in water, on a ship or on a beautiful beach, or maybe you're a mermaid swimming in the depths of the ocean. Tune out everything except how you feel. All you know is that your emotion is guiding you, and that any thoughts that come up for you are the direct result of your intuition. What messages flow into your awareness? Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in here, and I'm gonna encourage anyone that feels called to pause and take a screenshot of this image or write it down, jot down things when you like scroll through with your eyes, anything that just feels called out to you. Because this could be something that could really benefit you in making the decision. A shift in perspective, right? But what I do want to make clear is that there is a lot of courage. There's a lot of courage that's going to be required in this decision, or saying it, speaking it, on any way you choose to tackle it. But where you still have the power to shift this path is through your voice, your truth, patience, revealing what you've been hiding, and finally rebalancing some area of your life by letting it back in a way that feels right for you. So that could be like in a slow process, or setting boundaries with that, setting rules in a way where it feels like it's with a little bit more ease, because you're going to have some trust issues there. And also using all the resources at hand that you know you have, because you have some form of privilege here that you're overlooking, or you've been overlooking, or you just keep spiraling about whether or not you should allow that privilege to come through or not. Okay? So, with the final messages from your higher self, we do have 2 practical application exercises that wanted to come through. If they resonate, I'm going to zoom in on them. I'm going to read them out loud. You can pause the video, take a screenshot, write the notes down, and this is going to aid you in your entire journey overall, regardless of the way you choose to handle this or tackle this, whether you choose to shift the path or let it unfold the way it's been, okay? So we have 2 cards that came through, and the first one is the 9 of Hearts with hey, jealousy, and then in parentheses, and envy. And it says, jealousy, worrying about losing something or someone. Envy, wanting something that someone has. What do your jealousies tell you about your insecurities? What do your envies tell you about what you value? And then lastly, we have here to be heard. Wow. Having trouble getting your point across. It takes 2 to tangle. Try acknowledging the other person's feelings first, even if you disagree with their stance. What can you do to suspend your judgment and listen to understand? This one's good. Well, what is to be shared? That makes a lot of sense too, holding space, because the 9th house is about like knowledge. So like allowing yourself to get that knowledge, and Geminis love to learn. So making sure that like there is some form of like equality and like give and take, and like how the communication exchange happens. And then for the final message, you received for my She Will deck that I just bought and I just got, and you guys are the first pile in my entire channel on YouTube to use it. The card that came out is Shadows. And the message, I put on a mask when. A card about the moments when we hide ourselves. Masks aren't always wrong. Sometimes they protect. But it matters to know, am I hiding now or living? When do I put on a mask, and in front of whom? What part of myself am I afraid to show? Okay, I'm just leaving it here in case you guys want it. And then let's get some sliplets of paper. All right, so final messages for pile number 3. Ooh, my hand's stuck. All right. So we got 4 messages, and let us look at them together. To end your reading. Your intuition isn't gone. You've just silenced it by flooding your system with other people's opinions. Pull your energy back before you go listen to another reading. Your intuition isn't gone. You've just silenced it by flooding your system with other people's opinions. Pull your energy back before you go listen to another reading. Venus is asking, what do you actually like when no one else is watching? Venus is asking, what do you actually like when no one else is watching? Don't ask, what am I here to do? Ask, what truth am I here to live out loud? Don't ask, what am I here to do? Ask, what truth am I here to live out loud? And then for your final message, my loves, to finish up your reading today, your higher self is done whispering. It's watching what you do now. Oh, wow, that's crazy last message. Your higher self is done whispering. It's watching what you do now. So there you have it, my beautiful pile number threes. This is all I see and have for you in reference to where your current path is leading you. And from the bottom of my heart, I genuinely hope that this reading resonated, aided you in clarity, insight, action, the next steps, and you just gained everything you needed and maybe even a little bit more. And I feel like my job is done if that is the case. So if you could give this reading a thumbs up if it did resonate, every little form of engagement that you do, whether it's a subscribe, whether it's sharing with someone that you think could also benefit from this reading, or commenting your experience if you chose this pile in the comment section down below. These are all things that you can do that will very deeply benefit me, help show the algorithm that these readings are powerful, that these readings benefit you, that these readings could benefit others as well, you know? And it will help push my channel out to others, okay? So if you really do resonate and you want to support me, please do any of the options that I shared or a mix of them, you know? With that being said, I am also accepting one-on-one clients. So I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. If you are interested in getting to know or understand what I do more of, or how my work unfolds and how I could benefit you on your own journey, feel free to book a free soul clarity call with me. That's also something you can find down below in the description box. And I'm also doing soul immersion readings as well. So, you know, if you are a first timer and you're interested in getting like a personal reading with me, you are more than welcome to fill out the form. That's also in the description box down below. And, you know, if you're a continuing client, you know where to find me. So with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. Again, remember, there's no right or wrong way to handle this or tackle this, okay? Just trust in where your heart's trying to guide you. And I know that everything's going to work out. I send you guys so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my other pick of cards to come. Bye.